So good morning. Good morning, everybody. We are ready to start. And I'll start by introducing myself. I'm Joyce Maru. I work for the International Potato Center, a center for the CGIAR. And I will be moderating the first session this morning. I want to welcome our distinguished guests, our honorables, our speakers, panelists, participants here physically, and participants online. I want to start by welcoming you to the Kenya Food Systems Conference. And in case you're wondering what is this about, I'm sure you have received some introduction through the programs, but we want to spend the next 2 days trying to look at the recommendations and actions to support the implementation of the bottom-up economic transformation plan. The bottom-up economic transformation plan is part of the new Kenyan government, and it has put a very strong emphasis on the role of agriculture, livestock development, small and medium enterprises in food manufacturing and service sectors. And therefore, such a strong emphasis from the government provides a great opportunity for all of us here and online to come together and have a discussion around what does it mean and what kind of recommendations can we come up with that would really help in terms of supporting the implementation and strengthening it so that the impact is stronger at the end. But also not forgetting that, globally, regionally, and as Kenya, we still have the ongoing crisis. In Kenya particularly, we have issues around the drought. We have issues around a bit of political unrest at the moment, but the agriculture still remains at the core of economic development and the work that has to ensure that Kenya becomes truly successful. So I hope that you will indulge yourself and everybody for the next 2 days and really just enjoy this discussion, knowing that then you become part of the transformation that is going to happen in Kenya in the coming years. So we will start by getting some opening remarks from our guests. And I will start by welcoming Professor Appolinaire Djikeng. Appolinaire is a CGIAR Senior Director, Livestock-Based Systems, and he's also the Director General, newly appointed Director General. This is his first assignment, and we feel quite honored as Kenyans that he's taking this as his first appointment he's a new Director General for the International Livestock Research Institute, ILRI. So welcome, Professor Appolinaire.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Joyce, for a very kind introduction. And thank you for inviting me to be part of this first conference of the Kenyan food systems. Honorable Mithika Linturi, Cabinet Secretary, Minister of Agriculture, Livestock Development, Republic of Kenya. Mr. Richard Ndegwa, Acting Director of Research at the Ministry. All County Executive Committee members here present. Dr. Clemens, Breisinger, representing IFPRI. My dear colleague, Josephine, representing ILRI here. Prof. Nancy Mungai, Director of Research and Extension, Egerton University. Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, Council Governor, Chair of Agriculture Committee. Mr. Bimal Kantaria, Chair of Agricultural Sector Network, ASNET. All government representatives here present and all protocol observed. Esteemed colleagues, my name is Appolinaire Djikeng. Up to last Friday, I was Professor of Genomics, Livestock Genomics at the University of Edinburgh, and also Chair of Tropical Agriculture and Sustainable Development. You can imagine that I've just started on this role. This is my second day on the job. Why am I here? I should be in my office trying to settle in, But I decided to be here because this is the very same reason why I took the job, and I've been invited to lead ILRI for the next couple of years. So we are here for a very, very important discussion, our food systems. I want to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to speak on my own behalf, but also speak on behalf of the institution that I represent and also the system that ILRI is part of. It gives me great pleasure to really encourage all of us to focus on making our food systems more resilient. It's still very fresh in our mind that anything can disturb our food system. COVID, political instability, external stresses, the drought, and things like that are very, very present. And that's why we're here. I want to focus my remarks on the following few points. One is the food systems. It is very hard to define the food systems, you agree with me, but there are few words that are important to note as part of the food systems. We are talking about production. We are talking about processing. We're talking about transporting the food that we produce to where we have to consume and sell. We're talking about consumption. We're talking about governance. We're talking about economics, politics, and sustainability. You would see here that the food systems are complex, complicated. It's therefore important that we enter in the food system requiring multiple domain, multiple expertise, multiple perspective for us to address the issues or the challenges that the food system present to us. And we are doing this today because we want to align and articulate under the 10th year agricultural sector growth and transformation strategy of the Republic of Kenya. We should keep that in mind all the time. The second thing that I want to talk about is about the CGIAR. The CGIAR is a global research partnership for food secure future dedicated to transforming food, land, and water system in a climate crisis. I think we can all relate to some of these words. It is a family of agricultural research centers with headquarters and activities covering over 80 countries worldwide. We are very fortunate to be connected to such a rich network of human resources, knowledge, ability to translate research into application. Among other centers, Kenya hosts the International Livestock Research Institute. And I should say that the CGIAR has a very strong presence in Kenya. And we have more than 10 centers, including IFPRI, ILRI, SIP, IITA, the Alliance, World Fish, the World Agroforestry, ICRISAT, and CEMET. So in the CG, we are always blamed for the acronym. So indulge with me, I wouldn't tell you what those things are, but with time you'll get to hear. But I'm speaking to the converted, you're already very familiar with the CG system. So the point I'm trying to cover here is really to remind you and point in that direction that we have a rich presence of the CGIAR centers in Kenya, and we have to make the most out of it. The CGIAR work very closely with national counterpart, and this is really an example of that partnership that we really hold very close to our heart within the CGIAR centers. And I want to highlight that Dr. Eliud Keriga, the Director General of CALRO, has represented Sub-Saharan Africa in the constituency of the CGIAR System Council. This is very important for us to note. It's about co-development, co-implementation, and co-ownership of the various programs that we want to talk about. The second point of my remark is really around ILRI and the CGIAR work. The CGIAR contributes to addressing today's development challenges through country and regional partnership to deliver research outcome and impact in 5 different areas. I want to see these areas because they align with the 3 anchors that the agricultural strategy plan for the government of Kenya has established. One is nutrition, health, and food security. The second area is poverty reduction, livelihood, and jobs. The third is gender equality, youth, and social inclusion. The fourth is climate adaptation and mitigation. And finally, the environmental health and biodiversity. These should be the scorecard. This should be the framework under which we have to hold this conversation and drive our own interventions from where we sit, leveraging the opportunities that we have. As I said, these 5 areas are really aligned around the 3 anchors of the Kenya 10-year strategy on agricultural sector growth and transformation. The CGIAR and partners are delivering 5 impact areas through the portfolio of research initiatives. We are currently operating in 33 initiatives. And I want to really mention that in this room, we have a rich presence of CGIAR colleagues who are going to really bring to bear the important work that each of the initiatives is developing. Those initiatives will never have impact if we're not having conversations like the one we're having today. The last mile, the end users, the application, the adoption will have to be driven from conversations like the one we're having today. And I want to say that when we look at the 33 initiatives that started last year, Kenya is the only country in the world where you have the highest number of initiatives in operation. It means something. It means Kenya should be the primary beneficiary of the innovations and technologies that are coming out of the initiatives. If the adoption and the beneficiary of the benefits of these initiatives are not trickling into Kenya, it means we are not having conversations like this. Even if we're having, it means we're not having proper follow-up. We therefore have the right recipe. The stars are aligned, as somebody would say, to ensure that research into adoption, research into application is not just a dream. It's something that we practice on a daily basis. Let me just highlight a few examples of the work that are coming out of that is coming out of the CGIAR Center. I would like to say that some innovation at the Baringo county, looking at the policies at the country level, is really leveraging some of the work coming out of the CGIAR centers. An example of policy support work that is supporting the development of review of seed certification regulation for vegetatively propagated material in Kenya. This is an important thing for the agriculture sector in the Republic of Kenya. There are also other examples in livestock that I wouldn't spend time mentioning. We have colleagues here from ILRI and from our campus who can point to some of those innovations that are coming out of our work. Let me offer a final remark here by really mentioning a few things on how we can work together. We need coherence. We have to be coherent. We have to be coherent in our action. We have to be aligned, and which is critical in accelerating progress on positive food system transformation to minimize the trade-off. I mentioned earlier on that in terms of food systems, there are several words. It's a complex, it's a complicated system. But if we're not aligned, if we're not coherent, it will be extremely difficult for us to ensure that we're actually charging in the same direction. In addition to strong alignment, part of the country convening, ILRI effort is also linking the CGIAR continental effort to the CADA program, which is strongly implemented in Kenya. As I said, there are many CGIAR colleagues in the room here who will be with us throughout the week or for the next 2 days, and who will help us identify some of the innovations that are coming out of our work and that we have to design systems for them to be applied. Let me close by thanking you all for making today's event and for your dedication to the overall challenge that we face here today and that we're here to address. I wish you the conference, full deliberation of this conference, and thank you for your attention.
Thank you. I will not be summarizing what you just said. Tomorrow we have a session dedicated just for that, to summarize everything that we hear about today. So thank you so much for those really key insights. And he mentioned that this this conference actually is an effort or is a collaboration between the Ministry of Agriculture and the CGIAR centers and the initiative. So the next speaker that I'm going to introduce is our lead for the CGIAR initiative on the national policies and strategies, which is where this work is anchored, but, coordinating with all the other initiatives. He is Dr. Clemens Breisinger, and he is also the country program leader for the Kenya International Food Policy Research Institute, IFPRI. Welcome, Dr. Clemens.
Good morning, everyone. It's my great pleasure to welcome you also to the first Kenya Food Systems Conference, co-organized by the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and the CGIAR Initiative on National Policies and Strategies. It's really exciting to see a lot of people here and also online. I know there's a lot of buzz on social media, so I think the expectations on all of us are very high to come up with policy solutions that can really drive development. My hope is that this is only the beginning of a much stronger science policy dialogue going forward. Now, dear Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Mithika, Linturi, dear Principal Secretaries present, dear Director Generals, dear Appolinaire, County Executive Committee members, dear colleagues in the room, and also online. Allow me to start by briefly revisiting the history and remind ourselves why the food systems approach is such an important and promising concept. In a nutshell, we know that the Green Revolution approach mainly focused on on-farm technologies and productivity. And we know that while this approach had some successes, it did not lead to transformation, especially not in Africa. The following value chains approach is more market-oriented and does go beyond the farm. But it's still often focused on supply and less on the increasingly important elements of health, sustainability, and resilience. So now, to address these shortcomings of the Green Revolution and the value chain approach, the food systems approach allows to be more comprehensive, and it promises to be more transformative. As a reminder, and allow me to read this out, here is the definition of food systems as put forward by the high-level panel of experts. A food system gathers all the elements, the environment, people, inputs, processes, infrastructures, institutions, and others, and activities that relate to the production, processing, distribution, preparation, and consumption of food, and the outputs of these activities, including socioeconomic and environmental outcomes. This complex web of actors and activities can be divided into 5 broad components, and they are food supply chains, the food environment, consumer behavior, external drivers, and outcomes. Now, as you can see from the program, and feel free to scan the program with the QR code with your mobile phones, the first Kenya Food System Conference is pretty much organized along exactly those lines. So you will find a session on each of these components, a session on food supply chains, a session on the food environment, a session on consumer behavior, and the external drivers. According to recent CGIAR, IFPRI, and KIPRA research, the food system transformation is really critical for achieving the ambitious development targets set out in the Kenyan bottom-up economic agenda. The research also shows that the food system in Kenya contributes 33% to GDP, and it contributes 55% of employment. Food system transformation will therefore be really critical for achieving job creation, reducing poverty, and ensuring food and nutrition security for all. We're here together today, the science community and decision makers from policy, from international organizations, from NGOs and others, with the objective to really bridge the science policy gap and to support with our science-based recommendations the implementation of the Kenya bottom-up approach. Now, we really hope that this is only the beginning of a new era of the science policy dialogue in these challenging times. And there are a few new things that make us hopeful that this time will really be different. There are a lot of innovations out there. For example, the increased availability of data and also computing power. There are new tools like artificial intelligence. You probably all have tried ChatGPT, and this is only the beginning of a new informational age that holds great promise for bringing science closer to policy and decision making. And of course, we all know that here in Kenya, we have a very vibrant research community, and many of you in the room are representing this community and will be presenting your excellent work over the coming days. So last but not least, we know that a successful science policy dialogue requires actions from both sides, from scientists and from policymakers. Just a few points that we have observed over the last years globally and here in Kenya. The researchers must really ensure that the research is of high quality and credible. Of course, the research has to be relevant and it also has to be timely, because decisions sometimes have to be taken quickly and they can't wait. Also, researchers really, and myself and all of us, we have to be constantly thinking about innovations and new ways how to do things. And here again, we can take advantage of digital technologies that are out there and emerging. And of course, it's important to coordinate our research. And again, this venue today is a starting point to build more coherence from the research side of view. Of course, policymakers also need to be open and to consider research-based recommendations and ideally create a conducive environment where science can flourish and thrive. Now, the CGIAR initiative on national policies and strategies has been co-created with national and international partners with exactly that agenda in mind. It's all about building policy coherence and advancing the science policy dialogue, responding to policy demand and crisis in a timely manner. And it's also a lot about integrating policy tools, in other words, working closely with local institutions. Now, on behalf of the National Policies and Strategies Initiative team, let me say that we are all really, really proud to be here and honored to be co-organizing this event with the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. A big thanks from my side to the organizers to put this conference together. I look forward to the deliberations of this first Kenya Food Systems Conference, and I really hope that this is only the beginning of a much stronger science policy dialogue going forward for the benefit of all Kenyans. Thank you very much.
So thank you, Clemens. So science policy dialogue. So we will introduce ourselves as we go along. So don't worry. Let's just hear from the speakers, and at some point, we will know who else is in the room. So allow me to now invite a very distinguished guest, important guest from the academia. She is a Professor Nancy Mungai, Director of Research and Extension from Egerton University, to give us some opening remarks. Karibu, Nancy.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Good morning, everyone. I want to take this opportunity to really recognize distinguished guests, speakers, delegates, ladies and gentlemen, for joining this meeting. And I want to also appreciate the organizers of this meeting, the Directorate of Research and Innovation in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development, and the CGIAR initiative, or National Policies and Strategies. Thank you for considering the voice of academia in this conference. We've always talked about the gap that exists between academia and policy, and about the gap that exists between innovations that are produced possibly in academia and the private sector. And so I feel very greatly honored to be here this morning to lend the voice for academia. Out of the over 74 universities in Kenya, 50% or more offer agricultural-based training. So every year, these institutions produce large numbers of graduates. Giving the example of Egerton, producing 700 agricultural graduates every year. That would translate to over 20,000 graduates approximately from all our institutions of higher learning. Not to mention the many TVETs, many of which are offering agricultural training. We also have the agricultural training centers. So we do have a lot of capacity building in the area of agriculture. But we're here to talk about food systems. And when we talk about food systems, then we must consider the players, and we've already been given the definitions of food system and the many players that are contributing to the food systems. And so academia and the role it plays in training the human capacity, the human resource that would contribute to the food systems, but also research has a key role to play. The fact that Kenya has a youthful, vibrant, and well-educated population has been well articulated in the concept note for this conference. It was actually refreshing reading through the concept note and, just getting that description of well-educated youth, our youth being described as well-educated, as opposed to the narrative that we hear quite a bit of half-baked graduates. So having a concept that actually is describing our youth as what we would want them to be, as well-educated and therefore able to contribute sufficiently and appropriately to the food system is absolutely refreshing. And this particularly so when this description is coming from some of the potential employers, the Ministry of Agriculture describing our graduates as so. And I wanted to share with us some of the works that we have done in terms of tracking our graduates and seeing how are they doing and how are they therefore contributing, to the food systems and making the transformation that we need to see in our food system. in a study that we carried out of our graduates in 2020, looking at our graduates from 2009 to 2019, we observed that about 67.7% of these graduates were employed, meaning that over 30 were not employed. And these were graduates of a 10-year stretch were not employed. And out of those that were employed, 86% were in salaried or waged employment, while about 13.4% were in self-employment. And we looked back to a study that we had done earlier, about 8 years back. And we're looking at the trends just to see, are these trends changing? How is, the contribution of, academia, releasing graduates? How is the ecosystem changing in as far as the graduates are concerned? And it was interesting to note that while in 2020, it was taking an average of 1.6 years for these graduates to find meaningful employment or gainful employment. Earlier on in 2012, it took them less than a year. At least 83% of the graduates would find employment. So that just shows the challenges and the changes that are taking place. While in 2020, about 13% had gotten into self-employment, only about less than 10% were in self-employment in 2012. And this is just tracking of agricultural graduates that have graduated through Egerton University. So let me therefore then appreciate the continued discussion on Kenya food system, especially now aligning it to the bottom-up economic transformation plan. The UN Summit on Global Food Systems, held in September 2021, underscored the transformative power of food systems in helping achieve all the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. So we must ask ourselves, therefore, how can institutions of higher learning contribute to these food systems and to bringing in this powerful transformative power of food systems? I'll therefore just mention 2 or 3 issues that I see as institutions of higher learning we can contribute to this, and we continue to contribute. Number 1, institutions continue to contribute to agri-food startups. We have had opportunities where institutions of higher learning, including Egerton University, have established and strengthened incubation and acceleration centers that nurture and support innovative ideas that contribute to the agri-food startups and sector. 2, food system research. I believe we must continue to engage in food systems research as universities, as national and international institutions, collaboratively working together. And there are certain issues that must be addressed in really having an effective food system research. Number 1 is funding mechanisms for research to national institutions. National institutions continue to struggle in terms of securing sufficient funding for research. We must find sustainable mechanisms that support research. Policymakers in the House, I know, we have to find ways of honoring continental commitments in terms of the percentage of resources that should be put into supporting research. 1% of GDP was a commitment that was made many years back. This continues to be a challenge for many governments, including our own. So we must find ways of increasing funding to research. Then strengthening research infrastructure, both internally and externally. Internally within the institutions, but externally in the general national ecosystem in how we support research. because we find that while doing research requires a lot of collaborative action, we need an ecosystem that allows ease of acquiring research materials, research equipment, research facilities that researchers may not have access to internally, but at least externally within the country. We must also consider the power of global collective action for collaborative research. And finally, as we think about food systems research, we must also consider adjusting research culture, especially in public institutions. We must see how do we begin to address research culture in our institutions? How do we cultivate and uphold research ethics and data integrity, so that as we produce the data and the outputs, that indeed they can contribute to supporting food systems effectively as we would like. So we must start to challenge ourselves as researchers. We must start to challenge our students as we train them on the need to uphold, research ethics and the power of data, and therefore ensuring that the integrity of data is maintained. This way then, we'll be able to produce evidence-based recommendations that will have an impact, that will contribute sufficiently to the food system transformation that we seek. My third point will be on the use of agricultural innovations. A lot of innovations has been said are generated in our institutions, both national and international institutions. We must find a way of ensuring that the documentation of these innovations is done in such a way it is accessible and available to a larger community, and that the proper safeguards are in place in how these data is used and utilized. Then the issue of scaling up that and commercialization of innovations. We continue to generate a lot of innovations, and then we must move to the next stage. How do we make these innovations available? How do we make them available to the end users? And I believe that's where partnership with private sector becomes absolutely crucial, that we need to find a way of having effective partnerships with private sector so that we can indeed commercialize or find a way of commercializing innovations and hopefully bringing in additional funding to universities which are currently really struggling with the issue of funding. I address myself to the current and future research demands. And this certainly, I think we really have to continue looking at collaborative research that is driven at finding solutions at our most pressing needs. I like the idea, now that this is the planting season for many farmers in many parts of Kenya. I like the idea of innovations like the seed scratch card, that you can easily go scratch and verify the authenticity of the seed and the quality of the seed. This must, of course, be extended to all other seeds and also other agri-inputs, because we continue to struggle with quality inputs in the agricultural sector, now from the lower end of agricultural productivity, which must also be addressed. I'll end my remarks by noting that the objective of this conference is to provide recommendations to 7 questions. I'll only mention to one because I don't have the time to address all the 7 questions. How can the chronic market and climate uncertainty in maize and other How can the chronic market and climate uncertainty in maize and other staple foods supply be addressed? And I know that many sitting in this room are really already doing work that is contributing towards addressing this very fact. And I'll allow me also to give an example that I believe we can do this by creating support systems for climate smart agriculture that considers resilient crops such as, sorghum, millet, selected green legumes. And in August 2020, Egerton University organized a workshop dubbed The Maize in Kenya. And when we had this conference of The Maize in Kenya, it caused quite some interest. People wondered, how can you remove Kenya? How can you remove maize from Kenya? Yet maize, when you talk of food security, for many people, they'll think of maize. But the idea was really seeking alternatives to maize. That was the idea of the conference. The Maize in Kenya conference or workshop was the idea. How do we seek alternatives to maize? And so this national forum brought in stakeholders like we are seated today. And we looked at comparative analysis of maize and other cereals and tubers in Kenya over the last 20 years, based on empirical data gathered by our own Tegemeo Institute, just showing what has been the trend. How do we compare maize and others? And then history of maize and cropping systems in Kenya, and the fact that there has been systematic and deliberate policy support for maize. And it means in seeking alternatives, then we must also have systematic and deliberate policy support for alternatives, so that indeed we can offer deliberate, we can be deliberate in providing alternatives. We talked also about the alternatives based on ongoing research at the University of Nairobi and Egerton on tuber and food crops. And then we had the voice of the Consumer Federation of Kenya. And the Consumer Federation of Kenya says, how do you change normal to new? How do you begin to engage to ensure that then consumers can begin to consider their preferences, can begin to reorganize and to appreciate the new alternatives that have been offered? And the conclusion really of that workshop, and that would be my concluding remark too, was that the secret of change is to focus all our energy, not on fighting the old. In this case, it was demazing or maize, but to building the new, the alternatives, as Socrates said. So that's what we must do. And that's what I wish for all of us in this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Mungai, for those very well articulated insights on the role of academia, as well as something outside that has challenged all of us. The amazing Kenya, I'll probably follow up on that one, but it's quite an insightful thing to think about, even as we come up with recommendations. Now then, we are talking of bottom up, and the bottom up is quite a simple word, bottom up, isn't it? So when you think about our county governments, are they at the bottom or are they up? But they are part of the players, isn't it? Because it's a food system. So we want to hear from a representation from the county government, because I think they are at the core of that food systems transformation. We were expecting Honorable Kenneth Lusaka, who is the Council of Governors Chair of the Agricultural Committee, but unfortunately he is held up somewhere else. And in his place, we have Dr. Kiringai. Just a bit of introduction to Dr. Kiringai. He's the chair of the Kenya Central Region Economic Bloc, and he's also the County Executive Committee member for Agriculture for Murang'a County. And he has other titles that I will not mention, but he's quite a voice in terms of the development that is happening within agriculture and the food systems transformation for Kenya. So Dr. Kiringai, please come and be the voice of the counties.
Distinguished guests, all protocols observed. Thank you very much. And as has been introduced, I'm actually studying in for a governor, and I'm only a CEC, not even a DG. So I will not say very much, but I can speak on matters to do with the bottom-up economic model of the government. And some of the issues that are critical to the current government that we have in our country. So I stand to represent Honorable His Excellency Kenneth Lusaka, the governor, and the head of agriculture, the chair of agriculture committee in the COG. So his agenda and the agenda that we actually implement as the county executive members of agriculture are quite intertwined. So I'll not be much out of space to actually make some statement on some of the things that are happening at that level. I am representing also the people of Murang'a because I am the CEC for agriculture in Murang'a. And we are led by one dynamic governor called Dr. Irungu Kangata. Those who know him as a person who will actually shy away from controversy and get into places where he is going to make the best contribution. So mine is therefore to look at how do we now integrate a bottom-up dimension into research, particularly when you are sitting in an initiative that has actually been inspired by the thoughts of policy institutions and research organizations. And I remember that in February, we had this symposium at ILRI, where we were thinking about the data think tank initiatives in the country. And we actually, under my guidance, we created 14 working group agenda that is looking at how do we structure data sourcing to advise development. And when we were formulating the data think tank initiative, I was just leading an agenda that we had mooted within the Agricultural Transformation Office, where I was an advisor, Ada Gordon. One of the credentials that our good moderator did not tell you is that I represent Gordon in the South-South. Gordon is the Global Open Data for Agriculture and Nutrition. It started as a very serious initiative to actually help people look at how do we address SDG 2 from an evidence-based dimension. And when you actually look at that and what policy institutions are expected to do, then you understand why the ASTGS had to make flagship number 8 so important to drive the data and research dimensions so important, and more so looking at how do you create data use cases to drive agricultural discourse. Mine, therefore, was looking at how do we now integrate the data agenda into agriculture. What do you need, particularly if you come from my center in the University of Nairobi, which looks at agriculture and innovation for policy impact. And when you actually look at the role that academia does in research and the role that policy institutions play, particularly in engaging research, and the gap that exists in linking all this with academia, you realize the central role that you need to actually gather appropriate or findable, accessible, interoperable, and reusable data. Academia is known for being a good generator of data. And I see we have quite a number of colleagues that are here. And one of the things that we actually do is that somebody will formulate a research and collect data around it. And tomorrow somebody will similarly collect related data around the same. And we keep collecting data. And that data is never reused. It is even never findable by another person. So in a sense, what you see in academia is what also you see in policy institutions. Our governments are very heavily driven by programs and projects of development partners. And so a program will come, formulate a project, collect a lot of data, deliver a report, and the data is lost or left with the person who collected the data. So when you now come in to think about how do we advise policy at the grassroots in an institution like a county government, which only receives a report, then you are damned. Because what happens is that you received a report in a system that had very clear linkage between the national government policy and you had the extension framework that was anchored at the grassroots with the agricultural officers. And then all of a sudden, devolution comes and all that is dismembered and you don't have any mechanism of collecting data. So when the bottom-up dimension comes and people are thinking only about some money coming through M-Pesa, you know that there is something lost when no data is collected and aggregated around the food and food production within a food system dimension. So for those of us who have been in these institutions and have been wondering, how do we now recreate the system of common thinking within the country so that we can drive policy from an evidence dimension, then you are persuaded to go to the grassroots and say, within what this Kenya Kwanza government has come to call the bottom-up empowerment transformation agenda, in short, it is called BETTER, you realize that for you to achieve anything, there are some critical elements that you must have in place. And that is what we are trying as county governments to realize, which are how do we engage or how do we create structures that are right for data sourcing. Yes, I know researchers are doing a lot and using a lot of technology. We have a lot of observation systems, satellite systems, IoTs, as we may call them, particularly when you actually want to collect data rapidly from the grassroots. But do we have the right structures that are created at the grassroots within these initiatives of research? Maybe there is need to actually look at that and see how do we drive the structural framework that is needed so that you anchor research, academia, you link health institutions because they also generate data, and you link agricultural institutions. And more importantly, you need to also see, can we also look at how our students link up with agriculture? So the framework that is needed for that, the structure for that is very, very important. But that can very easily be said. But you can't achieve that much if you are lacking the strategic framework. When I was called to this meeting, what struck me is we have been thinking of how do we bring research and policy together. And we have always thought of a strategy for this initiative, a strategy for that initiative, but we never thought of one overarching strategic framework that brings all of us together. Look at ASCGS, which is a very good instrument that was actually crafted. And I want to recognize my good friend, Kamba, who is actually seated next to me. And we did a lot of work. I won't say the politics behind it because what Gaba produced never saw the papers. But I can say that a lot has been done, and maybe our strategies are also aligned to some political dimensions. And when you now bring in research institutions and you bring the policy institutions, and more so from a dimension of a food systems angle, then you actually realize we actually transcend just food, and we are talking about consumers, and we are talking about markets, and you are talking about processing, and you are talking about everything else that actually brings what can advise what should be produced within the agricultural space. So that, and therefore says, research should actually drive strategy. But they also need that institutional framework or the structural framework that I had mentioned. But then you also need to think about the system dimension. What are the systems that drive this? And in the thinking that we actually had, driven again by the ILRI project of ILRI, we were thinking, when you talk about creating a framework, you need a digital system to drive it. And between myself and Dr. Ram, we actually thought that we should actually come with an integrated food systems operating system. So we actually are engaged at the moment and are documenting the work that we did in that symposium and the contributions that were made by the very many data use cases that were brought in. We actually thought of bringing the initiative around an integrated food systems operating system. And we have created that operating system. And allow me to give some time for our seniors to actually settle down. Karibu sana Bwana PS. So we were therefore looking at that system that requires to be the driver of the agricultural space. So what a system means is that you have many diverse pieces of subsystems that you are collecting or elements that you are collecting together so that you can actually achieve one bigger thing. So I am seeing ourselves and the institutions that we have here, when you actually look at the work that Clemens does, and I want to recognize he's the foremost researcher on matters data. But data, once you actually can't be able to integrate it to advise how you deploy even the human resources to drive an agenda, we have a problem. And therefore, we need that. But then you also need to have the drivers are individuals, they are people. And individuals and people have their own challenges because everybody thinks their own style. The style of realizing what we want. If you actually have been observing the political space lately, you have been finding styles of governance and leadership that is actually driven by people who are coming from different angles. But what actually in the end remains is, are you able to actually ensure that all that you are doing is what enables people to have a common shared dimension or shared value that you can actually say in the end, when we engage the food system, when we have an operating system that is actually driving us, we are saying we have finally realized something that will actually end up being sustainable. And the sustainability dimension that we are talking about is when you bring all the actors together, and we are here today bringing the government in its many phases together with the researchers, together with academia, together with all those that are at the grassroots like ourselves, helping in sourcing the data, but you can't achieve that if you leave out the role that is played by the youth. And our role as a government, particularly at the grassroots, is to ensure that we are integrating our youth that you are releasing from academia and other institutions so that we can drive this initiative from the bottom up, and we'll be supporting you effectively. I want to thank you for giving me this opportunity to actually represent the governor and to say that it was an ambush, but as you can see, I actually had something to say. Thank you.
So I think ambush work better, right? Can do, yeah? Thank you, Dr. Kiringai, for underscoring that important role of data sourcing, especially at the grassroots. So I think we are moving very well, including for time, I must say. We have another speaker who will represent the Agricultural Sector Network. The acronym is ASNET. And I think Mr. Bimal Kantaria, he's the chair of ASNET. And I think he'll even start by telling us what ASNET stands for, who they represent, and then probably tell us their role in terms of making sure that food system transformation is happening through the bottoms up approach. Karibu sana, Bimal.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to, of course, acknowledge the presence of our Principal Secretary, Bonakelo, Professor Appolinaire, and your CGIAR delegation. I know Ministry of Agriculture is also represented here, and I want to thank all of you for inviting us to this quite a historic event. I'll come to that, why I think today is historic. But I do look around the room and I worry, because I'm probably the only person in the private sector who is in the room. And that is a big worry for me. As the introducer mentioned, my name is Bimal Kantaria. I'm chairman of an organization called the Agriculture Sector Network. And we represent the private sector in agriculture in this country. We were created about 3 years ago between the Kenya Association Manufacturers, KEPSA, and Chamber. And the whole idea was to bring together academia, research, development partners, and the private sector under one umbrella. I am actually happy to see a lot of my members are here, including GIZ is here in the house. Dr. Kiringai was here, who's helped us a lot. But Professor Gambo is here, Dr. Gambo is here, who created our ASNET strategy. So a lot of you are members of ASNET in various forms, but there's no one here who are in business in this room, which worries me a little bit. I think what the government has done recently about the bottom-up approach on agriculture is excellent. I think it's one of the best things this recent government has done is by encouraging more, well, they called it hustler nation. We all know what that means, but basically it starts from the ground level up to where we are right now at the top of the pile. If you look where agriculture sits in this country or in East Africa or Eastern Africa, really it's by far the largest sector. 40 to 50% of our GDP, and in some countries more, is agriculture-based, agriculture-related. 60 to 80% of our total employment is in agriculture. If you look at the makeup of our manufacturing in this country, roughly 60%, maybe more, is related to food and food systems and agro-based. So it's really probably the single most important part of the East African or the African economies is agriculture and food systems. So I'm extremely excited that in your wisdom, you've created this forum for us to discuss over the next 2 days how to improve that. But there is definitely a big worry in my mind. In Kenya, we have a 50 million people population. In the wider Eastern Africa region, there's about 400 million people who need to be fed. It's extremely important. Already you can see there's a big deficit in what we grow and what we consume. As the countries are getting richer, there's a much more need for more protein-based diet instead of our maize meal diet at the moment. And these are going to have massive consequences over the next 5 to 10 years. We have challenges like climate changes are creating havoc in agriculture. We've seen that. Last 2 years, we've had a severe drought in this country. Luckily, the last few weeks, we've had a little bit of rain, but it's still not good enough. We've lost about $1 trillion shillings of livestock in the last month or 2 months because of the drought. Very low adoption of technology, innovation, a big crisis in aging population. If you know, our youngsters don't want to go into farming. So if you look at the average age of a farmer in Kenya, it's above 55 to 60. And last one, which is a massive threat, and I've seen it all over East Africa, is urbanization, where more and more of our agriculture space land is being used for real estate development or to house our growing populations. These are all extremely worrying challenges. We all know that. You as research institutions know that in probably more detail than any of us. I know we have PS following me in a minute, so I'm going to just quickly go through some of this areas of, I think, particularly considering that we have research-based discussions this morning. Some of the solutions we in private sector are seeing is that there is very, very little interaction between research institutions who are in this room. We've already talked about challenges of connecting with policymakers in government, but worst of all, there's very little interaction between you and us, the private sector. I've been to ILRI and I've been to many of the universities, and there's really amazing innovation happening. But who is allowing that to be commercialized? Who is allowing that to be introduced to private sector? Who will then run with the ideas? All of these brilliant ideas and amount of research you all do, unfortunately, very little of it sees the light of day, and it sits on people's shelves. It sits in people's thesis or PhD documents, but that's about it. And that's unfortunately one of the biggest challenges I see, particularly in this part of the world. And I'm hoping over the next day or so, it may be something that you need to address. There is a serious lack of investment in relevant research. Relevant meaning, although research happens, and I know all of you are involved in it, but how relevant is it to our particular climate or our particular circumstances in this country? And how useful is it to the populations of Eastern Africa? Again, it's a worry I have. I mentioned earlier, there's so much research that being done, but is it ever going to be relevant to real life? Third, of course, there's now much more interaction between government and private sector. I'm really happy that in the last 5 or 10 years, the Kenya government in particular has been very open to discussions with private sector. As long as you use the official channels like ASNET or KAM or KEPSA. I know a lot of the Kenyans in this room will understand those acronyms, but when we look at PS Kello here, for instance, he's very open to discussing with private sector. And I think that's an excellent move by the Kenyan government over the last 5 to 10 years to have much more interaction between all these organizations. And the collaboration is important. But I still see there's a big gap between research, academia, and policy making. There's definitely a gap there, which I again hope with PS's being in the room, I think that'll help a lot. And I understand PS Kim Tai is coming tomorrow as well. So hopefully in the next couple of days, we'll have much more discussion on that. One of the mechanisms that I think private sector has realized the gap between private sector academia in Nairobi universities or Kenyan universities, and I am happy that Professor Nancy is here from Egerton, is where do we collaborate with you, Professor Nancy? We've created this ASNET group, and I'm hoping that a lot more will now join ASNET because it does cover research institutions and academia. If you want to join, please come and see me or see if the other ASNET members in the room. It's an area where I think collaboration can happen. At the Nairobi University, the Kabete campus, we're about to break ground for a very innovative new center called the Agriculture Technology and Innovation Center. We're very grateful to the Nairobi University for allocating some land next to the hostels at the Kabete campus, where companies like MoA&LD in Kenya are going to build a massive new center, which will allow private sector to work with academia in bringing new technology to our students. What I have noticed over the years is a lot of universities have got very, very smart people in it, but they're very smart on the book. I mean, they can tell you exactly how things work technically, but there's very little hands-on experience. And I know most of you are probably agreeing with me. So I'm hoping that by having this technology center, we can bring the latest stuff that is happening in our companies to those students, including things like, for instance, drones, or the latest types of fertilizers or pesticides, or tractors, things like that, where we can educate the youngsters coming out from these campuses on what's really happening in the real world. So when they do join the job market, they're much more savvy and much more hands-on. The center does need help with a little bit of capacity building. I'm hoping some of you will help us with that one. The center will be funded by private sources, but we need help with staff and capacity and things like that. So I'm hoping if some of you may volunteer, but it's going to be an excellent way how research, academia, and private sector can get together. So ladies and gentlemen, I'm really hoping that over the next couple of days, we are trying to bridge this gap between, of course, with yourselves, research and academia, with government, and I'm happy that government is here. But please do not forget private sector, because private sector are really the people who are going to drive your thoughts and your views and your amazing ideas into reality, into fruition, and making them commercially, viable. So I wish you much success in the next few days, and thank you very much once again for inviting me. Thank you.
Thank you, Bimal. Thank you for the challenge that there is more to be done to involve the private sector. A marriage of 4 people for the policy, academia, governments, and research. There's a lot to be done. I like that, the way you've put it. So thank you so much. And we are moving very well. We have our chief guest, but before we introduce our chief guest to give his remarks, I think it's fair that he gets to know who is in the room. So we will do introduction, but not everybody take the mic. I think we do it in groups. We have quite a number of participants online. Hello, online participants. Thank you. I hope you're keeping up with us. You can see us. You can engage with us through the chat function, and we will take your comments and your questions on board as we move along. But here in the room, we have quite a number of people. I'm just going to call them in terms of the group, and you just stand up and we recognize you, and then our guest of honor gets to know who is here. So we have representation from the national government and the public sector. If you know you're representing national government, public sector, you can stand up, please, and we can clap. Thank you for coming. Yeah, quite a number. Thank you. You can sit down. Some of you will get a chance to speak later, so you can introduce yourself in person. We have representation from the CGIAR centers. Anybody from the CGIAR? I'm one of them, but quite a number of colleagues. Yeah, we heard that there are so many initiatives, CGIAR initiatives working in Kenya and centers, so you can see the number. Quite good. Thank you for coming. We have representation from the private sector. We have been challenged that private sector is not represented, and I hope I don't get embarrassed to only have Bimal here. Anybody representing the private sector, please stand up. Okay. Yeah, we have a handful, but there goes the challenge. We have validated your statement. Thank you for coming. We have representation from academia. Those who are with Professor Nancy and others. Thank you for coming. I think there we could also do more. Let me see which other group is here. From the county, we have the CECs, what they call the county executive members for agriculture. Who are the CECs here from the county? These are serious people driving transformation from the grassroots. Thank you for coming. County representation as others. Any other person from the county? Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We have representation from another very important group of people, the media. Media? Media? Media are important, make or break. We need them. We need them to make sure that our research and whatever recommendation we are making move beyond this room and they reach the right people in the right format and in the right language that can be understood. So we appreciate you. Thank you for coming. We have representation from the development sector. Development sector, our partners from development. Oh, look at that. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. We have representation, believe it or not, from the regional economic bodies. That's because I know him in person, but he's representing the ECOWAS all the way from Western Africa, but he's our friend and a member. So that's great. Thank you for coming. So anybody else that I haven't mentioned, I'm sorry, you are not others. You're still very important, but I may have missed out. Please stand up. We appreciate you. Is there anybody that I've missed out? And yeah. Thank you for coming. Thank you for coming. I hope you get an opportunity to network over the tea break and lunchtime. And I think you can see that there's quite a good representation in this conference. Thank you so much. So we move on to the next item on our agenda. I do hope that you have also managed to use the QR codes at the table to really download your program. We are trying to be a bit digital. So we printed just a few copies of the program, but there's a QR code at your table. You use your mobile phone, you scan, and I think that's how we are moving. That's how we are moving in the digital age. Okay, so it is my honor now to introduce our guest of honor. You'll notice that on the program, we had the C as the Cabinet Secretary, Honorable Mithika Linturi. He was supposed to grace our event, but unfortunately, he's held up. And he has given us a very important guest, the right person to chair or to be our chief guest today, the Principal Secretary for Crops Development, Mr. Kelo Hasama. He's here with us, and I will welcome him to give us some remarks. Thank you, Honorable Kelo.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good morning once again. My name is Kelo Hasama. I am the Principal Secretary in the State Department for Crops Development, Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. I am here to represent the Cabinet Secretary for Agriculture and Livestock, Honorable Mithika Linturi, who is currently in Rwanda on an official government program. And he has asked me to represent him here. So it's my pleasure to interact with you this morning and learn from you and see the best policies we can put in place to have food security in this country. So I have a speech for Minister Linturi, and I want to read and also maybe say a few things as I read. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my honor to join you during the official opening of the 2023 Food Systems Conference. On behalf of the government of Kenya and the agriculture sector stakeholders, I extend our gratitude to all institutions who have taken part in organizing this important event. Kenya is a land of massive opportunities and unlimited possibilities in agricultural development. The country has abundant resources and excellent potential for agricultural production and food-related industries and services. There is also a wealth of food systems research from national and international researchers, which form a strong evidence base for Kenya to draw from and transform food systems for a new era of growth and prosperity. However, the country faces food and nutrition security challenges, mainly due to declining productivity of agricultural land, high costs of agricultural inputs, high post-harvest losses, inadequate access to financial and insurance services, and low participation of women and youth in agriculture, among others. To address these challenges, the government, under the bottom-up economic transformation plan, has prioritized agriculture as a key pillar for development. The plan puts a strong emphasis on the role of agriculture, livestock development, and small and medium enterprises in food manufacturing and service sectors. The plan recognizes that agriculture and micro and small and medium enterprises are key to the country's economic recovery and is committed to increasing investments in these sectors. Many of our MSMEs, include those engaged in manufacturing, are based on agriculture. Our ambition, therefore, is to support these sectors as they are key to transforming our country's food systems. Food systems are the sum of actors and interaction along the food value chain, from input supply, production to transportation, processing, retailing, wholesaling, and preparation of foods to consumption and disposal. To realize this ambition, continuous investments must be made in agricultural research and technology innovations, thus paving the way for programs and policies that are based on service evidence. It is gratifying to note that the CGIAR impact areas align very well with the Kenya government priorities in the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy, which we shortly call ASTGS, and its flagships, the government manifesto, the UN Sustainable Development Goals, SDGs, and the African Union's Malabo Declaration's commitment under the CAADP framework. I would like to appreciate the strong presence of CGIAR centers in Kenya. Indeed, the country is pleased to host the International Livestock Research Institute, the only center with a livestock-focused mandate. Other CGIAR centers are equally well represented in the country. I am pleased to note that the research undertaken by CGIAR centers with partners is framed by a research and innovation strategy, which sets out the vision of one CGIAR to transform food, land, and water systems in a climate crisis. Through this strategy, this organization contributes to addressing our development challenges through country and regional partnerships to deliver research outcomes and impacts in 5 areas, namely nutrition, health and food security, poverty reduction, livelihoods and jobs, gender equality, youth and social inclusion, climate adaptation and mitigation, and environmental health and biodiversity. These research initiatives have started to produce evidence to support decision-making and policy dialogues in support of the bottom-up economic plan of the government. As indicated earlier, the plan puts a strong emphasis on the role of agriculture, livestock development, and small and medium enterprises in food manufacturing and service sectors. Such a strong emphasis on agri-food systems provide an enormous opportunity to unleash the potential of agriculture value chains in Kenya for economic and social development, while at the same time considering the ongoing uncertainties related to climate, food supplies, and high food prices. The conference jointly organized by Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development and one of the CGIAR initiatives on national policies and strategies will provide policy and decision makers with state-of-the-art evidence-based recommendations developed by Kenyan researchers in collaboration with the their international counterparts. In addition, a matchmaking marketplace will bring together CGIAR initiatives and their Kenyan research partners with Kenyan policymakers and decision makers to identify current and future research demand and explore how research can effectively provide timely information to policy and decision makers. It is my hope that this conference is the start of a new era of enhancing the interface between science and policy. The conference is an important engagement as it will help identify current and future research demands and explore how research can more effectively provide timely information to policy and decision makers. As I conclude, I am looking forward to receiving the recommendations and actions to support this sector, ministries, and other stakeholders to contribute effectively to the implementation of the bottom-up economic plan and to foster food systems transformation in Kenya. In this regard, the ministry will support proposals for mechanisms that enhance the science policy interface for sustained strategic engagement and partnership so that stakeholders can continue to co-design and co-create innovations for food, land, and water systems transformation in the country. Let me once again thank the organizers of this conference and wish all participants a wonderful learning experience. It is now my humble duty to declare the Kenya 2023 Food Systems Conference officially open. And that is what the minister has to say to this conference. It is a very important get together. We are expecting recommendations from this meeting, which is going to help us design programs and activities which will help us achieve food security. I will expect personally this meeting to come up with solutions arising from the problems of climate change in the country. You are all aware that we have never accepted climate change as a reality in this country. Even many of you in this room, very few of you have accepted climate change as a reality, isn't it? You are still expecting rains every rainy season. That's why when you are here, some of you are from, I've seen some even professors who are visiting Nairobi and calling their homes. Habari ya nyumbani, watoto wako salama, na mvua imenyesha. Those are the first things they ask, even if it is dry. Mvua imenyesha. You know, it's a culture in your head. And now this culture must go away, because you must start asking the availability of water, not rains anymore. Because the problems of climate change is now a reality. And there is no other time we have learned this problem as real other than this drought season, isn't it? Where I come from, which is Marsabit County, I have a neighbor, an old man, who was the richest man in that village, owning about 600 heads of cattle. He remained with only 3. You can imagine that statistics from 600 to 3. He's almost committing suicide. Even the tree which remained almost went with floods. Still the problem of climate change, isn't it? Now, the focus of this conference should be how should we survive in the wake of the problems of this reality of climate change. We have never accepted it because in our mind, every season is a rainy season. Long rains, short rains, that is the tradition we have in our minds. As we are speaking, you know, we have a serious shortage of maize in Kenya. That is why, in an attempt to reduce the unga price, we decided to import maize from the rest of the world, which we believe may have maize. But to our surprise and astonishment, the problem of climate change has affected the whole world, has affected nearly the entire continent of Africa. We floated the bid for people to bring maize into the country some 3-4 months ago. We still have not received maize. It is not a political issue. It's a climate change issue. It is a what? It's a climate change problem, not our problem. It's not the problem of Africa. It's not the problem of the world. It's the problem of nature and climate change. We used to get maize from Tanzania. We used to get maize from Zambia. We used to get maize from Mozambique, Ethiopia, Uganda, all those countries. We told people, business people who want to make money, we have waived tax. Go and bring maize so that we even make many profits. None of them has brought. Is it our problem or weather? It is weather. It is good to understand that. Now, based on this understanding, we should develop new survival techniques. For example, we should devise a shift. You must accept and devise a shift from rain-fed agriculture to irrigation-fed agriculture. We must discover ways of having water to help us grow food, either trapping these floods, you know, to create dams, digging boreholes, you know, making all efforts to ensure that water is available for food production, because rains is no longer a mechanism, is no longer an avenue to support agriculture in Kenya. In arid and semi-arid areas of Kenya, particularly in northern Kenya, there must be a shift from pastoralism to other mechanism of survival. And it is up to you, the researchers, to help us. What will be the new mode for survival of that old man who had 600 heads of cattle and now has remained with 3 and is not sure even whether the 3 will survive the new floods? It is the challenge of this conference to come up with solutions to tell us how will we have a safe transit, a safe shift from pastoralism to a new mode of survival in this country. How we have had areas in Kenya we have called high altitude areas, high production areas. We have called them bread baskets. Even these areas are losing their historical values currently, isn't it? How are we going to restore hope in the midst of all these problems? That is the challenge of this conference. Thank you very much. Asante sana.
So Thank
You want me to talk more?
No. I think we like the challenge, so we want to give you a gift as
Yeah.
our chief guest.
Okay.
And this will be presented by our very own teacher. Yes, so just a gift to appreciate you for gracing our event. So.
And the new, you know, the new code of regulation, a civil servant must declare gifts. So you will give me the permission to declare it later.
Thank you so much. We are not bribing you. I think the challenge still remains. These people have to deliver. Thank you so much. Okay, so that's the end of our first session. I think so far, so good. Great insights coming from the speakers. But now we move on to the next session that I will invite Enoch to facilitate. Thank you, Enoch. You can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much, Joyce. Hello, Harsama, PS, in the State Department for Crop Development, in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock Development. All protocols observed. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. As indicated on the program, my name is Enoch Mate, formerly at the Agriculture and Food Authority, but currently at the Tea Board of Kenya. Tea is also a food. And so now we will go into the next session of the program. As we have rightfully heard from the introductions and also from the peers, of course, the CS speech, food systems, and I'd like to break it down. Sometimes when you sit with the scientists and the researchers, they say it in big words, but I come from communication, and so I want to try and communicate research in the layman's language, because I am sure there are some colleagues who are sitting here who may not be in the research fora, and they're wondering, what is these food systems about? It's basically feeding and nourishing our people. It's about growing, harvesting, packaging, processing, transporting, marketing, and consuming food. And so we are here for these 2 days to look at the interactions, to look at the actors, and really how research and innovations can be brought into our programs and our policies based on evidence. I'm sure PS, probably if we had informed data that maize is not just a Kenyan problem, but a global problem, maybe wouldn't have gone out there. But then that is the reality. How do we have research findings put into action in our policies and programs? We have 5 presenters, and we will have the presenters do their presentation, and it's just 10 minutes. You will note down any questions or contribution you would like to make so that we have all the presenters
do their presentations, and then thereafter we'll have a short session of question and answer. And so first, I would like to bring to the stage all our presenters. And first, we have Charles Bett, the Deputy Institute Director at Kalro Kiboko Institute. Charles Bett, please join me on stage. Is Charles here? Or his representative? Or Charles himself? Please give him a round of applause. Thank you. Then from Tegemeo Institute of Agricultural Policy and Development, we have John Oluade, who is a research fellow. John Oluande. Oluande, yeah. Thank you, John. We do have Professor Jane Ambuko from the University of Nairobi. Professor Jane, welcome very much. And we have Michael Keenan from the International Food Policy Research Institute. Michael. And lastly, we have Baba Kramer, a senior research fellow, again from the International Food Policy Research Institute. And we do have participants who are following us online. If you have any question or contribution from our online participants, feel free to type it out in our message section. But now let's have the first presentation, and that is from Charles Bett. And Charles is focusing on maize productivity growth, specifically addressing uncertainties and potential for further growth. Charles.
Yeah, thank you very much. The guest of honor, the PS in the Crops Directorate, Minister of Agriculture, and all protocols of observed. My colleagues, good morning. Yeah, I have a presentation on maize productivity growth, addressing uncertainties for further growth. I'm going to be making a presentation on maize, and I know the previous speakers have mentioned a few facts about maize. We know maize is a major food crop in Kenya. I know there have been efforts to demaize Kenya, but I think it's still a very important food crop in Kenya that is very important for most of our households. So, but I think the most important thing is not really demaize in Kenya, is finding alternative foods, as mentioned by Professor Nancy Mungai, our able lecturer from Egerton University. It's not moving. Does somebody have? Oh yeah, thanks. Yeah, so I have an outline. I'm going to talk about, I'll give an introduction, and I'm going to talk about factors influencing maize production, and I'll talk about the adoption of improved maize varieties. I'll also talk briefly about a major important input, which is fertilizer. I'll also talk about farm size structure, which is actually affecting maize production in Kenya, briefly. And then I'll go to maize productivity and production trends for the last about 30 or 40 years, actually since independence. And then I'll go to opportunities and potential for growth what are we supposed to do to improve maize production in Kenya? And then finally, I'll give some conclusions and recommendations. In terms of introduction, as I've said, is that maize is a very important food crop in Kenya. And myself personally, I've worked in maize for a very long time. I think for more than 30 years, looking at maize, looking at food crops and maize as a major important food crop. And until 2 months ago, I was working in Agricultural Mechanization Research Institute, but lately I've been taken to Agricultural Arid Rangelands Research Institute, which is a major area if we are to increase food production in this country. So we know that maize is very, very important in Kenya, and it's an important food crop for our country. It contributes significantly to income generation for rural households with a high per capita consumption. Actually, our per capita consumption is more than 100 kilograms per person per year. If you compare with major maize producing regions like Mexico, we are very close to them in terms of per capita. It's one of the highest in Africa. And maize accounts for about 56% or more than half of the land under crops is actually cultivated, is under maize. And we have about 3.5 million small-scale farmers in Kenya who are engaged in maize production. So almost all our households, more than 90%, are producing maize in Kenya. Thank you. On average, we have about 1.3 million hectares under maize, with an annual production ranging between 26 million bags to about 47 million bags. And if you look at the consumption, our consumption is actually about 50 million bags, and our population is about 50 million. And our consumption, our per capita consumption is about 100 kilos or 90 kilogram bag. So we need to be feeding about 50 million people, but we have a deficit. And that's one of the major challenges that we have in maize. We have a big deficit. So despite the centrality of maize in Kenya, there are still quite a number of challenges that we are facing in maize as a country for the last several decades, and we've been trending towards actually deficits. We've never overproduced our maize. We've never produced beyond our consumption levels. So we've been tending towards a structured maize deficit for a very long time. And there are quite a number of challenges that occur. The reason why we have those challenges, the reason why we have that deficit, there are quite a number of challenges. And some of those challenges, which I'm calling factors influencing maize productivity in Kenya, are quite a number of them. One of them, I think, has been mentioned by the peers, and that's the issue of climate change. And this climate change brings in several issues. One, it introduces a number of issues like pests, insects, and also drought, and also floods at equal measure. So that is the biggest challenge we have currently. And the other factor is the quality and high cost of our inputs. We have high production costs of the inputs, and I think this was mentioned by the peers. And then we have our farmers for a long time have been using suboptimal agronomic packages. Research has produced a number of good agronomic packages, which if our farmers are able to use, they're going to reduce that deficit. But they are not using those agronomic packages as recommended. And that's one of the biggest challenges. And then we also have a big problem of limited utilization of maize. Maize is nutritious, but the problem is that we have limited utilization of maize. If I ask each one of us in this room to count the number of uses that we use for maize, we normally don't count more than 10. We just talk about ugali. We just talk about porridge. We just talk about kideri. But if you go to countries who imported maize to us, they're using maize in several different ways. Like if you go to Mexico, they're using maize in more than 300 ways. They have 300 different products of maize. And I think that's where we need to move to in terms of our maize production. So what they do is that they use a technology called nixtamalization. That's cooking maize in lime. And when they do that, they're able to produce different types of products from maize. And from the maize plant alone, there are more than 600 uses. So I think that's where we need to move to, instead of just talking about eating maize as ugali and githeri. And then we have a problem of low use of mechanization technologies. I think this is a major factor because we've done some studies. I mentioned that I've been at the Agricultural Mechanization Research Institute for quite some time, since it was established. We've done a number of studies on agricultural mechanization, and we have found out that although agricultural mechanization is a major input in production of our crops, it's still very low in Kenya. And I think that's an area that we need to move to. For example, for maize, if you look at the use of maize, mechanization in maize is still very low. It's below most of the time, 20% overall. But then it's very high at land preparation, but as you move along the value chain, it reduces to less than 20%. And that's a major thing that we need to work on. For sorghum, for example, mechanization index for sorghum is about 0.18. And yet we know mechanization increases productivity, it improves efficiency, and it also reduces drudgery. But then mechanization is still very low. But we know the government has put in a lot of efforts, including introducing agricultural mechanization research institute to address the issue of mechanization. And then we have a problem of low market value for our grains. We know the problem of pricing in this country. I think that's a major uncertainty that we need to address, probably even through policy. And then we have a big problem of land demarcation into small and economic units. I'm going to present a table on how our land has been reducing our land has been reducing for the last about 10 years. And it's really amazing. Where we are moving to is not really very good. In terms of adoption of improved maize varieties, of course, for the varieties that we produce, for it to be helpful to the country and to the farmers, they have to be adopted and they have to be used. For maize, we have about 6 maize agroecological zones, ranging from the coastal lowlands up to the highlands or the high tropics of the high potential areas that was mentioned by the PS. But if you look at the adoption of these maize varieties in these regions, in the lower areas, coastal lowlands, the dry mid-altitude, the dry transitional, and the moist mid-altitude, adoption levels are still very low, except for the moist transitional and also the high tropics, where adoption levels are quite high. But then you just don't look at adoption of these varieties without looking at the intensity. The first one was adoption of those varieties, and then we have the intensity of adoption of those varieties. So the question is, even if farmers are using, how intensive are they using these varieties for it to be useful to the farmers? So again, it follows the same trend with the adoption of our maize varieties, of our improved maize varieties. Now, in terms of application rates of fertilizer, which is a major input, if you look at across the 6 agroecological zones, the 3 from coastal lowlands up to the moist transitional, the adoption levels are quite low, except for the high tropics. And yet these are very important input. Even if you compare Kenya and Africa or the other world, our use of these inputs is still very low, lower than what we recommend. Of course, we recommend about 50 or 70 kilos per acre, but our farmers are still using less than that. So you cannot get the maximum productivity from the maize. Now, in terms of farm size structure in Kenya, if you look at that farm size, and by the way, I would like to acknowledge, if you go back to, sorry, if you go, yes. Yeah. Thank you. So if you look at the adoption levels, those adoption levels for our improved maize varieties and also for fertilizer, I would like to acknowledge that some of this data we received from some of our colleagues who are working with CIMMYT, Hugo de Groote, who has given us a lot of information and is actually in this room. We really appreciate that. So I'm about to finish, Chair. So look at the farm size structure. If you look at the farm size structure, look at the small scale farmers from 5 to 10 acres, and look at the way it has been changing since 1994. So look at the change of land use from since 1994 until now. The change has been 55%. So the land under maize, the land demarcation actually has been reducing, and that's a major impact on the production for our food crops. And then if you look at the productivity growth, the trends, population growth rate index is increasing faster than production indices, and per capita production index is actually on the decline for maize production. So what we need to do is to increase production per resource investment on land, capital, and labor. Just to emphasize, if you look at the production trends, it has been cyclic. Sometimes it increases, sometimes it reduces. So since 2015, it has actually been reducing. Sometimes it increases, sometimes it reduces. But from 2019, it's been going down for maize production. So what can we do? What are some of the opportunities and potential for growth? One, probably we need to increase acreage under maize by moving to the arid areas. We also need to increase productivity, yield per hectare, and adopt climate smart technologies, use of stress-resistant varieties, which we have. We also need use of high-yielding varieties. We need to phase out the older varieties because our farmers are still using the older varieties. And we need to address the problem of land subdivision, probably through policy. This is an opportunity to reduce, to increase production. And then again, we need to enhance smallholder commercialization to expand maize productivity and marketed surplus. Also, we need to upgrade our infrastructure in remote rural areas. And maize innovation platforms are very important platforms that can help in increasing adoption of our improved technologies. And in conclusion, we have several factors that we've mentioned that depress maize subsector in Kenya. Some of those factors are low use of improved technologies, biotic and abiotic stresses, which we've mentioned, and also inconsistent and knee-jerk policy interventions that we probably will need to address. So as a result of this, we need to design novel ways to promote the use of improved maize technologies, particularly high-yielding varieties or climate-smart technologies, appropriate agricultural mechanization technologies, and also policy interventions in these particular areas. One, on land subdivision, on mechanization, on input-output pricing, which has a lot of uncertainties, and also land use, irrigation, and promotion of innovation platform for technology adoption. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Charles. May I kindly remind the presenters, you only have 10 minutes. So you probably need to relook at your slides. I know you have spent a lot of time to gather important information for us, but we have to share it within the given time. So you do have exactly 10 minutes, real 10 minutes. And so now I would like to bring to the microphone John Olwande, research fellow from Tegemeo Institute of Agriculture, which is under Egerton University, to really focus on agricultural inputs and three things: affordability, availability, and adoption. Welcome very much, John. You could use. Do we have the pointer?
Thank you very much. As you've been told, my name is John Olwande. I'm a research fellow at Tegemeo Institute of Egerton University. And my presentation is structured around availability, affordability, and adoption of agricultural inputs. And as we know, we have very many agricultural inputs, but I'm going to focus on just a few. That is fertilizer, seeds, pesticides, and then look at the policy implications based on what we will have discussed. Inputs are a critical component of the food system because they really contribute to the productivity dimension of the food system. Kenya has achieved quite significant progress in the use of agricultural inputs over time, but still there are some challenges that touch on quality and access to inputs by majority of farmers. And these are related to limited supply of the needed agricultural inputs and high cost. So let me start with the fertilizer, as I have mentioned. Looking at availability of fertilizer in the country, we have made quite some progress just by looking at how fertilizer has been available to farmers when they need them. And since 3 decades ago, we have seen consistent increase in the importation of fertilizers because most of the fertilizers that we use in the country are imported. So we have seen increased imports of fertilizers. We have seen a growing network of private traders in fertilizers, including importers, including agro-dealers. And currently we have about 8,000 agro-dealers, but about 5,611 are the ones that are registered. We have also seen reduced average distance traveled by households to reach fertilizer shops. Mbeo Institute's data show that the distance traveled by households decreased from 8 kilometers in 1997 to about 3.4 kilometers in 2010. And we have also seen local blending of fertilizers increasing in the country. In terms of fertilizer affordability and prices, we have seen 2 episodes of skyrocketing prices of fertilizer in the country. That was in 2008 and 2022. And these points in time coincide with the global increase in fertilizer prices. And because of the 2008 increase in fertilizer prices, we saw the government come up with subsidies to make fertilizers affordable to farmers. Before that, or just a year prior to the 2008, there was a targeted subsidy through the National Agricultural Input Access Program. And then later on, we have the e-voucher program that is being targeted to some particular farmers that are high needs in terms of access to agricultural inputs. And we have also seen subsidies, targeted subsidies, non-targeted subsidy rather by the government since that 2008, where the objective was to make fertilizer affordable to as many farmers as possible. And between 2008 and 2019, the government subsidized about 21% of the total fertilizer that was consumed in the country. County governments have also continued to provide subsidies. Some county governments have provided fertilizer subsidies to their farmers, all in a bid to make fertilizer more affordable to the farmers. In terms of use, as we have seen, imports have increased. Fertilizer adoption or use has also increased. And in aggregate terms, we see that in the last 3 decades, there has been consistent increase in fertilizer consumption. And these increase in fertilizer consumption can be traced back to the efforts that have been put in the fertilizer sector by government providing subsidies, government investing in transport infrastructure, and also policy reforms that have supported private investment in fertilizer sector. Maize has been the major consumer of fertilizer in the country at 45% of all the fertilizer that we consume in the country. And tea comes second and flowers come third. So when you look at this maize here, 45% of the fertilizer use goes to maize. So that reinforces the importance of maize, even in terms of the input use. And in terms of farm level fertilizer adoption, we haven't seen appreciable increase in the proportion of farmers that are using fertilizer. It is still below 80%, but it has fluctuated between 65% and 75% in the last about 15 years. But when we look at the application rate, we are still below 100 kilogram per hectare in aggregate. And we know that in the Abuja 2006 declaration, the objective was to increase fertilizer use on the continent in terms of nutrients to about 50 kilograms per hectare. So we are still below that when we look at the nutrient levels. But we asked farmers in one of the surveys that we were doing at Mbeo, farmers that didn't use fertilizer, and we asked them why they did not use fertilizer. What we found out was that 48% of those said that fertilizer was unaffordable. So even though subsidies are out there, and there are agro dealers selling fertilizer, there are some farmers that still cannot be able to afford that fertilizers. So the question is, how can these farmers be targeted? Let's look at seed. Very important. Kenya has two seed systems, the formal and the informal. And the formal sector regulates production, certification, and sale of seeds, and based on standards that have been set. While in the informal sector, there are no standards and there are no regulations for production and sale of seed. But it is this informal sector that supplies 78% of the seed needs of the country. So there is need to ensure that there's supply of quality seed for majority of crops, because that seems to be a challenge because most of the seeds come from the informal sector. But what comes out is that access to data on the performance of this informal seed sector is also a challenge because there is no organized central place where the activities of this sector is being monitored. And now talking about the formal seed sector, maize again has the lion's share of the formal seed system, and majority of the registered seed companies are engaged in the production of maize seed. And from the research that was done by the Africa Seed Access Index 2022 shows that sales of certified maize seed has been on the rise and is way above the sale of certified seeds for other crops. In terms of prices, we haven't seen a lot of variations in the prices of certified seeds for maize, beans, cowpea, sorghum over time. And this is mainly because these certified seeds are produced domestically. So the international price spikes do not affect much the local seed prices. So there is some stability in the prices of seeds in the country. But for some crops, for example, Irish potato, the prices are quite high, and also the availability of seed is not, of certified seed is a challenge to many farmers. Let's look lastly at pesticides, which are also very critical for plant protection, especially now that we have increasing incidences of pests and diseases because of climate change. Increased transboundary trade that might make countries with lax regulations being risk to others, and also migratory pests, for example, the locusts, which we have experienced in the country in the past year. Kenya imports about 90% of the pesticides that we use. And over time, since 2010 to 2019, we have seen some increase in pesticide importation into the country. Yes. What we noted is that there is there's little data on pesticide use per hectare, although the data that is available shows that Kenya's use of pesticides is still quite low. And this is mainly because majority of farmers are subsistence and they are not commercially oriented. Again, the farmers are majorly smallholders. So what are the policy implications for these trends that we have seen here? Yes, we have achieved impressive growth in fertilizer use during the time that we didn't have government subsidies, but even that government subsidy is not so much. So the gains that Kenya has made in expanding the private sector trade in fertilizer should be sustained, because that is where sustainability of agro-input supply lies. And therefore, the government also should consider partnering with the private agro-dealers in the distribution of the subsidized fertilizer that it is currently offering, because that will actually support the distributional networks that are already there, and also support the SMEs that are in that particular space. Reliance on imports for most of the fertilizer means greater vulnerability to instability in global fertilizer prices. Therefore, domestic fertilizer blending should be encouraged, and support for demand for those blended fertilizers needs to be enhanced. We need also to pay great attention to improved soil health for increased efficiency and profitability of fertilizer use. I have only 2 slides and I'll be done. The second last slide. The informal seed sector is important, and there is need therefore to consider investing in research and development for the seeds that is coming from that sector, so that we can improve availability of quality seeds to majority of the farmers. Lastly, currently our use of pesticides is low, but with increased commercialization and increased incidences of pests and diseases, we will probably need to find ways of managing those incidences. And therefore, we really need to think about how we balance between increasing productivity and safe use of pesticides. And these include developing and adoption of varieties that are resistant to pests and diseases, encouraging integrated pest and disease management practices, climate smart crop production and practices, and of course, crop rotation and biological control of vectors. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, John, for being precise on affordability, availability, and adoption of seeds, fertilizer, and the pesticides. I did notice that on the website of the International Food Policy Research Institute, they did include a very important component of food systems, and that is preparation of foods, consumption, and disposal. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like us to take a tea and coffee break for 20 minutes before we come back, so that we can support that level of food systems. And meanwhile, the presenters who are still remaining, you will reorganize your slides so that you are effectively able to manage the 10 minutes. Tea and coffee is served downstairs. And so may I invite you for the break? Just 20 minutes. And I encourage, if you could even come into the room with your tea or coffee, that does not harm. So we will be back exactly at noon. Thank you very much. And amazing, yeah, very interesting. And after Charles, we did have John, who very well talked about the agricultural inputs, that is the seed, that is the fertilizer and the pesticide in terms of affordability, availability, and adoption. And now we are going to the next presentation, a very interesting one, on improving post-harvest management systems, the social, economic, and environmental gains. And Professor Jen Ambuko from the University of Nairobi is going to take us through this. We have already agreed with Professor that she's taking 8 minutes. I donated 2 minutes to her to make it 10.
No, we said 10, we donate 2. Right, so good after break, everybody. I hope you have some more energy after your break. So the topic I'm going to talk about is usually one that is usually not talked about so much, what we do with the food after harvesting. So at the end of the day, we can produce all we want, but if we do not save the harvest, manage the harvest, then we have a problem. So that will be the topic of I will not put the outline, I'll just highlight saving time, right? So we lose so much food. I don't know if anybody can give me a guess of how much food we waste. What figures do you hear out there? How much do we waste? Lose or waste, there's a difference, but what figures do you have? What do you hear? Have you heard? Sorry? 30 to 50, 40. Anybody else? Yes. Do you have any farmers in the house? Yes. So 40 to 50%, that is what we lose. Yeah. But the data that we have, the most recent, I know for a long time, we've been quoting 30%, which is the FAO report of 2011, but this is the most recent report. The FAO report of 2019 puts the food loss, which is what happens. I will not have time to define the words that we use. Food loss is what happens until retail. That is put at 14%. Then after retail, which is from retail to consumption, the losses are estimated to be about 17%. So put together, it still comes to the 31% or thereabouts. You know, that is a simple adding, but I was told it's not that easy. Then when you disaggregate from retail to consumption, yes, this is where it happens. Like in 2019, 2020, when this UNEP report was done, 931 million metric tons of food was wasted. And most of it is happening where? At the household. Okay. That is important because it then determines what kind of interventions you need to do to reduce the wastage. So what you have there, the figures you've quoted, you can see the disconnect between what you think is the losses and what is reported. So why do we have this disconnect? Because we're talking about so much more, but what is reported is less. Why? Because we have a serious challenge with data. Okay. The reports that you've seen, the food waste loss report, the food waste report is actually based on estimates. Okay. So I queried, the first time I saw this report, I queried and told you, see, there isn't reliable data out there. Yes, we collect data, but how do we collect that data? So there's data, but it's not reliable, it's not replicable. So that's why it's not reported. So that's why you are talking about 40, 50%, but officially we're talking about 14% and 17%. So there is a problem. We need to address the data gaps. I will not go into this, how we'll do it, but this is a strategy that has been floated on how we're going to address the data gaps. So because of time, I won't go to that because you must actually address the data gaps because we can't be floating these imaginary figures, but we can't back them with evidence. So data gaps is a serious challenge. Then there's the causes. So we lose so much food. Why do we lose it? Yes, again, that is a whole discussion. But the only highlight I'm going to put for this is when we look at food loss and waste and look at the causes, often we go at spot, we say it is at the farm level, or we say it's at the retail level. Yes, but we have to look at the supply chain as interrelated steps. Sometimes the losses you see at the retail stage is because of actions at the farm level. Okay, so when sometimes we miss the target because we go to retail and think we're losing so much at retail, but we're not understanding why are we losing so much at the retail, or we think it's at the farm. When you see produce left at the farm, why is it left there? There's a reason. It could be because at the retail, they need a certain quality which the farmer can't produce. So we say you have to look at it as an interrelated, it's like a conveyor belt. So everybody has to do their bit because each person's action or lack of action affects the whole chain. Okay, so that is the only key thing I'm going to say about causes, but there are many causes as highlighted there. So why does it matter? Yes, why does it matter? It matters for food and nutrition security, right? Because we know that people actually, and I think the previous speakers have talked about the fact that people actually starving. People in Kenya are hungry. How many people in Kenya are hungry today? Yeah, how many people are hungry in Kenya today? We know the figures. How many people? The media is always telling us 6 million, 5 million Kenyans are hungry, right? Globally, you're talking about upwards of 800 million people are hungry or malnourished, yes? So the food that goes to waste could actually feed, this is now FAO stats, that the food that goes to waste could feed upwards of 1.6 billion people. So it's about redistribution, okay? It's not that simple, but the food that goes to waste could actually feed people who are hungry, okay? Again, post-harvest management, we talk about issues, food safety, healthy diets, yes? Why are people not eating enough fruits and vegetables in Nairobi? Do you know how much you need to eat of fruits and vegetables per day? Do we know? We're scientists here. Do we know how much you need to eat per day? Oh, come on. You don't know? Yes? Yes, it's 5 a day, but actually it's 400, 5 a day of 80 grams. It's 400 grams of fruits and vegetables per day. How many of us are eating that? Okay, guys in this room can't probably afford that 5 a day. But most people, especially urban population, cannot afford, partly because it's pretty expensive. Fruits and vegetables in Nairobi are so expensive. If you're living as a casual, when you're looking for that little money you earn, what do you think about? The calories. You got to put ugali on the table, right? You don't think about fruits and because they're pretty expensive. And it's not that they should be that expensive. It's a lot to do with inefficiencies, post-harvest losses. In fruits and vegetables, somebody said, we talk about 40 to 50%. That loss is actually factored in the pricing. Yes, it factored in the pricing. When you buy a mango fruit, for example, for 100 shillings, it doesn't cost that much. It shouldn't. But because of inefficiencies in the supply chain, that's why we pay so much. So food loss and waste is an environment issue. Yes. When we lose food, it's not just the food we're losing. We're also losing the resources that are used to produce that. It's the water. Yes. The land. Actually, there's a clip that we all usually play to say how much water we're wasting by wasting food. How much land equivalent is that food? They say the land footprint, the carbon footprint, yes, the water footprint, yes. So when you lose food, it's not just food, it's also plus everything else that went into producing it, getting it to your table. All that is wasted, right? So on top of that, when food ends in the landfill, like the one you can see there, it also contributes. You're talking about climate change, the greenhouse gases, 8 to 10% is associated with food loss and waste. Okay, so we're not just, stretching the limited production resources, but also contributed to climate change, making what is already bad worse as it is. Okay, they say if food waste itself was a country, it would be the 3rd highest polluter after China and the US. That is not my language. This is FAO stats. Okay, so we're saying food loss and waste contributes negatively to the environment. This is economics of food loss and waste. When you lose food, again, it's not just a production resource, it's money. Somebody yesterday was telling me, can people actually picture this? It's like you buy a sack of maize and take 30% of it, like pour it in the river or in the garbage bin. We got to understand, it's money we're losing. Yes, even in your household, when you have food and you throw some of it in the garbage bin, it's money you're losing. So it's money. This figure I'm putting in there, it's not just money. It says estimated $1 trillion is the value of the food we waste or lose annually. But for farmers, what does it mean? It's loss in. Yes. Today, mango season just ended. We were buying mango for like 5 shillings a piece at the farm gate. The same is retailing for so much more in Nairobi. Yes. So when farmers get so little, because when you ask why the difference, they say it's because of the losses that happen along the chain. Okay. So we have some food loss and waste reduction efforts. We have targets. I had before in the previous session, we talked about the SDGs. This SDG 12 on responsible production and consumption. We have targets to reduce losses, actually to halve the losses by the year 2030. Cascaded to the African Union of African continent, we have targeted to halve these losses by the year 2025. That is 3 years. Is it 2 years from now? And in the previous government, actually, we adopted this and said, you know what, we want to reduce the losses to 15% by the year 2022. That was last year. If we achieve that target, I do not know. Okay. So we have those targets. And because we need to address these losses, we are actually developing a strategy. The PS was here. I was going to he's actually appointed a task team, a national task team. Can you imagine with all these issues about food loss and its impact, we do not have a strategy or a direct policy for food loss and waste reduction. So is when it is being developed and is guided by challenges that were identified by the African Union Commission that is affecting the efforts towards food loss and waste reduction in the African continent. So the current strategy that is under development is actually being supported by FAO. Of course, government is involved. We have a private sector actors involved there, research and academia and development partners and others. So it's based on those 5 pillars. I will not read them, but it is something that is calling for the strategy will be developed, but there's a place for everybody to engage in the efforts to reduce food loss and waste. So that strategy is guided by these are categories of solutions to reduce food loss and waste. They're there as highlighted by this high-level panel of experts report is about technologies, of good practices, capacity building, yes, coordination in the chain, behavior change, right? Investment and coordination of policies that are there. So we have actually our team from the University of Nairobi, supported by Rockefeller Foundation. We try to take some of those recommendations and working on this strategy, which is the yield-based strategy, food loss and waste reduction. We're talking about how do we make technologies accessible to the farmers? How do we link farmers to the market? Because farmers say, you know what, if there's no market, why will I invest in the technology? But we also need to ensure that they can afford this technology. So financing that, but also organizing farmers in groups so that they are able to either access the technologies or even access market as a group. So I'll skip that, what we've done with the mango value chain. But this is just a summary of what you call the food waste hierarchy. Yes, the food waste hierarchy. So first and foremost, I don't know if anybody has seen it, we want to do whatever it takes to prevent the losses. Okay, we want, if we can't prevent the losses, the food can't be redistributed to feed people. Like you had, food that is wasted can feed starving people. Yes, it can also, if it's not too unsafe, it can be used in feed, it can be recycled. The last place you want your food is in the garbage bin. That is the last place, even at your table there, the last place you want your food is here. But for us to do this, I was at the table when I came in the morning and I talked to a colleague from Agro who said that, you know, there are food banks in this country. I don't know if you people know we have food banks. There are churches operating food banks, institutions operating food banks, but they're not guided by any policy, right? They're just doing it ad hoc. How about policies that would support all this, especially the redistribution part? I'm very passionate about that because I see people are doing it, but just ad hoc. We need support, a policy that will support that. So in conclusion, yes, is we need to know that food loss and waste, we can produce all we want, but we really must say, save the harvest. We must just protect what we harvested using the limited resources. So it's an integral part of sustainable food systems, and we all have a role to play. We all, as government, as researchers, as civil society, we all have a role to play, and it's concerted effort of all of us, because all of us have a role to play in, whether you government, whether you all have a role to play. And one of the things I have said, if we are going to today, if I'm going to tell the CS that we really need to put money in food loss and waste reduction, we need evidence, we need data. We can't just be quoting estimates. Yes. So for me, every place I go, they ask me, but how much are we losing? Like based on the FAO report. Yes. So we need to, as a matter of priority, address this data gap. Then we can talk with confidence. If I go to the Ministry of, to the CS of Environment, I can have evidence to say, hey, this is how much food loss and waste is contributed to climate change. So give us money to do ABCD. Okay. So we need that data. For me, that is a place that we have. We have work going, but it's not well coordinated. There's no data. There's poor coordination actions that are going on. Thank you for giving me some.
Thank you very much, Prof. A round of applause to Professor Jane. She has really tried, trainers have a lot of information, and I did say that even researchers to disseminate, to share, but we have constrained them to 10 minutes. I don't feel like it's not enough. Whatever you are sharing is basically to trigger our minds to action. And so thank you. Let's prevent, let's recycle, let's recover, and let's dispose appropriately. And our second last presentation is from Michael Kennan, who is coming to speak to us about knowledge transfer. That is building capacity through extension and digital services. Welcome very much, Michael.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll try to keep it to 10 minutes. So my name is Michael Keenan. I'm an associate research fellow at IFPRI based here in Nairobi. And I'm here today to talk about knowledge transfer, specifically through the lens of digital services. Oh, I have it. So when we talk about knowledge transfer, I think it's important to talk about the context that we do knowledge transfer within. So knowledge is not equal to capacity. Capacity builds upon knowledge by offering actionable solutions for people to act upon their knowledge and improve their situations. And one thing that digital technologies have the ability to do is combine actionable solutions with knowledge transfer. And this is well recognized within Kenyan policy. Flagship 8 of the agricultural sector growth and transformation strategy addresses the need for data. It's well ingrained within some of the value chain development programs running in the country. And as the so-called Silicon Savannah, Kenya is well placed to be a leader in driving these digital services for development. But the thing is we don't have a lot of evidence on how well these digital technologies work because they're quite new. So we haven't had a lot of time. And our research abilities to deal with this fast-paced environment may be inadequate. But this is something that we're working on, and the goal of this presentation is to show what is a framework that we can use for thinking about knowledge transfer within the context of value chain development, and specifically highlight that role of extension and building capacity, and then to show how research can take advantage of this opportunity to drive policy. What have I done? Oh, sorry. And I want to talk about this under the context of demazing Kenya. So the example of a farmer who has 2 cropping seasons and they grow maize both of the years. Now, let's say this farmer learns from Colro's technologies, innovations, and management practices that they can grow green grams for one of these seasons. So what needs to be in place, now the farmer has knowledge, what needs to be in place for that knowledge to transfer to adoption? And so this is where digitally enabled value chain development can come in. So as Professor Jane was just discussing about having the conveyor belt of the supply chain, I will show the same concept in a slightly different figure. So if you're going to switch from green gram or from maize to green grams, what's the first thing that you might do? Well, you might go out and say, well, is there even a market for this? Is there demand? Can I find a buyer? If there's not, you're going to end up growing maize again because you don't want to get stuck with a bunch of green grams at the end of the season. You'd rather eat maize. And the next thing you might do is say, okay, well, can I find a certified seed distributor, provider for my green grams? So you go out to town, you pay bus fare, you look around. Maybe you find, maybe you don't. In either case, it's expensive to search, and that's going to be a barrier for a lot of people. And so if any of these parts of the conveyor belt are broken, the whole system crashes down, and the farmer is going to be stuck with the same cropping practices that they've done for the last decades. On top of this, even if you find a certified seed provider and you have secured your market, well, maybe you don't have money. Maybe you don't have cash to actually buy the seeds, which is where finance comes in. And we talk a lot about finance at the farmer level. How do we unlock finance for smallholder farmers? And what we don't talk a lot about is finance at other levels of the supply chain. How do we unlock finance for input providers? What about aggregators? Actually, to run a green gram aggregation business, you're going to need a lot of cash because it's based on scale, right? And so one of the things that finance providers have trouble with is, well, how do I credit score a farmer? How do I credit score an aggregator, especially a new business, right? And this is based off of knowledge sharing, right? So how can we leverage data to not only think about knowledge sharing in terms of top-down approaches, teaching people practices and building capacity, but also getting data from the food system to the relevant actors, such as finance providers, so that they can de-risk their investments and promote businesses. And the thing with digital technologies is they have a unique ability to do this, because now if I have a digital technology that puts input providers, puts aggregators, and puts financiers all onto one app with the touch of the button, I, in theory, if it works well, I can locate all of these missing elements of the market, and I don't have to leave my farm to be able to make that switch from maize to green grams. So that's the unique opportunity that digital has to offer. Now, it still requires knowledge, right? So you still have to know green grams are good for me because they have nitrogen fixation properties. They can help rejuvenate my soil. They have good nutrition capacity, and there is some sort of demand out there. And how do we do that? There's two prevailing models that we can think of. Direct-to-farmer models that look at sending SMS advisory alerts, maybe using smartphone applications directly reach the farmers. And then our mediated models, which are going to use an agent who stands between the farmer and the technology to help facilitate that transfer of knowledge to the farmer. And these agents can also facilitate knowledge transfers from the farmer to the other business actors. And so some of the things that we need to think about in these models are, one, inclusion, right? So in the direct-to-farmer models, they're limited. They might be limited to people who have phones. They might be limited to people who are digitally literate. And of course, this happens a lot. This can exclude small-scale farmers, marginalized communities, and particularly women who have smaller smartphone ownership. But the benefit of the direct-to-farmer models is they can scale easily. Once the upfront cost is covered, sending out an extra SMS message is not so difficult. But we might need that human touch point to really drive home adoption for the farmer. So yeah, one of the things we haven't seen is cost-benefit analysis on this, and this is where research can really come in, is which model is better. Maybe I can go direct to the farmer and it's cheaper, but to the benefits of having an agent and paying for that agent more than make up for the costs of a more expensive model. And so the other thing that we're seeing is, just like with the finance, capacity building and extension should not just be at the farm level. Other agents within the system need capacity, right? So rural entrepreneurs need to build capacity. They have trouble creating business plans and marketing survey and marketing plans. This is something that we've seen in some surveys of rural entrepreneurs that we're running right now. And so, yeah, so we should also think about TVETs and entrepreneurship trainings as enhancing the agribusiness capabilities as well as agronomic training. Okay, so where does research come into this? Digital technologies have a unique feature to them that other interventions in the food system don't have. Data is created at every single point with a digital application. So every time a transaction is made through a digital platform, data is created. Every time a farmer accesses content on a smartphone, data is created. Every time someone downloads a Callroad TIMPS or calls the Callroad call center for help, data is created. So we hear a lot about data generation and the need for more data and research. Well, digital technologies are one opportunity that can really help us propel forward and get a fuller picture of the food system. And so research can really support not just in showing what's working, but also at the policy design stage, building frameworks and models and doing foresight and predictive analysis. Also during the implementation stage of research, there's numerous decisions that policymakers have to make. How do I deliver this method? How do I design this application? And what research can do is help A/B test and test different ways of implementation while the policy is being implemented. As such, we don't have to wait 5 years for an evaluation to give evidence to whether our policies work. Finally, because of all of this data that's being continuously generated in the food system, this offers us an opportunity to not do away with, but to bolster our data collection activities. We aren't purely reliant on baseline end-line surveys, which are very expensive, time-consuming. We can actually monitor what's going on in real-time basis, which is a huge benefit to research. And this is my last slide. So one of the things that we've talked about, and this is reiterating some of Clemens's points from the introduction this morning, is how do we create this evidence policy base? So now we have more data points coming in, but research really needs to adapt to the policy environment. So I like to call it the 3 R's of effective research. It has to be relevant. It has to be in line with something that's actually demanded from policymakers or the private sector. It has to be rigorous. It has to use state-of-the-art methods. And it has to be rapid. It has to be done in a timely manner. And we do have the ability to do that now because we're getting data on a continuous basis. And policy can really support in letting us know what's important throughout the policy cycles. What are the issues during policy design? What are the issues during implementation? How can we address that? How can we better align? Also, the public sector can help in facilitating data sharing. So the public sector is sitting on a lot of data, the private sector is sitting on a lot of data, and academia and research are generating a lot of data. These 3 groups are not always talking to each other, and someone needs to come in and broker these relationships for data sharing, which could really, and this is a role that the public sector could step up in. And to do that, there also needs to be smart data regulation frameworks. How do data privacy work? And how will this data sharing look like? What are the regulations around this? And finally, investing in human capital. So this is not only on the farm, not only off the farm, but also in the development of ICT technologies themselves, leveraging these high-skilled youth for better jobs in software engineering, computer programming, which can help decrease even like brain drains, which is something that's affecting Kenya well beyond the food sector. So yeah, thank you so much for your time. I hope that I stayed to 10 minutes.
Thank you very much, Ken. Yes, you did. Thank you. I know the pressure for time is there, but thank you for sharing. That is an opportunity, capacity building through the digital services. Thank you very much. Kindly take your seat. And lastly, de-risking agriculture through crop insurance. Again, from the Institute, we have Barbara Kramer, Senior Research Fellow. Please take the stage.
Thank you. Yes, so this morning, we've already talked about climate change. And we have a clicker here. So I'll be talking about a solution that could potentially help farmers adapt to climate change and better manage the increasing frequency at which droughts are occurring. Sorry, I've been sick and just recovering from a cold, so my voice is a little bit off. Yeah, we've talked about climate change can help farmers adapt to, we need innovations to help smallholder farmers adapt to climate change and manage those increasing frequencies at which droughts and other climatic stressors occur. And agriculture insurance is one of those tools. Now, agriculture insurance can help adapt to climate change in two ways. First of all, exposed when shocks are occurring, it can help farmers cope with shocks, provide insurance payouts that they can use to reinvest in subsequent seasons, maybe buy better seeds for the next season, and prevent having to sell off their land, other costly coping strategies that they might use, for instance, cutting down on food consumption, things like that. But also, and very importantly, and that's what I will be talking about more in this presentation, is insurance also helps de-risk investments that farmers need to make in their farms. And so, for instance, a risk-averse farmer, when exposed to a lot of drought risk, when there's a high chance that crops might get damaged by drought, maybe the farmer doesn't want to invest a lot of money in fertilizer or better seeds that could, potentially give you higher productivity and give higher incomes. But there's also a very high chance that the farmer might lose that investment because of a drought or other stressor damaging the crops. And in addition, banks will be very hesitant to lend agriculture credit if the portfolio of farmers to whom they are lending is exposed to a lot of kind of covariate drought risk. If all these farmers are facing the same drought shocks, then there's a high chance that a lot of farmers at once won't be able to repay their loans. So agriculture insurance could help de-risk investments in agriculture and thereby help crowd in investments and increase productivity. But agriculture insurance, the devil is often in the details, we say. It's not easy to provide. If we're thinking of traditional insurance, like the one that you have for your car insurance, there's damage not due to your own fault. You get an insurance payout. Somebody comes and inspects the damage. Imagine doing that for thousands, millions of small scale farmers in very remote plots, having to inspect whether crops are damaged. That is just too much of a cost. And such insurance products just aren't economically viable. So they are very infrequently, you will see those kinds of products. And because of these challenges, other solutions have been designed. For instance, weather index-based insurance, whereby based on observed rainfall measures, insurance payouts can be triggered. Now, those products also suffer their challenges. One of them, the biggest one, is what we call basis risk, meaning that oftentimes the indices based on which insurance payouts are made are not perfectly correlated or not very well correlated with losses that farmers might face on their ground. So we might observe drought in one location based on rainfall, or we might assume that there's drought based on the index, but a farmer has actually not observed any visible crop damage due to that drought, or vice versa. Farmers might have drought damage, and the insurance payout just isn't, the insurance product just isn't triggering a payout because the index didn't pick up that there wasn't enough rainfall on that field. So that's what we call basis risk, and it's really a big problem in agriculture insurance. So what the study that I'm presenting today is doing is evaluating a new insurance approach, which we call picture-based insurance, whereby index insurance is combined with a settlement mechanism whereby farmers can send in images of their insured crops. And if there's damage visible in those images, if the farmer can provide evidence showing that they have visible damage to their crops, then that can trigger a payout. So trying to use digital technologies to bring us back to a traditional indemnity insurance model that, you know, we all have for our cars, and that really ties the event damage to an insurance payout. So I'll be talking about this innovation and the impacts that we're finding of this approach. So this approach, it starts with downloading a smartphone app that has specifically been designed for these purposes onto somebody's smartphone. This is often done by a lead farmer or a champion farmer who has been trained to do this for multiple farmers within a community. Then an image is being sent at the start of the season of the crops that and the plots that somebody wants to insure. So in that way, they're locking in the site that they are hoping to insure in order to prevent cheating further onwards. Then there is a request during key stages in the crop growth cycle to send in repeat images to document that the crop is growing well. And then when a farmer is experiencing damage, they can take close-up images of that damage. It gets sent to the insurance provider. Agricultural experts or agronomists will review the evidence and determine how much that farmer should be paid. And then payouts can be made into the farmer's M-Pesa account. So we're evaluating the impacts of this approach together with ACRE Africa, which is a private insurance broker working in the agricultural value chain, and Calro. And we're working in 7 counties, 3 counties in Upper Eastern, 2 counties in Lower Eastern, and 2 counties in Western. So kind of a spread of different climate conditions, agroecological zones. The crops that are being targeted include maize, sorghum, and green gram in the study that I'm focusing on now. But ACRE Africa and Calro have now also expanded the solution to cover beans as an important crop in the areas where we're working. So this was done by means of a cluster randomized trial. We had 160 villages that were randomized into 3 treatment arms. The first one was a picture-based insurance treatment arm where this innovation was offered. This new insurance product was available to farmers. Then we have what we call a sort of a placebo group in which ACRE Africa, with the support from Calro, were providing weather index-based insurance products that were based on rainfall indices measured from satellite remote sensing products. And then finally, there was a control group in which no insurance products were being offered, at least not at subsidized premiums. Now, within each of these 3 treatment arms, we also randomized whether the insurance product was linked with the provision of seeds of drought-tolerant varieties to test whether a more holistic or more complete risk management solution would work better than just providing insurance alone. Because by adopting seeds of drought-tolerant varieties, some of the risks, some of the drought risk can already be managed, and insurance is really meant to cover only the most extreme types of droughts. You wouldn't want to have an insurance product triggering a payout for every kind of minor or moderate drought that might be happening every 1 or 2 years. Insurance is meant to cover those more extreme events that might happen once every 4 or 5 years, but not the more moderate events. And within each village, we have 20 project farmers who were provided with an insurance product, and they were organized through champion farmers or lead farmers who were sending in the images for their fields, who were monitoring the crops on their behalf. So here's an overview of implementation timelines. We've been working on this since 2020 since the short rains of 2019, when we started with a pilot in Upper Eastern, then expanded into other counties. One thing to flag here is that actually not that many farmers have received insurance payouts. And this is also why I'm focusing in the presentation more on what are the more ex ante effects of insurance, the effects of de-risking on investments that farmers are making, because simply not that many insurance payouts were triggered over the course of the study periods. And also, if you're looking at the time that farmers had to wait for their payouts, oftentimes this was more than an entire season. So farmers were not able to use their insurance payouts to actually then invest in the subsequent season, losing money in one season and saying, okay, at least I can buy seeds again or fertilizer for the next season. So this is a big challenge in the provision of insurance, and including the insurance product that we were testing, that insurance payouts often just are too much delayed for them to really have an impact on effective coping strategies. So what did we find at Endline? First of all, we find that this insurance solution really significantly increased demand. We see that farmers who were offered weather index-based insurance, less than 20% of them were purchasing insurance later on. When farmers had been offered picture-based insurance, we see that this is much higher. And we see that that is the case, especially among female farmers. And this was to our surprise. We were a little bit worried that maybe a sort of more tech-savvy solution could be of less interest to women with less access to smartphones, but we actually find the opposite. And they felt that this was really a great innovation and they were very interested in adopting it. We also see that the impacts on demand are really driven by improved perceptions of product quality. So what to take away from this? We see increased take-up of insurance if bringing in this picture-based claim settlement mechanism. And it is really driven by improved perceptions of product quality. We also see increased investments in things such as fertilizer, other inputs, some of the things we talked about in earlier presentations. But we don't see very stark increases in agricultural productivity. And so we see farmers spending more, investing more in their farms, but it's not paying off in terms of much higher productivity. And if we would put together these numbers and look at profitability, we see that on average, either weather index-based insurance or picture-based insurance, they are not increasing farmers' profitability or their net incomes. And so with that, another question came up during the implementation, and that is that we saw quite a few farmers deciding not to plant at all because the rains just weren't good enough. Now, these farmers are foregoing income for an entire season, and oftentimes insurance products are tied to actually the decision to plant something. And farmers don't get insurance coverage if they are not planting anything. But the worst years are the years that farmers decide not to plant anything at all because there's just no rains or not a long enough period in the beginning of the season to plant. And so I think a really important question for this room, and also if there's policymakers in the room, a really important question is how to provide a social safety net in years that farmers choose not to plant, because existing insurance programs are not covering farmers who are not planting at all. So I think that's an important question for the audience here. A little bit on bundling with the drought-tolerant varieties. We actually see that the impacts on investments were only in the group where no drought-tolerant varieties were provided. So farmers see somehow there's some kind of substitution. So when we're thinking about insurance education, how to get this point across that you need both, that you need your better varieties for the moderate years, for the moderate risks, and then insurance for the more severe events, and that the two are not substitutes for one another. So that's an important area as well for insurance education. So let me wrap up here.
Yes, Baba.
In conclusion, so we're finding an increase in take-up, an increase in demand. We're also finding improved product perceptions. but we're not finding increases in profitability or in farmer incomes. And I think with that, an important conclusion here is that maybe these types of solutions lend themselves better for private sector investment rather than public funding to help subsidize these types of innovations. Now, an important question here, though, is for whom was the innovation more impactful than for others? Because we haven't talked here about farmer typologies. There might be different types of farmers within our sample that we need to look in more. And maybe for some groups of farmers, there were impacts. So that is something that we're still looking into. And then the final question is really how to speed up the farmer experience at the time of claim settlement, how to make sure that payouts are not being delayed, and also that farmers who do not plant at all, that they are still being covered, that there is a social safety net for them, because existing insurance solutions don't help them very much.
Thank you, Barbara. That is a very paramount point, the very last of payouts. Thank you. That's a new area in agriculture, de-risking through insurance. And that study is important for us to learn from. I'm so glad that we have finished the presentations, but now the time is up, so we won't ask you any questions. Are you okay with that? And we'll have only 3 questions, only 3. And questions, not comments. Not, I thought, no, questions. 3 from in-person audience, and we will have 2. So we have 1 here, 2, and the very last one. Yeah, we have only 2 questions. Thank you very much. We got 2. The last 2 hands that came up was an afterthought. Okay. Did you give up? Okay. 3.5. 3.5. Let's go.
Thank you very much. My name is Shadrach Agaki. I work for a member of parliament as a legislative and policy researcher. My question goes to, I think it's John. John, you talked about fertilizer. I would want to know if you could provide us, or if you have done a research on the profiles, or the soil profiles within the agroecological zones in the country. Then
just 1.
That's okay. Okay, others will talk.
So, John, the question is very clear whether you have done the research. Don't share the research. You could probably give him a link where he can get the information. But before you respond, the next question.
Yes, my name is Robert Kubai from the Eastern Africa Farmers Federation. Mine is for Beth and Dr. Luande, and this is on productivity. And the question is on our approach on how are we going to approach the issue of farmers still producing 2 bags per acre in almost all the regions except the North Rift, other parts of the country. We need a solution for that because that's a really troubling issue.
Thank you. That's for Bet. And lastly, yes. Kindly put your microphone on.
Is it working now?
Yeah.
Yes. Perfect. My name is Nancy Wangome, CEO Solvis Coaching Group. And my question goes to Charles Bett. My question is, what percentage of the whole arable land in this country does maize take up? So that do we have the whole percentage? How many hectares are we talking about? And of that, what percent is taken up by maize? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Our online audience, Joyce, are there questions? Okay. Oh, sorry, they have. Sorry, they have. Sorry, I'm sorry, sir.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paul Gamba. I'm a policy specialist. Very briefly, Baba, the key issue that we are facing is how do you translate some of the findings that you have in terms of the policy changes that are required? I can see the results very well and so on in terms of insurance and so on. But what are the policy implications that you find out? Are there any issues in the policy setup that needs to be adjusted in order to accommodate the PBI? Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much. So let's go, John.
Yes, there are soil maps that have been produced that shows the profile of soils in various parts of Kenya. One organization called the Crop Nuts has done that. And
say
also,
that again, the name of the organization?
Crop Nuts. Crops Nutrition Laboratories, something. I know it in short as Crop Nuts. We have also been conducting some surveys with farmers, and we have collected some soil samples in some specific projects to give us an idea about what those soils lack and what can be recommended for them.
Thank you. So yes, the information is there. 2 questions for you, Beth.
Thank you very much, Ubai, for that question. How to approach farmers producing 2 bags per acre? I think that's a good question, and I think that's a question for this forum to address. We need to find novel ways to try and train those farmers, because the source of leakages is actually enormous, many. One of the source of leakages is that they are not using the recommended agronomic packages. So I think that's an area that we need to address. That's one. There are a number of others that we need to address. And we've done a number of surveys in Kenya, and we've realized that although most say they are farmers, most of them are actually not farmers. They're just practicing farmers, but they're not doing serious farming as required. The second question is by Nancy. What percentage of arable land is taken up by maize? I think I indicated in my presentation that we have about 56% of arable land of land, almost 56% of land under crop production is actually under maize. And I think we have about 3.5 million acres, which is under maize. And going to the question on soil profiles, CALRO also has done a number of soil profiles through Kenya Soil Survey. Thank you.
Yeah.
Lastly, we have Baba. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so to the question, what policy implications are there? So first of all, I think one of my points that I was trying to get across is that maybe this isn't a solution in which you would want to put too heavy of an investment as public sector, because it doesn't actually have impacts on farmers' net incomes. Maybe there's specific groups that we're looking into at the moment where impacts are there, but at least for the overall kind of representative target population, we don't see strong impacts. So things such as subsidies to increase insurance take-up, maybe we should start questioning how effective that really is, and if there's not other more effective solutions. So it's a cautionary tale in a way to these insurance programs. Having said that, we do see that picture-based insurance is increasing demand, and that it could lend itself very well for a private sector solution. We are working with Acre Africa, a private company, and I think a role of government is to make sure that there's a level playing field for private companies to operate in this space. For instance, providing insurance education, making sure that that enabling environment is there. So through insurance education, maybe providing a clearinghouse for what are good quality, what are bad quality insurance products, maybe some kind of certification or quality mark. Those are the types of things that public sector can do to create an enabling environment. Thank you.
Thank you. And our online audience.
Maybe Kramer, you can just continue with the question for you from an online participant. They ask, would the PBI insurance model be applied on its own, or is an improvement upon other insurance claim assessment processes like the index-based livestock insurance?
Yeah, we see that it has to be integrated because there are certain types of damage that would cause losses that do not show up, cause visible damage in images. And also in terms of pricing, it's good, and underwriting, it's good having this as an extra layer of kind of, in a way, fail-safe insurance cover on top of a more established index for which longer periods of historical data are available, which is important for pricing purposes.
Thank you. And then just a comment follow up on that to say we should not really look more on profitability, but on building resilience over time, which is important.
Yes, and I think there a limitation was visible from one of the tables is that very few insurance payouts were actually triggered. And then the question becomes, how much resilience can you really bring about? Which is why I didn't focus on the impact so much of insurance payouts. And I think they're really an important point, and also policy implication is that oftentimes with these insurance products, we just see that payouts get delayed so much that really the question is, how much can it really contribute to resilience? Because people are just waiting for their insurance payouts to come through. And really any impacts are driven from an ex-ante peace of mind.
Yeah, thank you. So a question for Jane, because Professor Jane, you haven't spoken. This one is on, do we track food loss in Kenya? I think you mentioned that, but this one says there's need to have indicators that should be tracked. So is that part of your strategy, perhaps, that you're developing?
Yeah, I think the strategy that is being developed with FAO, because FAO actually is the custodian of the food loss index. UNEP is the custodian of the food waste index. So they have those indicators which will be using. Actually, the idea is to have the national team, but cascaded to the counties so that counties can report using those indicators that are already developed by FAO and UNEP.
Yeah, okay, thank you. I think the rest of the questions are on maize, the adoption rate, but saying that, of course, there should be a great focus on demazing Kenya, focus on other crops. So I think we all agree.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yes. Can I make a prophecy that in the next 50 years, we are not going to demaze Kenya? It's going to be very difficult. So I think we just have to live with it. What we just have to do, is to look for alternative means, alternative foods. Like I understand what everybody's saying, but having done a lot of studies and surveys, changing people's culture is actually very difficult. It will take some time, but I know there is a move, there's a change. People are now changing to other foods. Thank you.
Thank you very much, our panelists. A round of applause to each and every one of them. Thank you. You may now return to your private space in the audience. I would like to make a note that over lunchtime, there will be some of you who will be asked by our media team that is putting together the sessions in this conference to give your views and your feel of how the conference is going. So don't feel strange. Thank you very much for being a patient audience. I have been your moderator, Enoch Mate.
Give a good clap for Enoch. I think you did a great job despite the time. So we are quite behind time. Audience online, hope you can stay with us, but we'll try and catch up on this. So the next session is focusing on the transforming the food consumer environment and behavior. And for this, we have our moderator, Simon Kamenju from Kula Vyema Center of Food Economics. Karibu sana, Simon.
Good afternoon, everyone. So we only have maybe a short time for the next session. So the next session is about transforming the food environment and consumer behavior. So we had in the morning that the food system has several components. So we have the food supply chain. So we've been talking about the food supply chain. So the food, there are various issues that are involved, and the food now is in the market. Yeah, it's in the marketplace. So this is the space now where the consumer is coming now to acquire the food so that they can either purchase, they can even pick, if it is something that they need to pick from a tree or something, or even fish, or even get from the fridge, or even get from a vendor. So that's the food environment. So there's a space that the consumer interacts with for them to pick, to acquire, to purchase, and to consume food. And also the consumer behavior is also a very interesting aspect, because we have, the consumer have to make a decision. There are all these influencers coming from outside, advertisement, the placement in by vendors, etc. So this session is about that. So we have 4 presentations. I would like to call the presenters to come here. We are going to, this group I know is going to observe time. So we have Dr. Lilian Kiremi from Tegemeo Institute. Please come forward. We have Professor Erastus Kangede. Please come forward. We have Dr. Christine Chege from the Alliance of Biodiversity and SEAT. And we have Dr. Olivier Ecker. He is going to present virtually. So just like the previous session, we are going to have 10 minutes per speaker. And I would like urge you to note your questions. We are going to have a short session of questions at the end. So without much ado, I want to welcome the first speaker, who is coming to talk to us about options for addressing high food prices and for making food more affordable. Yeah, Dr. Lilian Kiremi is a senior researcher from Tegemeo Institute of Agricultural Policy and Development. She has wide experience in agricultural policy research. She is a research director there, and she also represents Tegemeo in the African Network of Agricultural Policy Research Institutes. Please join me in welcoming Dr. Lilian Kiremi.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, it's nice to be here. My name is Lilian Kirimi from Tegemeo Institute. The chair has said I'm presenting on options for addressing high food prices and for making food more affordable. So within 10 minutes, I'm going to be very fast, and I'm privileged to be speaking after we've had a lot on maize, insurance, agriculture inputs, knowledge transfer, as well as improving post-harvest losses. So this presentation doesn't have all those statistics, because I believe now you have them. So just setting the context, we know very well what the drivers of high food prices are: global events and crises, trade restrictions and market volatility, policy failures and poor policy environment, as well as low funding for agriculture and research and development. But as we speak about potential solutions, I want to invite you to keep in mind one of the key lessons we have learned from the global crisis, and that is improving nutrition and food security requires more resilient global and national food systems. So keep in mind that our food systems need to be resilient. And we had several speakers explaining what the food system means, so I won't go back there. But we want to explore both demand and supply sides of the food equation and look at both short and long-term options. So on the supply side, we have 2 issues. One is the imports and also the domestic supply, and in case we have carryover stocks, but I'm not going to talk about stocks here. So in terms of imports, one of the things that we need as a solution to bring down our prices is to remove or reduce tariffs and quotas on food imports. And this is very critical, especially in a time of crisis when the prices are high. We reduce the tariffs to bring the food here at a much lower cost. But I think more importantly, we need to reduce our dependency on food and feed imports. And short-term measures exist. We've seen where we can, for example, blend wheat with flours from other locally produced crops. And I think that's where we need to be going. Those smart, climate smart crops we've talked about already. In the medium to long term, it's very important to think about growth in agricultural productivity. We've heard about that this morning, but we need to be focusing especially on these crops, on the crops where we are really buying from the global market, the wheat, the rice, the maize. Could we focus more, as we had earlier, on those crops that we can grow locally that are climate smart local crops? Improving ag productivity, I think that's where we want to go in the long term, so that we are not only improving productivity, but also productivity. So we need to adopt technologies, innovations, management practices. We've mentioned some of them here, but also importantly, invest in ag research and development and reduce cost of inputs. I want to focus more on those things that I think are low-hanging fruits that we can do very quickly, and that is improving adoption of suitable drought adaptation measures and sustainable ag practices. Again, we've heard about them this morning: climate smart technologies, rainwater harvesting. I don't know how much we have harvested in the last 2 weeks. Soil and water conservation technologies. There are many, they exist, but are we using them? I think that's what is important here. And soil health management practices. We've talked about drought tolerant crops. I think it's very important that we keep emphasizing this. We used to call them orphan crops. We later thought, no, they are not just orphan crops. They are high value traditional crops, but now we have christened them climate smart solutions or value chains, and that's important. So let's focus on them. We can have guaranteed harvest from this, reduce over-reliance on maize, and maybe that amazing debate should continue. Then we need also to establish kitchen and urban gardens. We have space that we are not using, and I think we can use it to deal with the issue of prices, so that we don't have to always go to the market, but we can also produce for that market and reduce the prices. But importantly, we have a lot of information in this era of climate change, agro-weather information. We are forecasts. How do we translate those forecasts to useful information? My friends from the county, I don't know how much of that information you are now translating for your farmers, because they may here not know exactly what to do with it, and yet it's very important innovation. We can have very exciting gardens. Okay, my pointer, I'm sure it's not working, but the middle one you can see there. Sorry. The middle one is actually an urban garden. It's a flower bed, but it has vegetables and it has fruits. The rest are pieces of kitchen garden, but you can see how vibrant it can be if we have put thought into it. So we have space we can use to feed ourselves and to make sure that we don't necessarily have to face very high prices. Investment in agriculture and research and development is critical. I think we've had that, to be able to develop new and improved crop varieties. We can also develop new production and processing or value addition technologies. We want to deal with that food waste we've heard about and food losses. So let's pay attention to that. But I think more importantly is to develop local solutions and adapt those latest technologies to our context. And we have no shortage of these agri-food tech startups and other ag innovations, including what we've had earlier about de-risking agriculture. So that's very important. But we've always talked about the cost of inputs, raw materials for feed and irrigation. I think it's important that we reduce these costs so that also our food prices come down. But we focus a lot on input subsidies. I think these need to be smart so that we are only giving subsidies to resource poor farmers and also for a short term during a crisis. Long-term subsidies are not a long-term solution. So we also need to support local production of crops that we have called now climate smart crops, or those crops that contribute greatly to our feed industry. But irrigation technologies and solutions will continue to be very important. So what we do about the drip, the solar power, perhaps reducing tariffs and taxes is a way to go to encourage adoption of that. Improving market access is also important. So we invest in infrastructure. We've seen what investing in infrastructure does in terms of production and productivity and access to food for the consumers, but also develop efficient and transparent markets where market information systems are key so that we have information on what crop is where and at what price and how it can be accessed. Reducing food waste, I think that was done very well by Jane, and the only statistic I have in this presentation is this, because I thought it's very important that we don't just produce food and waste it. She gave an example of you buy a bag of maize and you throw that in the dustbin. And one of the things we did in Mbeo in 2018 and 2019, we did a maize balance sheet. And what we saw is that our losses during that year for maize were about 5.49 million bags, which is equivalent or very close to 6 million bags that we get from the short rain season. So you can see how much we just lose. Finally, demand side, Simon, there are very few options on this side before you get here finished. Social protection programs, I think these are important. Cash-based transfers of food vouchers and school feeding programs just to reach the vulnerable in times of crisis. We have examples of those, but being a subsidy, just like the input subsidy programs, what I want to emphasize here in terms of policy is that the right design is critical for success. General input subsidies or maize flour subsidy like we had last year are really not sustainable in terms of financial outlays for the government. The smart thing to do is to have targeted subsidies that cost less, and that will, for example, in the fertilizer market we had, if we need to continue supporting private sector investment in that market. So I think the subsidy is not the way to go in this case. The other thing is to diversify foods on the menu. Demazing Kenya, I think we've heard a lot about that. We reduce the upward pressure on maize. We change our eating habits, and to emphasize that we need to move away from these crops for which we have to depend on imports. Let's look at the climate solutions that we have in country. Can we support more the systems for those crops? But as we do that, we need serious nutrition awareness campaigns, because most of us know that diets are very sticky. There are some people who will say, if there is no ugali, there is no food. You have to deal with those ones. Finally, improving the economy to increase purchasing power. I think that's critical, because once we have perhaps doubled even our per capita GDP, we can afford to buy maize flour at 200 shillings or 250. But the problem is the purchasing power. But there are things that I think the government is thinking about: industrialization and improvement in the service industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Lillian, and she also kept time. So let's applaud her again. So various options there, including supply side and demand side, including diversifying diets. I know Charles said that changing culture is difficult, but at least that's one of the options. So the second presentation is about improving food safety. So we have, I'm going to invite the second presenter. This is Professor Erastus Kangebe. He's a professor of veterinary public health, specializing on One Health and food safety. He was previously with the University of Nairobi, where he published widely in this area of food safety, and he is now a food safety consultant. Welcome, Professor Kenneth.
Thank you very much. I would like, before I start, on behalf of the organizers of this conference and the participants, we send our condolences to the families of the 2 students of Mukumu girls who died yesterday from a food poisoning problem, and also to try and sympathize with those who are in hospital, over 500 girls. They come just as I'm talking about improving food safety. So that to me is touching us as we started looking at this. Let me start by saying that I take my cue from the statement on the agricultural sector transformation and growth strategy of Honorable Mwangi Kyujuri, that he said that no large country has ever developed without transforming its agricultural sector. That to me is very key. And I want to stress that further and favor myself and say that he took this from the Constitution, Article 43, that every Kenyan has a right to food, adequate food, and quality food. Safe food is imperative for all of us. Having said that, I want to be able to say 2 things: that food safety is a requisite for all of us. For us to move forward, and as Kenya Kwanza government said, we want to leave nobody behind. They will be able to leave quite a number of people behind if they don't focus on food safety. First, if we don't end poverty, we still have got more than 60 million Kenyans living under $2 per day. If we don't end hunger, we still have got 11 million Kenyans sitting out there. If we don't, and those are affected directly by food safety. If we don't improve that, those people will still remain there. If we don't improve food safety, our future is very bleak, because of the 26% stunted children that we have in this country, a quarter of those are as a result of food safety problems, because we have multiple diarrhea episodes because that's why they are stunted. Thirdly, I want to say food safety is very expensive, and it increases the cost of public health. We have over 135 million cases per year, not for this country, but now for Africa. I'm taking this from the World Bank report, which costs about $4 billion for treatment for Africa only. I don't know how much we are paying in Kenya, but it must be quite heavy, considering we are losing about $800 million every year on productivity losses in this country. So it's very expensive, and we need to start thinking how we need to improve it. Our food safety governance is one area that we need to look at in policy to try and change. We are not on a single agency system. We are on a multi-agency system. We have 13 agencies that are directly involved in food safety in this country. And with these 13 countries, the agencies, there's no coordination. Nobody coordinates them. They're individuals working on their own. They have duplicate laws. They increase the cost of doing business for food businesses because they are audited by 4 or 5 agencies in a year or so. So we need to start looking at those. And when there is a food emergency, we then have ad hoc interventions that are not programmed at all. We need to change from having a multi-agency system and target to move to an integrated system that allows us to have coordination. And I'm happy to say I saw in the draft food and feed safety bill that we have got a lot of, we have got the controller, food and feed safety controller. But I think what they haven't been able to do much more is to delineate the agencies where they are going to work. They are left at open. I think they are not strong enough or brave enough to move further so that we can be able to reduce the wastages and in the various areas of finances and personnel in this field. How would we improve food safety then? I think we need a firm commitment from government beyond putting it in documents and documents. Very firm commitment that they either decide what to do with food safety and budget for it. I think if we move from that, we would be able to, one thing is change the food safety policy so that food safety policy gives this authority to an independent authority that is not under any ministry in terms of financing. They can get their own exchequer from government and be able to use it, and they can be able to coordinate. Number two, we need to structure our food safety law in a different way, that it recognizes the weaknesses and the strengths of the 13 agencies and be able to lead in it boundaries so that they can be able to operate and offer effective food safety governance. We need to go ahead and try to improve our performance on food safety. It has been very bad. If we look at the joint external evaluation of the international health regulations done in 2018, they said that our food safety performance was only 40%. This government, 2022, did its own assessment and put it in the what we call state party assessment reports of the HIR document. And what do we have? We give ourselves a little bit, 40% like we were given, but I'm sure they were a little bit able to look at themselves and say, we should not do worse than we did last time. But if you look at the financing, at 2022 for food safety was very poor. We only scored 30%. And that doesn't tell us we are moving anywhere well, and we need to change some of this. Some of the things we need to improve on is on our food safety surveillance and inspectorate services. We don't have them being very effective. In fact, when we ask experts to tell us, do you think the vegetables you buy are inspected? They told us 1 in 10 or 1 in 100. They could not 1 in 10 for those which are in the supermarkets, and 1 in 100 or in 1,000 for those which are with Mama Mboga outside there. So really, we are exposing ourselves to high risks that we should be able to try to deal with if we had a better, effective, and working inspectorate and surveillance system. We need to build capacity of food safety inspectors. We don't have many of them. There are very few. When you consider the food safety the value chains we have in this country that need to be inspected and to be verified, we don't have enough people to do so. And therefore, it's necessary that we should start thinking, how do we employ this? Our data tells us that the joint external examination on human and animal health resource personnel was only at 18% in 2018, 40% in 2018. In 2022, we went down to 30%. In 2025, I don't know whether we'll be at 10%. So we need to see how to employ that. One critical thing there is that we don't have any formal training system for food safety inspectors. We have no food safety inspections. I mean, food safety professionals being trained as such. We have people like Kenneth in veterinary public health who go to do food safety. We have somebody else from food science go to do food safety. And for this reason, working with the Inter-University Council of East Africa, premier universities in Africa, FAO, and others, and the International Livestock Research Institute, we were able to develop the benchmarks for food safety for institutions of higher learning, for them to pick up and start seeing whether we can have that critical mass of food safety inspectors for us to move ahead. Informal markets, I think we need to realize that we have got a lot of work going, a lot of food going through the informal markets, and they are key to our food supply system. And we need to tackle that so that we can give the handlers in that field information so that we can leverage them to change and look for ways to incentivize them whenever there's been a meaningful change in management on food hygiene. I've talked about food safety surveillance. I think also we need to leverage our private sector so that I know they want to talk about and say we can self-regulate, but I would think that without an oversight will be sometimes move in the wrong direction. So I think we've changed from being self-regulating to co-regulation so that we can be able to the government can oversight that through duplex sampling, and so forth. We need also to leverage the consumer himself and herself so that we have a role to play in the food that we eat and the safety of that food. And the information the consumer needs, he needs to know which foods are risky that he or she should avoid and what opportunities or options does he have, but so that she can buy the same and be safe. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Kenneth. Let's clap for him again. And also for keeping time just within 10 minutes. Okay, so we have heard about important issues there on how to improve food safety, including enough financing, effective surveillance, formal trading, awareness, among others. So now we going to the third presentation is about last mile retail, a look at mama mboga and supermarkets. So I want to call our third presenter. This is Dr. Christine Chege. She is an agri-nutrition and food system scientist at the Alliance of Biodiversity and CGIAR in the African region. She has done a lot of research on food environments, consumer behavior, and private sector engagement. Welcome, Christine.
Thank you, Simon. As my presentation comes up, so my name is Christine Chege, and I'm going to be talking about the last mile, looking at the downstream of the value chain. And this links very well with what Professor Kagere has just said. The informal sector is very important. Thinking of these mama mbogas and the supermarkets and the informal retailers. They're very important in our food system. They're very important for food supply. But what are the pros and cons? What do we need to do? What are the policy actions? What can we learn from what's happening with the mama mbogas, with the informal sector, to strengthen our food system? So just to give a quick background, without going through the background information, we know there's a lot of transformation that is happening in our food system, and that is all we've been talking about since morning. And there are several factors that are driving these changes towards the consumer behavior change, consumer preference. And one of the key area that I will talk about is the changes in the food environment, which is the space where these mama mbogas are based, who are within this food environment, and what are the changes that we're finding there. So when you think of the food environment, and Simon already gave this definition, everyone who is within the food environment, the place where the consumer interacts with food. If you are in the urban areas, your food environment is the soko where you go to buy your food, is the wholesale market where you go to buy your food, is those small dukas, those small shops next to your house. So what kind of foods are these people bringing to you or making available to you? This is driving what you consume. So it's about what is available to you, what is affordable to you, the issue of convenience, what is marketed to you. When you're driving through the roads and you find big billboards on the road, they influence also what you are going to purchase or to consume as a consumer. And in that space, the informal actors like the mama mboga, like the kiosk, the open air market play a very important role. Same case to supermarket, especially for the case of the middle level income consumers and also the high level income consumers. And we'll see a bit of statistics on that. So just to show some bit, I'll not go into that to save time, but just to show some bit of information on who, when we talk of the informal retailers, and here the informal retailers are all those mama mbogas, the kiosk, the retailers by the roadside. Who are they? And what kind of characteristics do they have? We can see more than 80% of these retailers are actually female. They are women, maybe adults or youths, but when you look at their ages, some of the studies that we've done in the urban areas, especially in the slums, show that quite a number of those retailers are between 25 years and 55. So quite a good number of them are in the youth category. And then looking in terms of the education level, we have the middle level in terms of education level, primary, and secondary level education. And so this group is very important for our population in terms of delivering the food, that last mile to the consumers. And when we check in the next table, we are trying to see what are the kind of foods that these consumers, are the consumers getting available through these different retail outlets. I'm not sure they can see at the back there, but if I can just quickly explain to you, we have several sources here. The first source is the kiosk, and then we have the mom and pop shops. These are the ndukas we have, and then we have the cereal shops, the open air markets, we have informal retailers, and then we have the street vendors and the tabletop vendors, the ones who are by the roadside. What are kind of foods that they are selling to people in these markets? One very one thing that we can see very well is the vegetables and fruits. Over 40, 60, 70% of the tabletop vendors and the mama burgers are actually selling the vegetables and fruits. And you can see this also if you walk along the roads and in the open air markets, you will see many of those people by their own signs. They are selling vegetables and fruits. And then same thing to the open air markets. But then if you look at for example, the supermarkets, in the slum areas, we don't have many of the supermarkets selling fruits and vegetables. But in the other areas like the kiosk, you will find a few vegetables by the entrance. And then you find things like cereals. So what we are saying is there's a wide variety of commodities that these retailers are selling. They are selling to us as consumers especially in the urban areas. Going specifically to the supermarkets, how important are supermarkets? And here we dive straight into the slum areas, especially in Mathare and in Kibera. In the first bar, we are looking at the different types of markets that are in the slum areas. And we have supermarket in the dark black line. And then we have other markets, for example, the local markets, the roadside vendors, the kiosk, the mom pop shops. And we see a very small percentage of consumers are sourcing their commodities from supermarkets. And for the other informal markets, like for example, the local markets, the roadside vendors, the kiosk, we see the percentages are increasing. Majority of the consumers are getting their fresh produce, cereals and other fresh produce from the informal markets. And when you look at the different types of consumers, here we look at the different consumers in terms of expenditures. So the lower expenditure, these are consumers who have lower income levels and higher income levels on the far right-hand side. We see importance of supermarket is increasing as incomes increases for consumers. So we are not saying supermarkets are not important. We are saying it depends on which consumers you are looking at, yeah? So we look at, consumers, low-income consumers, they are still sourcing most of their commodities from informal markets. But then as income increases, people tend to go to more formal markets. And the message then we are saying is we need to live with the informal markets and the formal markets together. We cannot say, let's close the informal markets and formalize everything. So what are some of the important things we are finding here? We are saying sourcing of foods, including nutritious foods, at affordable prices for low-income consumers is very important for especially the low-income consumers in our urban areas. And this is because they are very close to the consumers, yeah? So the proximity to consumers, they are very close to the consumers, therefore people can walk close to the shops and buy what they want. And same thing to the portions. Many of the people in the urban areas, like in the slums, for example, they don't want to buy bulk volumes. They want to buy small volumes of commodities. Therefore, when they walk to a vendor by the roadside, they can say, give me one bunch of skuma wiki, for example. They go prepare the food. Tomorrow they buy a second bunch. So the fact that they can buy small volumes is very important for the consumers. Then the other point also is about the livelihoods. These informal markets are very important for the livelihoods. They are creating employment opportunities for people. And therefore, we need to find ways to work with them, But keeping in mind also what Professor Kenneth mentioned, policy actions, what are some of the things we need to keep in mind? We are saying the informal markets are important, very important for as a source of nutritious foods and for livelihoods. However, we need to keep in mind that as we design our policies, and I was happy to hear about the food safety policy that is and framework that is coming along. Are we also considering policy, having a policy or designing policy that will be sensitive to gender, youth, and at the same time also considering the needs of these informal markets and designing them in a way that we can incorporate informal markets. And at the same time, we need to think about the food safety aspect. I won't discuss so much on that. Professor Kenneth has explained a lot on that. So food safety component, how do we make sure that we are looking at the food safety aspect, especially for the informal markets? Issue to do with commodity quality. How can we support these informal markets to make sure that the commodities that are delivered to the consumers are in good quality and not compromising the nutrition quality? Food loss and waste. Professor Jane mentioned a lot about the food loss and waste, and a lot of this loss is happening with the retailers during transportation and also during the retail level at the waste level for the food waste. Issues to do with infrastructure. Policy can also address that. How can we support these informal markets to be able to deliver commodities, especially looking at the aspect of storage, issues to do with how the food is handled, what structures are they using? During the inspection, can they be advised how best they can handle the commodities? And then issues to do with traceability as well. How can we best link if it's these retail outlets and the retail sellers, 1 minute, retail sellers, how do we best, for example, link them with the sources to make sure that the commodity is well traced from the producers, for example? I think that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Christine, and also for keeping time. So, yeah, key points there, importance of informal retail in terms of providing nutritious foods, vegetables and fruits. And among other things she mentioned is inclusion. Are they included in policy? So we are going now to go to the fourth and final presentation for this session. The presentation is promoting healthier diets and influencing consumer preferences. I don't know whether our presenter is available. Okay, let me introduce the presenter. So our presenter is Dr. Olivia Ecker. Olivia is a senior research fellow in the Foresight and Policy Modeling Unit at the International Food Policy Research Institute. His research deals with the economics of policy of food systems in Africa, Asia, and Middle East. So Olivia, if you are there, welcome. The floor is yours.
Thank you, Simon. I hope you can understand me very well. So as Simon said, my talk is about promoting healthier diets and influencing consumer preferences. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference. Next slide, please. Just one by one. Thank you. Next slide. Thank you. So my talk has the following same messages. First of all, Kenya does have a nutrition challenge, and this nutrition challenge is deep-rooted in many causes. But first of all, we need to recognize that poor diet quality is the leading cause of all forms of malnutrition, both at the left as well as at the right hand of the nutrition spectrum. So both if it comes to undernutrition as well as overnutrition. The second message is that underconsumption of nutrient-dense foods and high consumption of calorie-rich foods is the main diet problem. Here, when we are talking about calorie-rich foods, we see that more and more food comes from so-called empty calories. This is food that provides not much else than calories. The third message is that Kenya's diet problem is primarily a poverty problem. However, there is a fourth related problem to that, which is that we see large price differences between calorie-rich foods and nutrient-dense foods. And this holds especially for animal source protein foods and vegetables. My fifth main message is that consumer preferences for some nutritionally important plant-based foods are weak. The key example here are pulses and nuts. The sixth message is that economic policies and technological advantages can do a lot, but they can effectively narrow only the consumption gaps for some nutrient-dense food groups. And my final message is that changing consumer preferences is possible, but it is often a long and hard process. That is why we need decisive and sustained efforts. So in the rest of my presentation, I will elaborate on these messages. Next slide, please. So let's first look at Kenya's nutrition challenge. What we see is that we see several shifts from an under consumption problem to a more complex multi-burden problem of malnutrition. Just to give you some estimates, chronic child undernutrition, child stunting is still high and remains to be high. Roughly every fifth child under 5 years of age was stunted in 2020. At the same time, overweight and obesity, especially among adults, is increasing rapidly. Roughly every third woman aged 15 to 49 years is overweight or obese, or was overweight and obese in 2014. We expect this estimate to be higher more recently, and that has increased from 23% roughly a decade ago. Another estimate is that the number of deaths that results from non-communicable diseases such as heart disease, stroke, and type 2 diabetes, as well as certain cancers, is projected to surpass malaria and tuberculosis by 2030. So you can see that really this nutrition challenge is increasing rapidly. So I believe that rather than primarily treating the outcomes of malnutrition, a stronger focus should be on the main root cause of this nutrition challenge, and that is people's diet. Current food systems, as previous speakers have also pointed out, need to put a stronger emphasis on promoting these healthy diets, and the consumer food environments also need to be improved. However, that requires transformational change and hence significant effort as well as time. So here a note for the rest of my presentation. I would like to establish that the main determinants of food choice are household income, food prices, and consumer preferences. And those consumer preferences are, of course, partly influenced by the nutritional knowledge. I'm putting the emphasis here on the main determinants of food choice because these are also the policy lever that could be utilized. Next slide, please. Now let's look at the diet deprivation problem. So as I have pointed out at the beginning, the underconsumption of certain animal source and plant-based protein foods is most prevalent and most severe. That is what you can see here from these bar charts. Followed by this problem, we see that especially there is an underconsumption of vegetable and fruits. What these graphs here show you both the incidence of underconsumption. These are those estimates, the percentage estimates in italics, and then you also see the depth of this deprivation. So what we do here is we compare observed diets, so what people report to have consumed, against the Eat Lancet Healthier Reference Diet, which is an international reference diet for an optimal and healthy nutrition. Next slide, please. The main problem is the poverty problem. Let's be frank, most Kenyans can just simply not afford a healthy diet. That has related to the costs of this diet, and I will come to this point in a moment. So hence, poverty reduction measures are likely to have nutritional benefits. That is what you can see here in these graphs. So what I have plotted here is the distribution of household expenditures in rural areas, peri-urban areas, and urban areas relative to the cost of this Eat Lancet Healthier Reference Diet. You can clearly see that most people indeed have food expenditures that are below this Healthier Reference Diet. For most people, budget constraints is really the main reason why food expenditures are so low. Next slide, please. Coming to the second problem, and which is what I termed the relative food price problem. Food choices, given the poverty situation, are often driven by food insecurity and are mostly geared towards satisfaction of calorie requirements and sometimes partly towards an over-satisfaction of these calorie requirements because people may be concerned of becoming food insecure. So what you can see from the graph on your right-hand side is that there are large price differences for certain or between certain food groups. In terms of calories, cheap sources of calories, and as I pointed out, that is the main decision factors, are starchy staples, pulses and nuts, oils and fats, and sugars. And especially sugars are one of these sources of empty calories. Compared to that, meat, fish, and eggs or vegetables are very expensive. So hence, it is very costly to meet dietary guidelines for key nutrient-dense foods, most notably animal source foods, and it is fairly cheap for obtaining adequate amounts of staple foods or maximum amounts of calories from non-required foods, such as sugar. Coming now to the policy implications, that of course price policies and technologies that affect these prices can boost the consumption for some nutrient-dense food groups. And I say here some, because of course, if the consumption is not sensitive to price signals, then even price policies cannot do too much about increasing the consumption for those food groups. Next slide, please. The third problem are weak preferences. So we see that there are weak preferences for certain food items. And here I would like to pick out especially pulses and nuts. Pulses and nuts are a good source of protein and of several important minerals and vitamins. They are also a decent source of calories. They tend to be fairly inexpensive, but their consumer preferences are low. So hence, even with income growth, we do not expect that the consumption of pulses and nuts will increase tremendously. So overall, we see that income growth tends to overproportionally increase the demand for animal source protein foods, especially meat, as well as cereals, and not so much the demand for highly nutritious and inexpensive plant-based foods. Aside from pulses and nuts, certain vegetables like dark green leafy vegetables also belong to this category. Thus, I think my landing point is that behavioral change interventions is needed for complementarity. Behavioral change interventions, of course, as previous speakers have pointed out, include public awareness campaigns, and I think also interventions that start early on in our lives, which relates to nutrition education and healthy meals programs in school. Next slide, please. So I think that was my last slide. I would like to thank you for your attention. Over, Simon.
Thank you very much, Olivia. And also you kept time. So yeah, we had key points there, including that it's possible to change. We have weak preferences, but it's possible to change them. And one way would be through behavior change campaigns, but also the importance of price affecting policies. Okay, so now we have heard from the four presenters. So we have time for 4 questions. 3 questions. So, and then we are going to see whether we have any from the virtual attendants. Please keep it brief and to the point.
Thank you very much. My question will go to Professor. I think you've talked about the policies that are there and the agencies that are there, the 13 of them. What we need is coherency. What you have not told us is how do we get this coherence? How do we get all the actors to act so that we can put this system thinking together to solve all the challenges, not only for food safety, but for food, sustainable food security. Because if we were to change the narrative to sustainable food security, then we will put all these other aspects of food into that. So my question is how, and this goes to every one of us, do we have all the stakeholders, those who can help us make this system approach work for all of us? So it is to the panelists, but also to us. We start thinking, do we have all the stakeholders within this conference that will help us to build that coherency
Thank
that
you.
we're working for? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'll quickly, sorry, I might have to ask two in one. To Dr. Lillian, what could your take about regenerative agriculture? That is use of manure compost, which can address effects of maybe climate change and increase productivity to lower the food prices. Because when we are talking about inputs, it's like we've forgotten that area. And for Prof, I really want, because you talked about surveillance to address one of the effects of food moving in from the porous borders, which is being done. But what can we do, or what is your advice? Because recently it was in the media that there is food that is maize, peanuts coming from Uganda that is high in aflatoxin. And also when farmers deliver maize to National Cereals and Produce Board, what is rejected ends up with the millers. And that's what we get in the shelves as grade 1 flour. Yeah, what can you say about that? Thank you.
The last question. Thank you very much. Timothy Wesonga from GOPA. I had two questions, but one of the questions has already been asked by that gentleman there. I appreciate that. And then Dr. Chege, you've done very good work. I want to appreciate, and of course, I want to appreciate all the presenters. But there's one thing that I would just like to ask you. What one or two things can we be able to put in action to help us improve the situation in the formal market that you worked in? You had a lot of inputs and various sources. And actually, that is the true picture of Kenya, where I buy my sukuma or my spinach or the local vegetable. What one or two things could you recommend, for example, to the government or to the local authorities to do to be able to improve the situation of food safety at that area or at that level? Thank you very much. Okay,
In the
interest
of time, I've
restricted the questions. So I allow just one question if it's going to the fourth speaker, Dr. Olivia Ekan.
Good afternoon. My name is Kibunja, graduate from Dedan Kimathi University of Technology with food science. Professor, I'd like to ask you about capacity building in Africa and mostly in Kenya concerning the knowledge and spreading the knowledge about food safety. Yeah.
Okay. Yes, the last one here for Olivia. Here? Please, we have Paul here. This is the last question. Kindly keep your questions. We are going to take all of them, and you can also interact with the presenters.
Okay, thank you. A quick one for Olivia. There seems to be a paradox here in terms of the issues to do with the diet preferences. My observation is most of the time it is not an issue of income, because certain times you find people have sufficient income, but their choices in terms of the diet and diet diversification is a problem. My question is, have they looked at the drivers of poor diet diversification? Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you for those questions. So we are going to give the presenters a chance. Maybe we can start with you, Lillian, from this end. Yeah, you have used about regenerative agriculture.
Yeah, thank you for that question. And it's one of the areas that I had addressed in my presentation. Okay, thank you, Simon. Yes, it's one of the areas I addressed in my presentation because I mentioned that we need to adopt newer methods of production. Newer in the sense, perhaps in terms of the term and description. But I think most of the things that we see done under regenerative agriculture are things that we're already doing, but in bits here and there. So maybe looking at that more comprehensively, because when we think about regenerative agriculture, I think it's a climate smart option that we can follow, given that most of what is required is to keep a crop cover throughout, whether it's in the rainy season or dry season, and then accompanying that with practices like minimal tillage, mulching, and such kind of things. So the idea of regenerative agriculture is that we rejuvenate the soil health, the carbon, as well as the soil biodiversity. So I think that's very critical given the era of climate change. Thank you.
Thank you, Lillian. Professor, the issue of how do we get coherence and your view about aflatoxin.
Thank you. In terms of coherence, I think the problem we have, as I said, is we have entities that are created, but there is no oversight on how they do it or who answers back. For instance, in the food safety space, every of the 13 agencies works independently. So what I was suggesting, and I said the new draft law has done a bit of curing, is introducing food and feed safety controller. I think that's what they call him. And I said that is good because it will bring them to work together. But one thing we also find is that they are working together under different financial arrangements from their own parent ministries. So we will not move very far. So my second suggestion there was, if we put up an independent, if that food safety controller is independent as an authority with its own budget from the exchequer, possibly be able to bring those under what I called integrated food system arrangement, so that they can still remain within their own ministries, but they have got jobs to do from the authority, food safety authority, and funding coming from food safety authority. That way, we would be able to get much more done with the retro finances and be able to reach where we want to do in terms of food safety performance. On the question of whether we can bring others, we tried, I think we tried with AFA, and I don't know whether we went very far. I don't know, I have not interrogated what happened in AFA, but there are things that you can see are made to fail from the start, simply because we have not put a lot of effort in streamlining the performances and so on. Even when we put the integrated system and we were not able to delineate boundaries of various agencies, we still have overlap, we still have wastage. So it's a question that misses in the current law that's being proposed of delineating the boundaries. They said, we'll leave this to the authority to decide, which to me is lack of commitment and strength to do that, which they should have done in the law so that it doesn't change. Because what we find after that is every ministry trying to fight for its own tuft to remain as it is, and we won't move further beyond there. On surveillance, on cross-border trade and others, I think one thing that if we haven't done as, let me talk as far as East Africa community is concerned, is we have not agreed on what we do surveillance on. So the first and foremost, I think, is we started doing that, I think, last week with Timothy, with a group in Kampala. What we need to do is come up with what we consider to be important hazards that are causing food safety problems. Prioritize those and identify the food that caused that problem. Then we can be able to do surveillance on those at the borders or accept comparable standards that are there within the community to be able to come to the border with those documentations for you to be able to pass through. But we are not there yet. But those are steps that need to be done so that we can be able to say what are we tracking in surveillance across. And these must be the ones that have got a lot of problems for us. On capacity, in Kenya, food safety capacity, as I mentioned, what we have in all our institutions is bits and pieces that are taught from a different lens. For instance, I was taught microbiology. They call it veterinary microbiology. Salmonella doesn't change if it is veterinary microbiology or if it is food science microbiology. It's the same salmonella. What we need to do now is try to change how you present it to the food safety people so that they can see it from a food safety perspective than we have. At the moment, we don't have a food safety training in this country that gives you a qualification as a food safety. So that's what I said. We need to start thinking, and not only in Kenya, but also in East Africa. That's what we should be able to start looking at and see how we can be able to develop that capacity to be able to look at our inspectorate system, because the face of any food safety government organization is the inspectorate. If we don't have those, we still continue having those kind of problems we are having right now, like the Mukomo girls and other places. I think I'll leave it there and pass over.
Thank you, Professor. Christine, there's a question on, yes, what can the local authority and other government bodies do?
Thank you. So thinking of these informal markets, there are two scenarios. I remember sometime we went to those markets and we were talking to the vendors in the open air market and also by the roadside, and you're asking them, the way you are handling food, the kind of water you are using to sprinkle on the vegetables to keep them fresh. And you are telling them, do you know how safe or unsafe this water is? Do you know how safe, where you've sourced your commodities from and whether these commodities are safe or not? And some of them say, we don't care because we've been eating these vegetables for the last 40 years and here we are. So one, it's part of lack of knowledge and ignorance. Two, some people know the consequences, but they have no other way to deal with it. So here I see two kinds of recommendations or ways that could work for these teams of actors, the informal actors. First of all, building their capacity. For those who don't know the consequences, and you're telling them, you may think you've lived for 40 years and you've been eating unsafe food, but you're still healthy. But then the effects you see, the health effects you see 40 years later is actually because of all that contaminated food you've been eating over the years. So giving them the knowledge, letting them know what are the consequences of these unsafe foods they're eating, I think, or they're distributing to people will be one. Secondly, combining that with what Professor Kenneth was just mentioning about the food safety inspection. Many of those informal markets lack inspection on food safety, or it's very little. So if we can have more of that, even if they know what is happening or they know the consequences, but then having inspectorates track them down to inspect the foods and let people know the consequences and why they should not sell those foods will be very key. And then also, thirdly, is another issue of linking with the food loss and waste. And of course, the issue of food safety as well is the aspect of the infrastructure. If we can have, for example, safe water in the markets where we have these open air markets, people selling different commodities, we have safe water there. People selling, they can clean their hands when they visit toilets. They can, if they need to wash their vegetables, they can use clean water to do that. And also where they place those commodities, many of them don't have safe infrastructures. They are, just makeshift of infrastructures where they place their commodities. They're not clean. So infrastructural aspect also is key. And that comes also together with the issue of, are they able to have a cooling system, for example, or a place where they can keep their commodities when they bring them from the open air market or from the farmers in the morning and keep them fresh for the rest of the day. I remember last year we visited one of the programs in Nigeria, and it was really impressive, like seeing how the market and these informal sectors are organized through a public-private partnership. And I think this is also possible in Kenya, in our Kenyan market systems, especially in this informal sector. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. We have one question for Olivia. What do you say about this observation that it may not only be an issue of income? Olivia?
Yes, I think that's correct. As I have pointed out in my presentation, I think three problems are here at a play, and these three problems affect different groups of population differently, right? So the first one is the income or the poverty problem that I have pointed out. But it is not only the absolute income, it also matters how expensive are different food items compared to each other, because that influences our consumption choice. And then, as you have pointed out, the third one is, of course, the weak preference problem. For some food items, we just have, or consumers have just weak preferences. And here, some food items, like for animal source, we see fairly high preferences, whereas for pulses and nuts, we see weak preferences. That means with increasing income, we would expect that consumers consume more of animal source foods, relatively speaking, to the income growth, but not so much of pulses and nuts. And the trick is to not only rely on income growth, but also to change consumption behavior, that also those food items where we know that they are nutritious, but have low preferences, are promoted. And yes, we looked at these issues in detail, and our results will be published in the forthcoming Kenya book on structure or agriculture transformation and food systems transformation, which will be published by IFPRI soon. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I want to thank all the presenters. Let's give them a clap again. They did some excellent work. And also, I want to thank you, the audience, for active participation and listening. Thank you. Over back to Joyce.
Thank you, and a clap for Simon as well. He did a great job, fantastic moderation. Thank you. We are so behind time, but let's go have our lunch now. Upstairs, you can see our chefs waiting. Yes, upstairs. So let's go and take half an hour to eat our food without wasting, please. And then downstairs, there's like a marketplace exhibitions. Our CGIAR centers are also there, people there to tell you exactly what we are trying to do in Kenya. So you grab your food very quickly, pass downstairs at the marketplace, the exhibition, and then be here for 3 p.m. We can start at 3 p.m. I'm sure we'll be able to finish in good time. So our online participant, please don't go away. Come back at 3 p.m. for yet another indulgence in these conversations. Thank you. See you shortly. Oh, Hassama, he also tweeted this morning. So if you're feeling lazy, just take his tweet and retweet that. Makes your life easy. So for our next session, I will invite our moderator, Henry Kinyua. Henry Kinyua is the advisor, President Economic Transformation Secretariat. I think that's quite a powerful secretariat in terms of policy making. And he'll tell us a bit more what he does and then introduce our panel. Over to you, Kinyua. Yeah.
Hello, everyone. Again, as the moderator has said, my name is Henry Kinyua. I'm the advisor in charge of crops and value chains at the President's Economic Transformation Secretariat. Today, I'm honored to be here to discuss this very important topic of food systems, and more so this afternoon discussing about transformation, because indeed, when the world as it develops the way it is, population growth, we have issues of food production, and I think indeed this need to be transformation across board from the beginning. And therefore, as the President's Economic Transformation Secretariat, we are not an implementing agency in the ministry, but we support the implementing ministry, department, and agencies in that, and more so helping in tracking the presidential priorities and the president's targets, crops, and in different areas. And that's why we are honored to be here this afternoon. And we'll say whatever this meeting, what is the recommendation of this meeting, feel free to give us a copy. Whatever we can do as we reach out to the ministry and other staff in the government, see whatever it is that we can to take it from there. So without much ado, I want to invite today, this afternoon, our about 4 speakers. And the topic is drivers of food system transformation. Drivers of food system transformation. And with me, I'll invite David Laborde from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, FAO. David, I don't know if he's online or he's seated with us. David, kindly, if you are in the audience, kindly step forward. Or if you're online, welcome. So you're online, welcome. Then second, I'll invite Mr. Michael Ndegwa. He's an associate scientist in the International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center, CMIT. He'll tell us why that's such a long name is CMIT. It should have been W, but we understand. We always have a joke that they always make sure things start the other side. Kindly, Michael, take a seat. Then we are going to followed by Dr. Moses Muthinja. He's the Director, Integrated Development, the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis, KIPRA. Kindly, let's put our hands together for Dr. Moses and Michael at the same time. Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Moses. Then the other speaker for this afternoon is Professor Salome Bukachi, Institute of Anthropology, Gender and African Studies, the University of Nairobi. Salome, kindly, Professor Salome, kindly step forward if you're with us or you are online. Professor, she's online. Welcome, and we are glad to have you this afternoon. Without much ado, I want to introduce to hear more from David. David, kindly, I'll give you in 10 minutes. Tell us more about development and forecast for global food, fertilizer, and fuel markets. Let's listen as David talks to us more about developments and forecast for global food, fertilizer, and fuel market. David, please take the podium. As David and tech sometimes always want to delay you. So as David prepares and our tech team prepares, I'll request Mr. Michael Ndegwa kindly talk to us about 10 minutes. Within 10 minutes, tell us more about climate proofing, agricultural production, and the food system. David, please, Michael, talk to us. Thank you. All right, as they do that. So again, Dr. Michael Ndegwa from CIMIT. CIMIT is International Maize and Wheat Improvement Center.
I think I need to explain why it's CIMIT. So our headquarters are in Mexico. So those are Spanish initials, CIMIT, yeah? Sure. So you intend to project? Yeah, maybe a second. I want to believe my time has not started yet, yeah? Yeah. I can't see it. But I need to follow need to know this. Can I just do it from cooperation? Sure. So I'll be talking on a topic titled Climate Proofing Agricultural Production and the Food Systems. And those are some of the things I had planned to talk about in terms of the things that we can do to climate proof our food systems, agricultural systems. Luckily, if you look at them, most of them have already been handled in one way or the other. We've had Bimal talk about crop insurance, diversification, maybe not yet, but we had someone talk about climate smart agriculture in passing. Variety turnover, we've had a bit of it, and post-harvest loss mitigation, quite a lot on it. I think that's one of the thing maybe I'll just leave out. But a quick one on insurance, crop insurance and livestock insurance, as well as bundled products and services. Bimal gave a good introduction of where we've journeyed from coming from all peril indemnity-based contracts to where we are now talking about index insurance. And maybe what are the main issues that we've had so far with index-based insurance? I think one of the challenges that you're facing is uptake. Most of the interventions that we have so far, quite a lot on experiments and evaluations, quite a lot on pilots. But beyond that, I think uptake has been quite a challenge. And luckily, we seem to have a few private sector partners who are interested in this. We have Pula, we have One Acre, I mean, not One Acre, but Acre Africa, who are trying to commercially sell insurance to small scale farmers. And maybe I'll just mention other things that we have ILRI program from ILRI. Maybe if someone is interested, we have RCC, that's risk contingent credit from IFPRI. If someone is interested, we have picture-based, Kramer talked about it. Area yield insurance, a lot by some scientists, including Michael Carter. So we have different programs out there that have been proposed, but still most of them at evaluations, experiments, and pilots. So from my thinking and having been involved in a bit of this, the RCC, the risk contingent credit, is a project that I've been involved in designing and implementing. But some of the things that I would personally maybe recommend as policy, first of all, is bundling of insurance with other services and with other products. And it's not new. RCC itself, it's a bundled product. Kramer talked about bundling insurance and hybrids. But we need to try much more, maybe design different products, and also maybe for different areas, for different agroecologies, and test them and see maybe what would work and what doesn't work. But I would think also would require to maybe from a policy perspective, because we have government here and it's easier to do this from the government side, maybe it's require agricultural credits to be bundled with drought or floods insurance. We do this already for life. Most of the credit that we give out there is insured against death. In case the applicants of the loans dies, the family doesn't have to pay. So maybe it's something that also we could try. And one of the advantage, if we did this, would mean we are going to spread risk much more. Because at the moment, it's just a few people maybe who will be interested to buy bundled credits, insurance bundled credit. But farmers, mostly from the areas that they feel maybe they are not badly off, maybe do not buy. And that way, then the risk is not spread. And for an insurance company, they need to feel that the risk is quite spread. Yeah, if I lose here, I gain there. But at the moment, there is what we call adverse selection. Yeah, at the moment, it's only farmers who feel at risk who are buying this insurance and who are going to go for this credit. But if it's from a regulation perspective, we are able to help the insurance companies to spread the risk. I tend to think this might increase the chances of us selling insurance amongst the small scale farmers. Then also subsidize, and we know, and it's been said here, that subsidies, maybe they are not sustainable, not the way to go. But I'm from literature, even from the countries which are a bit successful right now with selling crop insurance, that's US, India, from literature, most of it's actually subsidized by governments. But my thinking is we could use subsidies as a way of encouraging many more people, many more farmers to learn about insurance. It's not an easy topic among the small scale farmers. I've tried a few times to train farmers. You need to do quite a lot, yeah? So to encourage more learning and to encourage longer exposure to these products, so we could use subsidies to promote insurance contracts. Then also, we need to consideration of insuring investments versus produce. We've been trying to insure produce. It's a bit expensive. But if you go the investment way, the inputs or the money the farmers put in the farms, that's a little bit more affordable. And I think luckily at the moment, it seems most of even what Barbara was talking about here, what we did with RCC and a few other initiatives out there, it seems people are starting to appreciate that, because it's not a cheap affair, because the agricultural risks are huge. So the premiums tend to be high. So if you're insuring the whole, produce, then the premiums will be too high for farmers. Maybe we could concentrate more on ensuring what they are putting on the farm, on the ground, through ensuring their inputs or their investments. Then also we need to facilitate from maybe ministry level. We need to facilitate like a national, across the nation, data collection, because building or designing insurance products, you need a lot of data, and especially historical data. We rely mostly on time series to design such products. And one of the challenges, and personally I've faced it in this region, it's so hard to find like a time series good yield data across the country. And so that becomes quite a huge hurdle when we are designing these products. And that's why most of our index, they are good. It will be mostly rainfall, vegetation, evapotranspiration, whatever we can get from satellite data. But also if we had yield data running back to decades, as long as we get the weather data, then you are able to develop a more objective indices. So I would strongly recommend from the ministry perspective, we get away. I know we do collect some data, but we've tried some of us to ask for that data, work with that data. We don't get it always in very good shape. It's not like somewhere online you can click a button and get it. Maybe it's something that we could think about, and also share this data with such partners who are working on such. And also maybe we avoid micro, and especially when you're talking of small scale farmers, trying to sell micro, that is selling insurance to individual small scale farmers down there. It's also a bit risky. And that's why maybe we are not seeing many insurance companies interested. But we could go meso. Meso is going to a higher level, like someone who can aggregate the risk. So like rather than giving insurance or selling insurance directly to farmers, we sell insurance to banks and insure all the loans they are giving out there in case of a risk. then the insurance will deal with the bank, and now the bank can decide how that trickles down. But one of it trickling down is that maybe wherever they are selling already, maybe the interest rate and all that were already lower. So, but we could try to work with someone or institutions that aggregate risks. This could be banks, it could be even millers, and or any other person who deals with thousands of farmers who can we can target, or also go sovereign. And sovereign, I think it's a pretty new concept in literature, but with this one is ensuring government programs. Like a government invests heavily in a particular region in the country or the whole country, and then this program itself, it's actually insured, such that whatever money the government invests out there, in case of a huge risk, then we don't lose. And when I was talking of subsidies, it's good also to mention that, of course, government, we do a lot of ex-post relief programs, and they are very expensive. Maybe one of the way of then doing this could be considering insurance as the next ante way of protecting our farmers. We don't wait until they are hit by the shock, then we give them relief. We could then go ahead and be more proactive, ensure their production, ensure their businesses, that's farm businesses, and then we might not need them to go for subsidies. All right, did I go back? All right, that's an example. It's a case study of risk contingent credit that I talked about, and pretty much the same results that Kramer talked about, what they found. We see higher uptake of insured credit, but not that much. But again, we don't see direct impact we see direct impact on investment. That is investment in seeds and fertilizers, but not direct impact on other outcomes like yields, farm revenues. But we also see, if you look for impact pathways, you can see how those the product, the RCC, the insured credit, and even the non-insured credit, you can see how then it affects those higher incomes, but through impact mechanism, not direct. Maybe then I'll skip this, and on CSAs, this will be the main message. CSAs, we see very high awareness, but very low adoption. So when you talk of CSA, the problem is no longer awareness. Farmers know quite a lot. I'm sure maybe the organizers will share these slides. And this is also a project that we've done from IFPRI. I spent some years with IFPRI. So, and we see very high, and this is data from 4 counties in Kenya. Very high awareness of CSAs, very low adoption. And that's across women, as you can see there, and also men. And also the intervention that we had, we were trying video-based extension as a way of communicating CSAs. And we see the same. We had, the interventions had impact on awareness and knowledge, but nothing on adoption of the CSAs that we were promoting through the videos. And luckily, we had asked the farmers what are some of the challenges they are facing when it comes to adoption of CSAs. And I think the main message here is that we still see most of the CSA interventions, they are more awareness, information-based. That's what mostly, donors and government researchers, I think that's what we are trying most. But I think the main message here, adoption of, the information and awareness is not the only constraint to adoption of CSAs. Some of these CSAs, like ZIPITs, minimum tillage, cover cropping, not that much, but some of them, they are decision intensive, they are capital intensive, and they are also labor intensive. So just giving someone knowledge again and again, they'll gain a lot of knowledge, but may never do this. So we need to get a way of going beyond information when it comes to CSA and couple that with other interventions that could help overcome some of these other constraints, including capital constraints, as you can see there, labor down there, inputs, and even misfit through soil conditions. So we also need to know what you are pushing where. Finally, the last thing I'll talk about, when you talk of climate-proofing agriculture or food systems, then the issue of variety turnover, and I'll talk about maize mostly because that's the main crop that we grow here. then the issue of variety turnover becomes very important. And I know Charles talked about it and a few others. And in Kenya, we do not, I'll start from that one. We do not have a shortage of new varieties being released. If you look at those graphs on your right, on average, every year we are releasing two, but not even releasing. This is a survey we did amongst the agro dealers, 1,000 agro dealers in the country. So it's actually what we're able to find at the shop, and it's new, like 10 years and below. But there are much more that maybe they are not in the shop but have been released. But at agro dealers, at an average of 2 per year, 2 new varieties per year in the intermediate and late maturity zones. But in the early zone, in the late zone is 1 variety per year. So we don't have a shortage of new varieties coming to the market. But if you look at the market share on the other graph, the market share of those new varieties is actually very, very low. 16% in the early zones, 2% in the late zones. So, and the problem is not that we don't have varieties coming out. So, and as a way of wrapping up this, so we need policies to encourage switching to new varieties, because the new varieties are bred with current production challenges in mind. So we see on average, if you look at on average, a variety we are growing in Kenya is about 20 years old. 20 years, rain distribution in most of the areas in terms of time and space was way better than it is today. So we need to then consider these new varieties. So we need to promote continuous experimentation and local learning of new varieties. We need to get away of promoting these continuously amongst farmers, to facilitate continuous evaluation of varieties across different environments, to generate information for farmers to use to be able to select new varieties. Most of the time it's because they don't know how the new will perform. So I think it's our job then to set up these evaluations across different mega environments. And then that such data is provided to farmers who can then make decisions, objective decision, what to grow. And then we need to use price promotions. That's for seed companies, and subsidies. That's a public investment as a way of facilitating exposure to new varieties. And we are doing some, I think around 3 experiments, 3 RCTs this year at CIMI to test this. Then also, we are also thinking bundling insurance to new varieties. One of the things farmers told us during the pre-RCT FGDs is that they don't want to go to new varieties because I already have this old variety that I grow. I know what to expect from it, because there are a lot of uncertainties with the new varieties. Yeah. So my thinking is then, if we are to bundle insurance to new varieties, a way of promoting new varieties, then we could take care of some of those uncertainties, and we might be successful in pushing these. Then we need to minimize the time period between varietal licensing by KEFIs and commercial release by seed companies. I call it new old varieties. So we have what is hitting the market today as a new variety, but when you go back to KEFI's data, that variety was released like 10 years ago. So, I mean, too much have happened 10 years, in a period of 10 years. And then we need to work with seed companies. I hope we have representative here, but mostly I think from the government side, working with seed companies and other stakeholders to develop a framework of retiring old varieties. Maybe it will be a way of forcing it, but to be honest, we are growing varieties which are 40 years old. So I think we have a duty, maybe as a government and also as stakeholders, to get away of maybe retiring some of these varieties. I think I'll leave it at that, and appreciate you for your time.
Thank you, thank you, thank you. Please now, let's load the presentation for Dr. Moses Muthinja so that we can move forward. Head Moses, come forward. You have 10 minutes. I was a bit lenient with Michael, because with the first one, we delayed him. So for you kindly, it's 10 minutes. When I stand, you know, you have 1 minute to go. If I sit again, then you know you have another minute, and that's it. So please.
Thank you, sir. I promise to give you a discount. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon. I'm Moses Muthinja, Director Integrated Development at the Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and Analysis. That is KIPRA. KIPRA is a state corporation under the National Treasury and Economic Planning. Who is moving? Oh, I'm supposed to move it. Yeah. So the outline of my presentation, I'm supposed to talk about migration and urbanization, and I'll be looking at migration, what is urbanization, the status of migration and urbanization in Kenya, emerging issues on migration, urbanization and food systems, and also addressing these emerging issues. So when we talk about migration, we are talking about the movement of people from one place to another with the intention of settling in a new location, either temporarily or permanently. Now, it happens that most of us move with the intention of settling temporarily, but we end up settling permanently. Sometimes back, I listened to a presentation by the former, I think it was a former chancellor of Egerton University, the late Hosea Kiplagat. He was saying one time he was so curious about where he came from. So he went to US, did a DNA, and he was told that he came from somewhere in North Africa. And I don't want to suggest that you also try to do a test because you may be stressed for no reason. So these migration trends, we find that approximately 1.7 million people reported to have migrated 12 months prior to the 2019 census, while 9 million people were lifetime migrants in Kenya. So we find that is a significant number really of people migrating in the country. You are talking about 2019 figures. So I tried to extract some figures from the 2022 economic survey from that is Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, and I tried to rank these counties in terms of net migration. There is a table there, table 19.3, I think, in the economic survey, their page for that one. So I just did the extract to see which countries were the major gainers in terms of migration. And we find that Nairobi City leads with 131,869. We find this Nairobi City, Kiambu, Kajiado, these are counties which are like neighboring one another. And some of them are, one of them is a bedroom of the other. For instance, I think Kajiado, we are told Rongai is Nairobi's bedroom. For whatever reason, nobody knows why people stay there with a lot of traffic, but it's a nice place, by the way. Then we have Nakuru. So when you look at these counties, actually, especially the top two, they in one place around Nairobi and Kiambu. Then we have Nakuru. So these are net gainers in terms of migration from the statistics given by Kenya National Bureau of Statistics. So why have people moved from these other counties to Nairobi City? Maybe we'll be looking at that. And Lamu, of course, Lamu with 1,464. And considering the size of that county, that is really a major movement to Lamu. But then where do people want to stay? My Mogakas, why are we moving away from our county? Kisii County, we have negative migration. That is, people have actually ran away from. I think that is what the figures show us, that Kisii, 50,041 people moved from Kisii in 2019. And Kakamega, 48,000. These people went away from their counties. I'm sure politicians from those regions will not be very happy with these kind of figures. Yeah, and of course we have Homa Bay with negative people moving away, 9,667. Not so good news. So people have moved from these counties, and some of them really have a great potential for agriculture, and we'll be looking at the implications of that for food systems. Time may not necessarily allow me to discuss all that I can discuss under this. But then I'm also supposed to talk about urbanization, which is the process by which people move from rural areas to urban areas, resulting in the growth and the expansion of cities and towns. So from the figures I just presented, it actually shows that people have moved. If you look at the counties like Kisii and others that I showed there, these are mostly rural cities, Kakamega there, Kitui, Bungoma, Vihiga. All these regions have lost really not in the negative sense, but people have moved from those counties. So people have moved to cities. And when we talk about urbanization here is a demographic and social phenomenon evidenced by an increase in the proportion of population living in urban areas compared to rural areas. So then how about urbanization in Kenya? We find that in the year 2022, I'd really to redate the presentation in the interest of time, we find that in 2022, urban population for Kenya was 29% of the total population. So here we are talking about millions of people, really, I think close to 15 million, if I'm not wrong. So what causes urbanization? I will not dwell into that because we have covered that one a lot in our geography, GACC, and other causes, causes of urbanization, economic, socio-political, and environmental factors. So then what are the emerging issues on migration, urbanization, and food systems, maybe implications for food systems? So with urbanization, then we find that there is urban food insecurity. That is access to affordable and nutritious food, especially by low-income urban group, becomes a challenge. So with all these people, who is going to find, where are they going to find nutritious food? I remember one time a friend of mine, I asked him, did you get a job? Did you get some work? He told me, I'm not in Nairobi to look for work, my friend. I'm in Nairobi to look for money because we ran away from work. Yeah? He told me that back home, we were being forced to carry the ara to take, the ara napier grass. We were forced to do all that kind of work in the farm. So that is what I ran away from. In Nairobi, I'm here to look for money. So ladies and gentlemen, who is going to get us food? Migration and agricultural labor, the paradox of migrating away from work, that's what I've just talked about. Urbanization and land use, expansion of cities encroach on agricultural land, which can lead to food insecurity and loss of biodiversity. I think we are very much aware of what is happening even in our neighboring county here, Kiambu. Most of the agricultural land has been converted to real estate places. Talk of this city and those other cities will be coming. Health and nutrition, unhealthy diets such as junk foods. It is not that people really like junk foods, it's just that there's also an alternative because healthy foods become expensive. I will not talk about some things because when I was growing up, we were told to work very hard so that we can also eat sausage, samosa, like the people who live in Nairobi. So we worked very hard, got PhDs. Then when we came to Nairobi, we were told, my friend, you need to eat healthy, eat arrowroots, eat sweet potatoes. These are the things they were feeding us, and we used to complain every time our mom is giving us sweet potatoes, arrowroots, and so on. So we complained. But now, when we finally got the qualifications, when we finally got the money, the rich changed the rules. Now, the issue is, the reason they were eating that junk food is because maybe, I don't want to know to talk about the reasons here, you can feel for yourself. But the major issues here is with urbanization and migration, and especially people moving from agricultural land, not making good use of agricultural land, not producing in rural areas. We have a problem now of feeding millions of people that have moved to urban setup. So how do we address these emerging issues? I do not suggest that I have all the solutions to these issues. I think maybe that's why we are here. But it may require a multi-sectoral approach that considers the complex interaction between migration, urbanization, and food systems. And to say also that we need incentives, and especially maybe our brothers and sisters from Kisii, we need incentives to get us out of Nairobi to Kisii, and maybe those leaders from county governments who are here, you may want to give that a serious thought. So I wish you the best. It was nice seeing you and talking to you. Did I give you the discount?
Thank you. You did indeed give a discount of 1.5 minutes. Thank you very much. I think it's always that you grew up not able to afford meat, like with the village, sugar, and then just when you have succeeded, you are making money, tell you now meat, red meat. You're like, what is wrong with you people? I've just been working out to start eating meat. Now you're telling me you grew up drinking porridge from sorghum and all that without sugar. Now you have been able to drink sugar tea. And then I tell you what is wrong with the world. But anyway, thank you very much for that. Now, I think online, we are going to invite Professor Salome Bukachi, and she'll be talking about demographic shifts, leveraging women and youth for food system and transformation. Professor, kindly come forward online.
All right. Thank you very much, and greetings to everyone. I'm going to look at demographic shifts, leveraging women and youth for food systems transformation. I'm Professor Salome Bukachi from the Institute of Anthropology, Gender and African Studies of the University of Nairobi. Next, please. I'll request the person behind the computer to kindly move my slides.
We're trying to get that online.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
But I think it's interesting time to also, as she comes on board, to think about what are the opportunities? What are the opportunities like in Kisi? Now that guys have come to the city, what are opportunities in Kakamega, where we have the 40,000 people that, the miners 40,000. Did they leave a gap for them for food to be produced? Or is it now that where they went, they need somebody to produce food for them? So quite interesting. I think that was a very good presentation. Sometimes we miss some of those, and they also they have a direct impact on our food systems, food availability, quality, and all that. How are we doing?
Hello.
People, how are we doing?
Hi.
Okay.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please kindly speak a little bit louder, but we can hear you now. Finally, please go forward.
Great. Thank you. I've put the full volume. My name is Salome Bukachi, professor in the Institute of Anthropology, Gender and African Studies of the University of Nairobi. I'm going to present on the demographic shifts, leveraging women and youth for food systems transformation. Next, please. So within the food systems, we have two different components, and that's the food supply chains and the food environments. I will focus more on the food supply chain. Next. And even as we talk about the demographics, we need to take cognizance of the fact that according to the Kenya population census of 2019, we stand at about 47.6 million people. And out of this, 75.1% of these people are below 35 years of age. So even as we're talking about the youth, as we're talking about the women, it's important to take that into consideration, and also to take into consideration the fact that the youth employment rate, according to the KNBS, stands at 39%. And so how can we leverage to bring up our youth, to bring up women to be able to participate actively within the Kenyan food system? Next slide, please. Have talked about the population. In addition to what I've said, Kenya also has a youthful rural population, as shown by that pyramid. Next slide, please. And so for purposes of just finding out how can we leverage on the women and the men to increase their participation within the agricultural value chain, I will focus on the poultry value chain, which we know is a driver towards food security and sustainable development. And research has shown that it's a viable pathway out of poverty for the poor, especially youth and women. And it plays a significant role in the agricultural sector, contributing to about 30% of the overall agricultural contribution. Within the poultry value chain, we have three different production systems. We have the intensive system, semi-intensive system, and the traditional extensive production that mainly comprises of the indigenous chicken. Next slide. And so despite the importance of poultry as a key driver out of poverty, we have not realized its full exploitation, and it has not been fully used to deliver the economic empowerment that we envisage that poultry plays. Research has shown some gaps in this, and the reason why maybe this has not been realized. And one of them is an aspect of low knowledge and awareness on technologies when we are looking at poultry in relation to vaccinations. The other factor is about the issue of access. How do people access these technologies? Is it distance, costs, among other technical, economic, social factors? The other gap that has been realized is the issue of utilization of these vaccines. We can have technologies, but sometimes the utilization is low. And so those are gaps that come in when we are looking at fully exploiting some of these very good products that already exist. The other aspect is the sociocultural issues in relation to livestock ownership, decision-making, and other sociocultural norms that may impact on or influence women and men and youth from engaging within this agricultural value chain. So we asked ourselves some questions. How do we address the gaps to improve women and youth's access and adoption of technologies? And for the purposes of this study, we were looking at the Newcastle disease vaccine and how we could improve access for improved agricultural productivity, economic empowerment of both women and youth, and improved food security. So based on this, we designed a study that was looking at the gender-inclusive vaccine ecosystem and developed an intervention to try and address the gaps that have been realized by research. Next slide, please. And so we started by providing knowledge and strengthening the vaccine value chain, especially for the Newcastle disease. And we started by training smallholder farmers, both men, women, and the youth, to enhance their skills and knowledge in animal husbandry, on gender issues, nutrition, to enable them understand the importance of the poultry, contributing towards household nutrition, and also cooperatives, the power of collectives. And so we strengthened the vaccine supply chain by bringing the vaccines closer to the community through partnering with the county government and the private sectors, because one of the key issues that we realized was the aspect of access. Next. Next, we also trained what we call community vaccinators. These are people from the community identified by the community who are provided with training to enable them understand aspects of animal, especially the poultry diseases, just basics about poultry diseases and the usage of the vaccination within poultry. And so we equipped the community vaccinators, majority who are youth and women, with the knowledge and skills to offer these vaccination services, not only to address the disease issue, but also to bring the vaccine closer to the farmers. Next. In partnership with the county and the private sector, we also supported the formation of new groups and strengthened the existing groups and mobilized the Newcastle disease vaccination exercise through these groups to help, especially in the aggregation of numbers. We know that within cooperatives, within groups, when you bring many people together, you're able to leverage on that power of collectives. And the groups were useful in increasing the economies of scale, given that the majority of farmers had an average of around 30 birds. Yet the Newcastle disease vaccine comes in a package for 100 birds. So rather than a farmer buying a package of for 100 birds and disposing of the rest because they only have 30 birds, we brought the farmers together so that many farmers could come together and buy their 100 packaging of the Newcastle vaccine and utilize it optimally rather than wasting it. The groups also provided an easy avenue to mobilize for training and marketing of the poultry. Next. So in relation to that study that we did, we realized based on the the strategies that we put in place, there was increase in the Newcastle disease vaccine use from 15 to 50%. There was also increase in poultry numbers from 30 to 50 chicken per household, given that they were able to now protect their animals from suffering from diseases. And the chicken were also able to have a better survival rate from the Newcastle disease. As a result of the intervention, we created opportunities for income for the community vaccinators who would do the vaccination at a small fee. And a lot of these were youth and women. We also strengthened the power to and power with. This is power to be able to engage in various activities as groups, and powers to be able to leverage on the collectives to access markets and to access better prices. We know that one of the things we realized is that even when the farmers engage in the production of poultry, in between their farm to the market, there are middlemen in between who end up buying the chicken at low cost. And because sometimes the women may not have time to go to the market the whole day, they sell off their birds to the middlemen. But when we bring them together as collectives, they're able to leverage on those numbers and even to have a better bargaining power for the prices of their chicken. Then, because of providing the information and training them and working with them, the community vaccinators were also more confident. Their self-esteem increased, and they were able to now do whatever the activities they were doing confidently, knowing that they have our backing and they have the information they require to be able to talk about various diseases among chicken. Next. So as a result of this study, the key things that we bring out is that there needs to be strategies to increase the involvement of youth and women, that these strategies need to avoid existing entrenched gender inequalities, especially when you talk about aspects of ownership of different livestock, who owns what, who does what, who can do what, who can sell and who cannot sell. So strategies need to take these existing sociocultural and gender norms into consideration and ensure that those are not entrenched as you develop the strategies to improve or increase the participation of youth and women within the agricultural value chain. Another recommendation is encouraging working in groups to leverage on the power of collectives so that the women and the youth are able to take advantage of this to access loans, training, inputs, and markets and get better prices even within the market. And given that the indigenous poultry has been with us for a very long time and has been seen mainly as a subsistence means of, as a subsistence form of agriculture, I think it's time for us to see how can we push this to give it an agribusiness model so that the indigenous chicken can be looked at from that profitability perspective. And in that light, it will be able to attract more youth. Even as we are in an era where we are quite keen about our health, and we're trying to look at healthy eating vis-a-vis eating of fast foods, the indigenous chicken provides an option where we can improve on our healthy eating, but also use it as a mechanism to provide money that I think the previous presenter talked about. The youth are wondering, where can they get money? Within some of these systems, we have opportunities to develop them further and help the youth and the women to be able to benefit, empower them. And when they're empowered, it's not just for economic empowerment, but also our food security and transformation of our food systems become quite a key outcome of this. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor, for such a wonderful presentation. I think really letting us understand opportunities in poultry and also traditional poultry. Now, I think we go back to our first model to David from the FAO, and he'll be presenting to us about development and forecast for global food, fertilizer, and fuel markets. David, please, if you are online, this is your turn.
Thank you very much. Could you hear me well?
Yes, we are hearing very well. Please go, proceed.
And just want to check with you in the room if you will control the slides or if I share my screen.
This is for us to just operate the slides from here.
Okay.
Okay,
So,
thank you.
that's not me. I'm not John.
This is David Laborde from FAO, not can you check? Sorry, David, just give us some minutes.
No problem. So in the meantime, just to say that I'm very pleased to be here, even if I'm not physically with you. I had to stay in Abu Dhabi to prepare the COP that will take place this year here. But it's a very important event. I'm very happy that my colleagues from IFPRI and the CG have invited me to join you today. I am now at the FAO since the beginning of February, but before I've been doing 15 years at IFPRI. So I know how the good work that is done in the National Policy and Strategy Initiative. And I have seen Clemens in the room, so hi to him. I'm going to give you an overview of some of the global evolution on both the food, fertilizer, and energy markets. I'm going to raise a few points about what has happened in the recent past, what is happening today, and I will give you some pointers about the near future, and also what it means in terms of implication for food security. And in some case, I will refer to the situation in Kenya, but not too much. So next slide, please. So I think this is a very important graph to start having an idea of what we are talking about, why we are dealing with this crisis that can start with commodity, but for many people translated to a cost of living crisis, and at the same time for producers represent a huge challenge. And you see on this graph, so 3 lines. One is the fertilizer prices in red. Here we are talking in terms of prices in constant dollars. Then you have the energy price in black and the grain price in blue. Obviously, they tend to move together. You see that when we have a period of spikes like the 2007 and 2008 crisis, 2011 food price crisis, and actually last year, you have seen this significant increase. Now, I mean, last year, even if we had very high prices at one point in time, as you see, we are not still reaching the level of 2007 and 2008 at a global level in constant dollars. And I think that's something I want to make it clear here. I'm talking about the global situation. And for some countries that have suffered from depreciation of their currency compared to the dollars, the situation can be much more difficult. And even as today, and if you look at the last part of my slide, where you see that all prices are basically declining, all prices, but not at the same speed. In some countries, prices are still going up because actually they are losing purchasing power compared to the dollar. But from this graph, as I've said, you see that they move together. But also, you can see a similar hierarchy every time, meaning that fertilizer prices tend to react more than oil prices, than grain prices. And that's typically due to the different demand and supply elasticity on this market, but also the level of concentration in this market. More or less, every country in the world is producing food, and farmers can react within 6 months to a major price shock. Many countries in the world have access to oil or natural gas or coal, But when you talk about fertilizer, the number of countries that actually provide key fertilizer, when we talk about nitrogenous fertilizer, you have less than 10 countries that will represent 60% of the global market. When we talk about potash or phosphate, 4 or 5 countries represent 80%. So really, the question of concentration is pretty important. The last thing I want to point on this graph is actually the fact that the sequentiality also is not just, can be a bit particular. And when you start to see fertilizer price going up sooner and in a more important magnitude than grain prices, for instance, it means that the margin for farmers go down. And you know, in economic, we are used to say that the solution to high prices are high prices. If you're a farmer and you face high prices on your output that are your grains, but you even face even much higher prices on your input that can be both fertilizer and oil, actually your incentive to produce more may not be here. And that's something why very important to talk about the three markets together, even if now I'm going to break it down a bit. Last point for the transition, you see that I have put on the graph some elements regarding to some shock, like the war in Ukraine, or some policy shock like the export restriction that can trigger additional response beyond what can be other drivers like market structure of prices. But I will have some slides on that, so I'm moving away. So next slide, please. Yes, so here I just want to show the evolution of prices for 3 commodities: maize, wheat, and soybeans on global markets. So they are mainly Chicago price. And you know that we have started in 2022 when early 2022 price were already rising, but especially for commodities like wheat directly linked to the situation in the Black Sea, you have seen this huge price spike after the invasion, and then price have started to decline. But for maize, actually, the situation has remained relatively more or less stable during the year. And for soybean, that is not directly linked to the crisis in Ukraine. We have seen high prices during the first part of the year. Then we have seen when the Southern Hemisphere, in particular Brazil, had their soybean harvest, but then also we had better news on the US situation. Prices started to decline for soybean. But now, with the current projection, we see prices rising again. So here the key message is, you know, prices are particularly volatile for the last couple of years. So this price volatility is an issue for various operators. Now markets react to the different news and events. So after the invasion, of course, price of wheat increased quickly, but then the world started to diversify where they will bring their wheat coming from. Other producers in the world have increased their acreage of wheat. And actually by August, we had a stabilization of the wheat market. Now, all these prices remain high from an historical point of view, but they have also stopped to decline. So when people say, oh, there's no more problem, prices have declined. No, they have declined coming from a very high level in the middle of the crisis. Now they are more or less stabilized at high level. And some prices like soybean are increasing again, showing the actual tension we have between supply and demand in the context of various climate shock in key agricultural producers. But also, maize and soybean are not directly used for, food consumption globally, but they are for feed. And I think that's where we also have to be very careful. The situation for many livestock producers are actually pretty challenging, because the price of meat and other commodities have not increased at the same speed as the price of feed. And that in terms of diversity of the value chain, but also diversity of diet, it has some implication that we should not forget when we just look at these commodities. Next slide, please. So on fertilizer and fuel, what I just wanted to zoom in is, of course, on the left-hand side, you see the evolution of prices of different fertilizer. The phosphate rock in gray, potash and phosphate in respectively purple and green, and nitrogen fertilizer in black. On the left-hand side, the dotted red line, I see there is not legend, but it's actually natural gas price. And here you see the big integration between natural gas price and nitrogen fertilizer that are actually a key element. You can see on this graph also that all the fertilizer doesn't have the same dynamic. And in particular, you can see for MOP, so that is based on potash product, due to the situation in Russia and Belarus, these prices have not decreased at the same speed during the first part of the year, but now they are starting also to go down because some products are actually the capacity of Russia to export more of its own potash, but also of the Belarus has increased recently. So these geopolitical elements are important. And in my title, in my introduction, we were talking about what type of forecast we can do. I'm not going to come with forecasts on that, because you see how geopolitical shock can actually change drastically the picture on the fertilizer markets. It's not like if we have structural drivers that explain this price fluctuation. One of the structural drivers, if you want, is the price of natural gas. But the price of natural gas itself is directly linked to what we have seen in Europe this year in terms of conflict. And so the future right now is really linked to some of the conflict for this energy and fertilizer markets. And on the previous graph of key commodities, that's where actually much more than conflict, it's climate. In particular, how La Nina this year is going to continue to impact Latin America and America in terms of things. Now, on the right-hand side, it's just an example of what I was trying to say in terms of what can be interesting is to compare the price of fertilizer with actually the profitability of farmers. So when you start to deflate the global input price by the food price index, and you see that we have been in a period of relatively low input price between 2015 and 2020 when we compare input price to output price. But in 2022, the ratio of input price compared to output price have increased to a kind of historical level. So in my previous graph, I have told you the constant price of food and fertilizer were not historically high. But what has happened last year, and you see on this graph, the relative price of fertilizer compared to food was relatively high. So that's where the pressure on producers actually was pretty extreme last year. And that was a major concern, as you know, in the regions, and including for farmers. Last year, I had the pleasure to discuss with farmers in Kenya, and they suffered a lot from this basically crunch effect. And some of them coming from things that are beyond their limit and control, because it was imported shock and a price change. Next slide, please. There is one commodity that I want to single out right now, is rice, because rice is a totally different trajectory. We have pricing. Yes, going to conclude soon. Yeah?
2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you. Prices of rice, that's a commodity that's in rising prices continuously last year. That the blue dark line you see on this graph, and the red line show you that we are talking about right now prices for rice that have never been as high on world markets as 2018. So on some commodity, the price spike of last year disappeared, and they are more stabilizing. And climate shock may still change this, but for the coming year, we don't expect major price rise for wheat, soybean, and maize. When for rice, the price is rising, and that's an impact on other type of consumers. Next slide, please. A point I want to emphasize, because I already talked about conflicts and geopolitical aspects that can drive price up and create more instability. we have the situation coming from climate shock that have impacted some commodity last year and may still be a threat on some commodity this year. But there is a third type of uncertainties that traders, producers, and consumers face, that policy uncertainties. And on this here, I show a work that we did at IFPRI, where we track what we call export restriction. On the left-hand side, you will see the share of global calories that have been restricted during three crises and episodes, 2007, 2008, 2022, and what's happened during the COVID. And what you see that this year we have seen a lot of export restriction, up to 17% of the global trade of calories was limited due to export restriction, especially during the spike of the crisis, where a number of countries even panicked. Once again, we have some policymakers that doesn't always use the best policy response to a shock, including a foreign one, and that makes things worse for food importers. And on the right-hand side, you see a graph that is not in terms of share of global calories, but number of countries. And here what you see is, even today, when we see some countries removing their restriction, still a large number of countries, more than 22, are maintaining restriction. And when we think about regional trade, in particular in Africa, where actually global markets may be less important than regional markets, even small countries implementing restriction can have a big disruptive effect for traders, but also can negatively impact the incentives of farmers. Because in some cases, you see these restrictions that are aimed to limit the food price increase at home. But in a situation where your farmers still have to pay more for their input, any policy that try to limit the domestic food prices and the prices received by producers is going, in reality, to be counterproductive for the next season. Next slide, and will be my last one. I wanted to show here the breakdown by crops in terms of this restriction. And last year, we have seen restriction on three main types of crops. The oilseed and vegetable oil product that are very important imports for some countries, and including from Kenya. And here we see very strong restriction coming from the palm oil from Indonesia, but also due to the situation in Ukraine, sunflower trade was disrupted. You have some cereals like wheat and maize that were directly linked also to the situation in the Black Sea. But starting, you see after weeks 35, because horizontally here you see the weeks during the year, rice started to be restricted, in particular in India. And that's something that contributes also to these higher prices. So just to say that when we think about the future, understanding the policy space and how countries are responding to this policy shock is important. So to wrap up, we have seen relatively between 2015 up to 2020, relatively good situation in terms of how farmers could actually produce more, relatively low cost of inputs. 2020 with the COVID has been a big demand shock on them, but their input price didn't rise so much at the time. 2022, some of the food prices increased, but even more input prices have increased, crushing the margin of the farmers, making actually what they can do in 2023 more challenging. On the level of uncertainty for the future, yes, local and global conflict is a source of price volatility and push price up in many cases. And so we just hope this year to be calmer, both locally, regionally, and globally. Climate shock, still a big drivers of the price response we see. We still are in a third year of La Nina that is finishing. We are going to potentially jump to a Nino event, and that can bring even more stability on the food supply. For this year, 2023, we expect a bit of reduction in the global food supply by 2 or 3% coming from climate and potentially a bit less fertilizer use, but it's typically linked to this reduction in margin for farmers. But last but not least, policy response are important, and smart policy response are needed to reduce uncertainty and not to accelerate them. And that's at least something that we don't control as experts, but we can count and work closely with policymakers to limit that. Thank you. And we don't need about the other slide, don't worry.
All right, thank you, David. I organize that all these presentation. Hopefully, you organize them in a certain portal, and everybody will access them because they're really rich, and not everybody will be able to really follow up on this. All right, now we have come to an end of the presentation. I'll give a chance for 3 questions. You know, we are way over time. The presenters are so rich, even as much as I wanted to stop them, I was so interested. I was so grossed into them. I was like, oh, 2 minutes out. Then I just so thank you again, presenters, David Delbord, Michael Ndegwa, Moses Muthinja, and Professor Samuel Bukachi. Thank you so much. Now, it's time for questions. I don't know who has the mic, kindly. The lady there, then this gentleman, and the gentleman here. And then one more at the back. We take because so that we don't say at now up here, but so that the lady at the back. So with your question, kindly be direct, whom you like it to, who like to answer you direct the question to, and be very specific, kindly.
All right, brilliant. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Kathy Kamal from AGRA. So I'm in the sector that would be called Development Partners. And thank you, everybody, for brilliant presentations, and actually from the morning. My question, and I'm not sure it's even a question, is to Dr. Moses Muthinja from Kipra. Your presentation was amazing, and I like the fact that you're Director of Integrated Development. My question to you is, your recommendation was that multi-sectoral approaches that consider complex interactions will be critical to developing and moving and transforming our food systems. So my question is, how do we operationalize this? And I was hoping to leave that question for tomorrow until you mentioned multi-sectoral approaches. Why do I say that? Because there are areas that I feel we don't look at in cultural political economy. What drives commitment from governments? How do we clearly see interlinkages? We all know that if the Ministry of Agriculture, for example, calls a convening from other sectors and other ministries, the likelihood of getting attendance is very low. But if the Ministry of Finance or Treasury calls, because that's where the money is, everybody will come. So how do you balance out those multi-sectoral engagements and those interests and those tensions within government, so that then you have convergence in government that spills over to the other development partners, to the private sector, to the civil society, etc. I will pick up the rest next tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you. My question is to Michael Ndegwa about the low varietal turnover on farms. I'm wondering whether the breeders consider farmers' feedback regarding the characteristics that they prefer from those old varieties when they are developing the new varieties. Last, or number 2, I wonder whether these new varieties are usually easily accessible by farmers in the local agro-dealer shops, where farmers can get them easily. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Gentleman here.
So my first question goes to Michael. Sylvester Nami from JKUAT. So you talked about the fact that farmers are actually increasingly adopting hybrid seeds. And we know that we have a lot of initiatives in this country to maintain the indigenous seeds, even going into the building of community seed banks. Why are farmers abandoning their indigenous seeds, thereby, adopting the hybrid seed system? Now, the other question is to Moses. You talked about urbanization and land use. The truth of the matter is that urbanization encroaches into the agricultural land use. So the question is, what about the latest breeding technologies in which farmers can be able to grow more, grow and then produce more in a limited piece of land in the aspect or in the context of urbanization. And to David, you have shown clearly that maize prices have not increased over a very long time. And could this be as a result of increased production of maize in relation to the adoption of the latest technologies, including biotechnology and genome editing?
Now, the lady at the back, and then we close there. I'll get my presenters to respond.
Good afternoon. My question is to Michael Ndegwa. What is the nutritional, there's been a lot of attention given to maize, wheat, and a little bit now rice by David. What is the nutritional value of maize and wheat? And as you're advancing these seeds, what is happening to that nutritional value? And in comparison to our indigenous varieties of the same, what is the comparison? Again, still on the nutritional value of those two.
Thank you. Now we start with David. I think you're still online. Start with David. Please give your, then from there we go to Michael and then go to Moses. And also if there's anything, Professor, you'd like to add, also after they speak, you also feel free to also chime in after that. David.
Okay, now I can be. I needed authorization to unmute myself. Now I have it. Now, thanks for the question. On the maize part, the price I have shown are basically global maize price that are in particular yellow maize price. So just want to say that they are basically for animal consumption and may not be also always reflective from the representative for what's going on some maize market. Now, overall, maize production at the world level has increased drastically thanks to, in this case, new seeds and so far not gene editing, but a number of GM production. Also, in particular, in one country that is Brazil, that has become a major maize exporters because they are able to do a double cropping during the seasons thanks to this technological innovation. So they can do during the year soybean first, maize after. And that has been a game changer for this country. And that's directly linked to biotech. Potentially, it can be done without biotech. I'm not here to advocate, as I say that, yes, maize supply is, in this case, a response to strong demand coming from the feed sectors, and biotech have helped this. And one of the perfect example in terms of which country has done it is Brazil. And obviously, I'm not going to talk about nutrition, but I want to say that this question on key crops that are used for feed are actually very important for nutrition through the livestock angle. And if you don't have maize at the global level and in many countries, you don't really have eggs. And if you don't have eggs, you don't have nutrition. So sometimes, of course, there is a nutrition of the crops directly for human consumption, but we should not forget about a more complex pathway. And currently, we are facing a global egg crisis, part due to the feed and part due to avian flu. So that's the type of shock, also zoonotic disease, that can impact prices and the welfare of consumers. Thank you.
David? Michael, yeah, you can start. Michael, please. Michael Ndegwa, you can start. Then we go to David.
All right. I have a few. Readers' consideration of farmers' preferences. I think we all agree. I think there have been a problem from that perspective. I think over time, the person. Oh, all right. Sorry. So for breeders, consideration of farmers' needs and priorities when it comes to new varieties. We have to agree over time. Maybe farmers have not really been the ones setting the agenda, the breeding agenda. And also not just farmers, even the other disciplines like socioeconomists and all that who interact with the farmers more and more, I think over the time have not been the ones who are setting the agenda or at least making a major contribution to that decisions. It's been more science, breeder-based objectives from their own perspective or what the needs are. But I think over time, we see that changing now. I think part of the release of new varieties, towards the end of it, now we have what we call participatory farmer evaluation and selection of varieties. And still the input is not as much, at least at that moment. We know what farmers would prefer out of hundreds of pre-release materials. We know what they prefer, what they don't, and sometimes those decisions are used to know what moves to, I think, the next stage of variety release, that's going for NPTs. But also now we see, and I would say maybe from CGIAR and of course our collaboration with CARO. So we have initiatives, and one of them is market intelligence. And in this, one of the main thing is to collect, such kind of information, very primary information from primary sources, and those are the farmers, consumers, and also processors, agro-processors. And that kind of data now being used to define then what kind of product profiles that needs to be bred. And now that is going to inform the breeding pipelines that at least within CGIAR, I know that that's happening. But in the past, not as much. I think the second one is a new varieties easily accessible by the farmers. I think one of the challenge with this is that we are talking of a public concern when it comes to variety turnover, but again, it's being pushed by the private sector. So for a seed company, they're in business, agro dealers are in business. So I'll stock as an agro dealer what is selling. And of course, as a seed company, I'll produce more and more of what is selling because I'm in business. And I think that's why we are starting to think it's more of a public concern now. Not just seed companies might be interested in variety turnover, but maybe other stakeholders need to also be interested and get a way of facilitating that. So farmers find breeders, seed companies are producing more and more what already they have created a market for. So that tends to be a challenge. But as I showed here, at least we've seen in higher altitudes, that's intermediate and late zones, we've seen an average of, that is intermediate and actually early, lower zones, an average of 2 varieties per year getting to agro dealers in those areas. And in the higher tropics, I think that's where the Kenya seed dominates, an average of 1 variety getting to seed companies, then to agro dealers. So, but still the demand, the market share, it's very low for those new varieties. Then why are farmers abandoning hybrids? Seeds, then also why then do we have to protect our indigenous varieties, our land races and all that? Why they are abandoning that? I think it's a question of the change in the production setup. So over time, and actually even some of the interactions we have had with the farmers as late as like a month ago in the field, most of them in their farms will have a section that is set aside for the local varieties, and they don't want to lose it completely. But mostly it's a small space and mostly for their own consumption. But now when we need yields, then they tend not to be as high yielding as the variety, that's the hybrids that we are talking about. And even the old hybrids, at least I know one company that is actually struggling to retire a variety that they introduced to the market, became very popular. Now it's known it's not as high yielding, but farmers are sticking to it. Even themselves are struggling to push that. So it's not just even local old varieties, but even hybrids that has been in the system for quite some time may not be as yielding as the new one. So we have also to know what we want from our farms, and I think yield tends to be one of the main preferences by the farmers and of course the consumers. But again, we know it's not the only one. It's not the only preference that pushes farmers' decision, but it's the main one. So I think that's the reason why. I mean, then why we need to keep protecting our indigenous varieties, including having a gene bank. I think I would push that question back to you or a breeder in the house or someone else. But I would think even in the breeding process, sometimes when you want to start from very primary place to develop a variety, so sometimes you would prefer going back to a land race, when you're starting your breeding objective in a very primary way. That would be an economist way of trying to explain what breeders will do. But also, as I tell you, farmers are also trying to maintain their own. Most of them will still have a small piece, and they say they don't want to lose their local varieties. And what's the nutritional value of maize? I would think this question, it's mostly when we compare maize with something else. So it may not, in terms of nutrition, may not be the highest, but of course it has its own value. So, and I think that's why, and there have been efforts to do biofortification, industrial fortification of maize. We have what we call QPM, quality protein maize. I mean, all those things have been tried to improve the nutritional value of maize. But also besides that, I mean, just doing a simple thing as easy as diversifying your crop and diversifying your plate. So maize will provide, of course, what it can provide in terms of calories, then the rest you could get from elsewhere. But at least we know in terms of biofortification, maybe not as successful as industrial fortification, but all those efforts are still in place to improve the nutritional value of maize.
Thank you, Michael. So, Dr. Moses, kindly.
So I suppose I'm responding to the question that was addressed to me, right?
Correct.
Thank you, because I'm incompetent to comment on what. Thank you. So the first question was on multi-sectoral approaches to managing migration and urbanization. Now, when you look at development, it is not a one-party game. It requires a multi-sectoral approach. What that really means is that, let's say you go to Kisii and you're saying you don't want Kisiis to migrate. And the reason you don't want them to, the way to manage that, maybe you say we want to build good schools and we want to make sure there are hospitals. But then you realize at the end of the day, you have insecurity. I'm not saying Kisii has insecurity, just an example. So you have insecurity issues, you have issues of, you have economic opportunities, you build good schools, even international schools, because your argument is that the reason they are going to Nairobi is because they are international schools. And Kisiis want their children to study international curriculum. So let's build international schools. As soon as you build, you realize you are the only actor in that school. Reason, they do not have resources that would enable them to pay school fees for international curriculum. So what you did not create are economic opportunities that would have enabled them to pay for that school fees. So then looking at development, you will want to make sure then that you have policy and governance addressed. That means you need to involve the government policymakers to be able to introduce policies that would enable the development of that particular area. You want to look at the infrastructure properly developed. You want to create economic opportunities. You want to ensure that there is social integration within those communities so that people don't migrate and so on. So then that requires, that is a multi-sectoral approach. And that means you also need to involve development partners as well. You want to involve civil society because there are so many aspects that go into development. Otherwise then, in the absence of those opportunities, people will still move to where those opportunities, or rather where there is a high concentration of those opportunities. The second question, I know this requires really quite a lengthy debate, and I do not have the luxury of time to discuss that. If you come to Kipra, I will give you a whole afternoon to discuss that. But the second question was on urbanization and land use, and the argument here is that there are latest technologies to grow more within a small piece of land. That I agree. However, there is really no substitute for land mass. A few days ago, actually this March, I was in Israel for 2 weeks at Galilee International Management Institute, and we had the opportunity of meeting a number of investors interested, Israelis actually, interested in investing in Kenya. And a number of them were like, where can we get land of about 3,000 hectares in Kenya, where there is a source of water, and they talked big. And then you start asking yourself, I thought we came to Israel to study so that we see the kind of technologies we are using in agriculture. You know, we are told in Israel, the cows produce 70 liters of milk. And if you come from Meru, where I come from, we have to give, we give our cows that are beating for them to produce 2 liters. And of course, we make sure we bring the calf to stimulate the production of milk to at least be able to produce 2 liters. Now you are in a country where 1 cow is producing 70 liters and they are looking for land in Kenya. So what does that tell you? It's really there is no substitute for land mass. Yes, given small pieces of land, then you have to make optimization decisions. How can we optimize the small size of land that we have? And our brothers and sisters in Githunguri and Kiambu have actually showed us the way on how to make, because their land tend to move up, and you see goats on that floor. They have a way of making sure that you make maximum use of that land. I should congratulate them. So yes, land, small pieces of land, we can be able to produce a lot, but we also need large pieces of land. So how can we also make best use of the big land that God has generously given to us? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And I think I'm going to bring this to a close, but I'll ask Professor Salome to just, because you're the one who didn't speak at the last, just give us your closing remarks.
Thank you very much for the opportunity. Sorry, I'm not able to put on my video because of host rights. Yeah, but I would just like to say that even as we are discussing aspects of recommendations and actions for supporting the implementation of a bottom-up economic plan, there is need for us to consider leaving no one behind. And in the spirit of leaving no one behind, then aspects of having gender inclusive strategies and interventions are important. We need to have data that can help us plan, we need gender data that can help us plan our policies and our strategies better, because we know that different categories of people are impacted on differently, even as my colleague, my fellow presenter, Michael, has talked about bean varieties. Men and women have different needs when it even comes to different breeds and varieties. And so it's important that even as we are investigating what the farmers require in relation to breeds, we are able to look at what is it that men, women, young people, old people require, so that then our strategies, our interventions, our technologies are adopted to each and every person that is part of the system. And so it's important that our food systems have a gender lens to be able to help us move towards that transformative food systems that are inclusive, that are efficient, and that are resilient. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hearts together for all our presenters, even as they take their seats. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. I want to also take this opportunity to thank you all for this opportunity and wish you all the best the rest of the evening. Asante sana.
I think we need to appreciate Henry a bit better. He did a fantastic job stepping in and moderating that session. That was excellent. So you'll be pleased to hear that we are coming to the end of our day. And I want to invite the one and only Richard Ndegwa. Richard is from the Agricultural Transformation Office, ATO, and he'll try and synthesize, not so much, just give us some concluding remarks and key highlights of the day. And then we can close after that. Karibu sana, Richard. Yes, please.
Good afternoon. Jambo, good afternoon. Are we still here? As Joyce has said, my name is Richard Ndegwa. I don't work for ATO. I've just come in as the acting secretary for research and innovations in the Ministry of Agriculture. I've been working in a program called Agriculture Sector Development Support Program, where we have been promoting various value chains. Previously, I also worked in Agriculture and Food Authority. But before that, I've worked in the cereals and pulses subsectors for many years. And I've also seen many colleagues from research. I think the longest I served was about 10 years in one position at Katumani, where I served as a research extension liaison officer. Probably because of that, the ministry thought it fit to bring me back to this space where we discuss issues of research. I know we have had a long day. We've had remarks made by the leadership of the CGIAR, the leadership of the ministry. We had our PS here, the leadership of ASNET from the private sector, academia, and so on. And we've also had very good and stimulating presentations made since morning. Mine is probably just to make a few concluding remarks. I know we have a team that is summarizing the issues that have been raised in this conference. But allow me to say that probably this conference has also come at the right time. This is the first Kenya Food Systems Conference. And we all know that we have come from a very, very critical period within our country. We have been facing very serious drought. I think is the most serious drought that we have had for very, very many years. And therefore, we need to start thinking of how do we build the resilience of our food systems. And I think the discussions that we are going to have here for today and tomorrow should enable us as the various stakeholders to see what do we need to do differently. I was sharing with colleagues this morning, many of us, I may look as if I am not very old, but I've worked in the agriculture sector for over 30 years. Some of the issues we are still discussing today are the same challenges that we found 30, 35 years ago. And therefore, we need to start asking ourselves, as the stakeholders in this sector, what else? What do we need to do differently? This country, I'll tell you that we have some of the policies that we have and strategies. We have very beautiful blueprints. Some countries have come and borrowed from us, countries like Botswana and Rwanda, countries like Zambia and Malawi, and they are doing better than this country. And therefore, we need to start asking ourselves, what is it that we need to look at? How do we review our policies and our strategies so that we ensure that we adequately address the issues of food and nutrition security. Now, these efforts cannot be done by government alone. Neither are they going to be done by research. All of us who are seated here and those who are not in this room, from the various stakeholders, we have a stake. And I want to believe that for us to be able to develop sustainable food systems in this country, we must look at the issues of collaboration and partnership. We have also developed, I think the program where I'm coming from, we have tried to develop structures because we have very many stakeholders in the agriculture sector. And one of the issues that has been identified to hinder commercialization of agriculture in this country is the very many uncoordinated stakeholders within the agriculture sector. So what we tried to do under ASDSP2 is to develop structures that can help in coordination and collaboration and partnerships in the agriculture sector. And we have developed structures at county level and also at the national level and also at the intergovernmental level. So we need probably also to leverage on some of those structures to see how do we bring the various stakeholders on board. The food systems debate or dialogue, I think there was a series of dialogues sometime last year, I think before the FAO summit. Maybe we also need to build upon that dialogue. What were the issues that came from the various stakeholders? Because they did talk to the youth, they did talk to women, they did talk to the private sector, they did talk to government and other players. And therefore, we need to ask ourselves, because we are very good, I think as a country, we are very good, particularly in documentation. But taking action is where we need to rethink. How do we develop sustainable food systems in this country? I also want to mention here that many of us had a lot of hopes when we adopted a devolved system of governance. And I think we all know that agriculture is devolved. And I'm happy to see a number of our CECs here. We have worked closely with them. The other day we were in Mombasa to try and sensitize the new CECs so that we see how do we work together. Because we are developing policies and strategies at the national level. But the implementation of policies is at the county level. And therefore we must find a way of all of us working together so that we are able to adequately address the various challenges that we are having in the sector. As I conclude, I want to also mention that as we also look at food systems in this country, we need to ask ourselves, what is it? And I think that is a challenge that was given to us by our peers. What is it that we need to do about climate change? Because you come from drought. I was sympathizing, I think, with the people in the Asals. During drought, they lost almost all their livestock. Then the rains come with floods. The remaining livestock are swept away by the floods. They actually left with nothing for the their socio-economic development. So that is an area that we may need to address. As I said, I've worked also in this sector for many years, and we need to ask ourselves, we have developed research products, we have developed innovations. What systems do we need to put in place so that these products get to the users? To increase productivity of our producers, we really need to ensure that the technologies get to them. Over lunch hour, I think we had a discussion, and I was telling my colleagues, the extension system that I found when I entered into service cannot be the same extension system that we should have today. County governments are not in a position to employ as many extension workers as we used to have in the past. And therefore, we need to look at innovative ways, particularly digital systems that can help us to be able to disseminate information to our farmers. We also need to look at issues of skills and knowledge development for us to be able to increase productivity of our major agricultural value chains. One of the things that I've also realized is that we have the youth form 35% of our population. But those that are directly involved in the agriculture sector, it is estimated at around 10%. And every year from our institutions, particularly from our academic institutions, we are releasing almost 1 million young people to the labor force. Many of them are not getting jobs. But there's a lot of potential that probably we need to look at. How can we create maybe more jobs for the youth? What is it that we can do so that we attract more youth into the agriculture sector? Sometimes I also sympathize with women. Not very many men sympathize with women, but I'm one of them. And why I sympathize with women is because of the kind of work they do. Sometimes when I go back home and see the kind of work that my mother does to be able to feed us right from when we were young, I sympathize because Dr. Kiringai will excuse me, because when I saw the other day, I think it is a subsidy program that was being launched by the Cabinet Secretary for National Treasury and the Governor Murang'a County. That when the checks were being given out for milk and mangoes, I saw very few women receiving those checks. But who have done, but they're the ones who will have done most of the work to produce the milk and to produce the mangoes. 75% of labor in the agriculture sector is provided by women, and they produce most of the food that we eat in most of the parts of this country. So as we look at sustainable food systems, we need to look at the issue of the youth. We also need to look at the issue of women. They need to be central within the food systems that we develop. Allow me, because I know this is my second day as acting secretary. I went to the office yesterday, and today I joined you for this conference. This is an important conference. In this country, we have tried many approaches. Professor Gamba knows that we have sat in this kind of setting in many years. We have looked at different systems that we have used in the past. When I worked with the researchers at Katumani, we were looking at the farming systems approach, where I've been working with Dr. Kiringai and the other CECs and my colleagues in the ministry and in the county governments. We have been looking at the value chain approach. And I was sharing with Dr. Clemens and Dr. Karugia in the morning that one of the mistakes we make, I think, particularly within the public sector, is that we keep on developing new policies, new strategies, and we don't reflect back on where we are coming from. We need also to reflect back, even as we look at the food systems, we need to reflect back on gains and lessons that have been learned from those other approaches that we have been using. Allow me to stop there and to thank you all. I want to first also thank the organizers. You'll all agree with me. This is a very well-organized forum, and I'm grateful to the CGIAR centers, research centers, and also my colleagues in the Ministry of Agriculture that have been at the forefront in organizing this conference. This is work well done. I would also want to thank the presenters. You'll agree with me, they were very, very stimulative and informative presentations that we have been made since morning. The moderators also, they have done a fantastic job, isn't it? From Joyce, my old friend Simon, Enoch Mate, and the gentleman who has just finished with the last presentations we had. And also to thank you all, the participants. There are many workshops you go to, by after lunch, you find very many empty tables. But for this, we have had almost a full house since morning. And I want to thank all of us for our participation, for our attention, and also finding time to be here. We are looking forward as a PSA to the recommendations of this conference so that together, government, both at the national and county level, academia, research, private sector, we see what is it that we need to do to make life better for our people. You know, the other day I saw people carrying sufurias and asking for unga in the streets. But instead of being given unga, they were fed with tear gas. And it is not a very good experience when you go back and you're already hungry and you've been fed with a lot of tear gas. That makes your life even more complicated. With those very, very, very many remarks, I want to thank you all for your attention and listening to all of us. Thank you very much. God bless you all.
So thank you so much, Richard. I think you'd have appreciated him better for such a great way of concluding and giving us some really great highlights. So I think this brings us to the end. Not I think, I know, brings us to the end of our day one. Tomorrow will be even more exciting. So make sure not to miss it. We will mostly focus on panel discussions and engaging even the audience so that everybody is involved. But we'll start the day by synthesizing today's discussions and the recommendations that came out of everybody's presentations today. So we will have those presented to start the day off in terms of the summary of recommendations so far. And then we'll have a panel discussion focusing on the implementation, because like we've heard, there's a lot that we know, there's a lot that's available in terms of policies, strategy, but the doing is always a problem. So we will have some key people, including our PSAs, people from private sector, from treasury and all that, talking about then what next. And then we also have a lineup of other panel discussion. We'll have a panel discussion in terms of how to bridge the science practice policy gap and how to finance food policy research sustainably. That will be again another panel discussion. And then from there, we'll have a marketplace, a food system transformation marketplace. And it's just literally the marketplace, but now it will be everybody interacting. The CGIAR initiatives that were mentioned here will be there to interact with the policymakers, private sector, development partners to say, how do we match the demand in terms of what the true food transformation is requiring right now, the issues we have highlighted, what is the demand versus what we have to offer in terms of research, the kind of innovations, the technologies that are available. But it might be also another opportunity for you to say, actually, what you're doing may not be so relevant for our time right now or for the issues we are addressing right now. You can focus on that. So it will be a really good way of everybody interacting and networking and discussing the key issues that are needed and actions right now. So that will be tomorrow. Make sure you're here nice and early. We start at 9. Anybody with maybe administrative or logistical issues that needs addressing, we have our colleagues at the entrance, Kezia and others, they will be able to facilitate. Or if you're struggling, you can come and see me or anybody else who are the organizers of this conference. So don't get stranded, but see you tomorrow. We hope to finish by lunchtime tomorrow, but even indulge and take even a deeper dive. So have a lovely evening and thank you for being so patient. Yeah.